Meet Deus, literally the most overpowered demon king to ever exist. This dude played totally by the book, memorized the meta, and respected every single tradition out there. But plot twist, it wasn't the hero's raw stats that actually took him out. It was the exact system he worshipped. He got totally clapped, dying as an absolute joke while they laughed in his face. But fate pulled an Uno reverse. Our guy wakes up completely mind-blown, sent straight back to the past for a massive do-over. Time to rewrite the script and utterly destroy those arrogant heroes. Flashback to his final moments. Our demon king just stood there, paralyzed as the brutal truth hit him. His ultimate black flames, the literal flex of his royal bloodline, they did absolutely zero damage. The heroes didn't even flinch. Decades of grinding to harden his dragon scales meant nothing. The hero's blade sliced through him like butter, plunging straight into his chest. His brain basically short-circuited. Bro did everything right. He was the undisputed valedictorian of the Demon King Academy. He memorized the official villain playbook cover to cover, never skipped a single step, and pulled off every evil scheme with absolute perfection. He constructed the Doom Tower exactly to spec. He abducted the princess because, well, that is the classic villain aesthetic. He played the ultimate raid boss flawlessly, dropping breadcrumbs and intentionally letting the heroes level up instead of wiping them out in the early game. The textbook literally said heroes were basically livestock. Fatten them up for a massive payoff. Yet, after following that so-called flawless logic, here he was, bleeding out in the mud like a total scrub. The hero dropped the sickest truth bomb. Snatching the princess wasn't a crime. It was a distress beacon. Those dark towers, just open invitations for loot. His low-level minions were basically free experience points. Stalling their execution just gave them plot armor. Sparing them only let them grind and come back way more busted. His intimidating fortress was never a symbol of fear. It was literally just a farming zone for player progression. The heroes were straight up mocking him, thanking him for the free level ups and dropping that god-tier loot. They even brushed off their dead teammates as minor collateral damage for the hype. That disrespect hurt way more than the actual fatal blow. Seeing red, our guy tried to charge up his ultimate final attack, but before the animation could even start, his head got cleanly chopped off. As his vision faded to black, he burned every last drop of his mana for a massive self-destruct, nuking the entire battlefield into oblivion. Then, pitch black. Suddenly, someone is calling his name. Deus snaps his eyes open to deafening cheers and clapping. Bro is literally standing right back in the middle of the Demon King Academy. Fast forward in reverse, 15 years in the past, gripping his graduation badge. Right in front of him, the glowing holographic rules of the villain handbook popped up, exactly like before. But this time, he sees straight through the matrix. When they told him to pledge loyalty, Deus hit them with a hard no. He publicly roasted the entire system, calling it absolute garbage, a rigged game meant to enslave demon kings and spoon-feed heroes before slaughtering them. His rant left the entire academy completely shook. In one breath, the biggest prodigy of their generation mutated into a massive threat. The absolute madman of the century. Archduke Arcane Blair was the first one to totally lose his chill. He smashed his fist so hard it practically snapped the desk in two, screaming for an instant execution over what he called heinous disrespect to their holy rulebook. The raw fury in his voice shook the entire room, making every single student feel like the building was getting hit by a massive earthquake. But then he froze, taking a quick second to rethink. This kid was supposed to be their golden boy, packing insane work ethic, broken stats, and a flawless academic record. Wasting him right here would be an absolute tragedy. So, showing just a tiny sliver of pity, the Archduke dropped a heavy ultimatum. Deus had to take back his trash talk and publicly apologize to the whole demon realm, or get permanently banned to the absolute nightmare zone called the Aryan region. The second he name-dropped Aryan, the whole room started hyperventilating and whispering like crazy. That place was famously cursed. A literal death trap for demon lords, an abyss where dozens got wiped out every single year without leaving a crumb behind. Nobody could wrap their heads around why someone who just spat on their entire culture was even getting a lifeline. To them, saying sorry wasn't nearly enough to fix that massive blunder. The Archduke backed it up, hyping Aryan as the most toxic wasteland ever. A black hole that had swallowed endless heavy hitters without a single trace. But before the crowd could even process it, Deus clapped back with freezing cold confidence. He demanded they send him there right now, taking the exile like it was a massive win instead of a punishment. The Archduke was utterly gagged, his tough guy act completely crumbling. It finally clicked. Deus was going to use that deadly hellscape to prove their whole system was a massive joke. That completely obliterated whatever tiny shred of patience the higher-ups had left. Furious commands, Deus got hit with an instant, non-negotiable banishment to Aryan. Every single VIP perk meant for top-tier demon kings was brutally yanked away. Zero backup. Zero prep time. Absolute zilch. A blinding portal violently ripped open. The verdict was absolute. Deus was permanently locked out until he could single-handedly conquer that absolute nightmare of a realm. Free-falling through the dimensional rift, Deus totally knew this exact scenario was bound to happen. Gravity hit like a freight train as he plummeted. Arian was the exact same turf where the heroes who literally murdered him in his past life had. First leveled up and made a name for themselves. Back then, pure ego drove him to pick Arian, believing the ultimate boss deserved the deadliest stage, but that massive hubris marched him straight into a fatal ambush. Those heroes had weaponized his strict obedience to the demon standards and utterly wiped him out. But this run was going to hit totally different. Flaunting his dark wings, he smoothly touched down right in the brutal, freezing grip of the Urgus Mountains up in the northern continent. He actually soaked in that bone-chilling frost. There was zero chance history would repeat itself this time. He swore to completely hack those sacred standards to his advantage, instead of letting them ruin him again. Cut back to the academy, just a bit earlier. Absolute chaos was brewing on graduation morning. Gordon Dirick was suiting up with insane attention to detail, polishing his gear with a terrifying precision that would make a drill sergeant sweat. In the demon realm, the valedictorian gets instantly matched with the highest-ranking demon, King. It is a massive flex that sparks jealousy way hotter than literal dragon fire among all the runner-ups. Gordon already respected every demon king as a powerhouse, but Deus was playing in a completely different league. A literal once-in-a-millennium prodigy, a pure-blooded descendant of demonic dragons. The guy was literally destined to shatter history. Standing by his side on graduation day felt like hitting the absolute jackpot. Gordon was busy daydreaming about conquering entire dimensions side by side, getting massive statues carved of the legendary king and his ultimate right-hand man. And then came the ultimate plot twist. Deus publicly trashing the sacred standards. Reliving that memory hit Gordon like a literal jump scare. The flawless idol he worshipped shattered into a million pieces. His brain kept short-circuiting over the fact that his absolute hero had just dumped the sacred teachings like they were literal garbage. Fast forward to now, stranded deep inside the brutal whiteout of the Urgus Mountains. Gordon was aggressively dragging his feet through endless snow, totally crushed under the weight of some insanely heavy survival packs. Pure despair and brain-breaking confusion painted his frozen face. He still could not process how his perfect career path had crashed and burned this fast. When Deus finally glanced back and spotted him, his stoic face actually broke into pure, unfiltered shock. The higher-ups swore nobody would follow him into exile. But against all odds, Gordon was right. Gordon's professional filter completely snapped. He just started rapid-firing a desperate barrage of questions, screaming to know why Deus had to trigger such an absolute catastrophe, why he had the audacity to disrespect the sacred standards, and why they were currently marooned in the deadliest territory on the entire continent. Deus just stared back with this insanely chilling calm, casually brushing off the meltdown like he was totally blind to the disaster they were in. That laid-back energy only poured gasoline on Gordon's raging anxiety. He frantically reminded his boss of the one reckless stunt that sentenced them to this frozen nightmare. Deus actually tried to hit him with a joke to kill the tension, but Gordon was absolutely not having it, while pure panic chewed at his sanity. Watching his loyal sidekick totally spiral, flashes of the Gordon from his past life hit Deus hard. That guy was a fearless tank who had blindly charged into Arian with zero hesitation. Now, sheer terror was driving the wheel. Dropping the massive truth bomb about his time regression would honestly just crash Gordon's brain even harder. So Deus opted to keep his mouth shut. Eventually, Gordon forced himself to take a breath and reboot. He coughed up a super stiff apology, swearing to lock back into his duties even with massive red flags still flying in his head. He violently clung to the textbook teachings he still idolized, insisting that step 1 of the invasion playbook had not changed. They were required to construct a stronghold, but not just some basic starter base. According to Gordon's manual, this base absolutely had to drop in a prime, hyper-visible location, not buried inside some frozen, unplayable wasteland, absolutely crawling with high-level beasts. The surrounding peaks were totally infested with savage monsters, making simple traverse basically a death sentence for average creatures. He aggressively argued that setting up camp here completely violated every single core strategy outlined in the Demon King's handbook, begging that they hit the undo button and retreat immediately. Deus instantly shot that cowardice down. Flexing an aura like an unbreakable boss, he declared that their empire was going to rise exactly where they stood, right here, right now, and nowhere else. Shutting down the argument, he randomly yanked out the mythical tower seed and violently slammed it straight into the solid ice. The catch? That seed required pure Demon King blood to activate, and Gordon's stress levels instantly spiked back to critical. He slammed Deus for spitting on their sacred traditions, but Deus just hit him with ice-cold finality. He basically said he never gave a single damn about those rules anyway. Gordon flinched hard, looking like he'd just taken a brutal slap to the face. That blatant disrespect for their ancient laws absolutely wrecked him. For demons, these codes were literally as essential as breathing. Tossing them aside felt entirely twisted, like jumping off a cliff without wings. You just didn't do it unless you'd clawed your way back from a living nightmare, like actual death. Without even blinking, Deus slashed his own palm, letting dark crimson drops bleed straight onto the seed. He laid it out plain and simple. Gordon desperately needed a reality check about these so-called rules. They were absolute garbage, especially out here in Arian. The seed instantly drank his blood, exploding into a blinding, blood-red shockwave as a colossal magic circle completely ripped across the ground. The massive structure was scanning its new master, Deus, straight from the legendary Black Flame demonic dragon clan. As the insane truth finally dropped, it completely nuked Gordon's entire belief system. Deus dropped the real reason Arian was constantly swarming with heroes. They had actually figured out how to hack the towers, literally weaponizing the Demon King's own rules right back at them. That was the exact reason these dark rulers kept getting wiped off the map in this cursed wasteland, time and time again. As the terrifying monolith finally tore through the snow, towering like a pitch-black monument of doom, Gordon could only stare, totally stunned. Deus just smirked, casually noting that they might as well rename those ancient codes, seeing as they were basically doing favors for humans now instead of buffing demons. Inside, absolute wasteland vibes. The moment they stepped foot onto floor number 1, dead silence and freezing stone completely swallowed them. Gordon scanned the hollow void, his paranoia spiking by the second. A proper stronghold should have been packed with hidden dungeons, deadly traps, and nightmare beasts. But this place? It felt like a total ghost town. It was stripped clean of the god-tier luxuries a Demon King usually rocked, and honestly, every single floor above it was just as dead. By the time they hauled themselves up to floor 5, the supposed grand throne room was a massive, echoing joke. Gordon finally swallowed the bitter pill that this base was beyond fixing, but he desperately begged his boss to at least stick to the next bullet point on their ancient checklist. Step 2 literally required them to snatch a royal, ideally someone super close to the crown, just to farm the most intense, high-tier emotional trauma possible. Gordon tentatively asked to pitch an idea, and Deus threw him a lazy nod. Rolling out a massive map, Gordon slammed his finger down on Corson, the nearest kingdom bordering the Urgiz Mountains. In his mind, snatching up their top-tier, golden child princess would trigger an absolute tsunami of pure panic and misery across the nation, supercharging their power levels. But Deus shut him down mid-sentence. He was totally down for a kidnapping run, sure, but he casually dropped that he already had his crosshairs locked on someone else. Gordon instantly hyped himself up for a field mission, right up until Deus completely benched him, ordering him to play security guard at the empty base. Gordon totally bought into it, tricking himself into believing his king had finally snapped back to reality, and that the earlier, erratic behavior was just graduation stress getting to him. But that tiny spark of hope got absolutely obliterated the second he found out who they were actually going after. Instead of bagging Corson's elite heir, Deus had locked onto Hilderin, literally the most insanely far-off kingdom on the map. And he wasn't even going after an A-list royal. His prize? The 13th princess. Basically an absolute nobody with zero political pull and literal ghost-level status at court. Without missing a beat, Deus rocketed straight south, tearing across massive landscapes until he zeroed in on a faraway fortress. He ghosted right through her window, sliding into the royal bedroom without a single second of hesitation. This whole hit felt unnervingly like déjà vu. Yet tonight, he was operating on a completely different frequency, totally shredding the demon world's ancient playbook. Back at home base, Gordon was practically hyperventilating, full-on panicking. His leader had just picked the most garbage, zero IQ strategy possible, the exact polar opposite of what the sacred doctrine ordered. Meanwhile, deep in the royal suite, the princess just stared at Deus, totally paralyzed by confusion. She had no clue who, or what, had just crashed her peaceful night. Deus didn't waste a breath, dropping his villain monologue and flexing his identity with supreme confidence. But instead of screaming for the guards, she just let out this soft, borderline entertained little laugh. That wildly unexpected reaction threw Deus completely off his game. Instead of cowering in a corner, the girl just stood up straight, locking eyes with him like she was sizing up a cheap piece of furniture. Her sheer nerve was honestly mind-blowing. He internally questioned if she had zero survival instincts, or if she genuinely thought Dark Lords were just some walking joke. Shaking it off, he dialed up his intimidating aura, fully backing his own hype. But he totally missed the mark on her vibe. She was chill with the abduction, like being kidnapped was just an annoying glitch in her daily routine. That eerie, ice-cold composure sent a weird shiver crawling straight down his spine. He immediately pressed her on what her angle was, but she literally just shrugged. She casually mentioned she'd always figured some crazy wild scenario like, this was bound to hit a royal eventually. He growled a serious warning, telling her to drop any sneaky escape plots, making it crystal clear he wouldn't put up with any backstabbing. Honestly, his anxiety was spiking, feeling like he was balancing on a tightrope over boiling lava. She clapped back without skipping a beat, logically pointing out she couldn't exactly scheme against him when she had zero heads up he was crashing her room tonight. Her logic was literally bulletproof, but somehow, that just made his skin crawl even more. Before that thought could even fully process in his head, she casually reached out, signaling it was time to dip. Deus grabbed her hand, and the duo launched into the sky, tearing through the clouds toward his secret fortress, buried in the Urus Mountains. The second their boots hit the ground, Gordon came sprinting up, visibly stressing out with every step. But Deus played it cool, ordering his right-hand man to stash the royal captive on the 4th floor, instead of tossing her straight into the pitch-black dungeon. Since she hadn't put up a fight, he figured she had earned a tiny bit of VIP treatment. Gordon nodded, though he immediately pivoted, begging for an emergency briefing. Cut to the princess. She was chilling totally solo on the cold, hard stone of level 4, whispering to herself that this kidnapping gig was actually for real. Her gaze drifted around the massive, barren room. Zero blankets, absolutely no butlers, just hardcore isolation. But wildly enough, a tiny smirk crept onto her face. In her mind, this whole hostage aesthetic wasn't even that terrible. Meanwhile, Gordon was practically shoving a super flashy invitation right into Deus's face. It was straight from the Tower of Monsters, hyping up a massive welcome party for the fresh-faced Demon King. Deus scoffed, immediately clocking it as a totally fake flex, just a pathetic attempt to assert dominance. Usually, Demon Kings absolutely despised each other and would never dream of teaming up. But the brutal survival game of Aaron had practically chained them into toxic alliances. Regardless, he made the call to crash the party. The risks were just way too high to ghost them. Looming out of a violently overgrown forest, the Tower of Monsters looked intimidating as hell. Stepping inside, Deus finally locked eyes with Draxon, the veteran Demon King who had been gatekeeping this territory for 70 agonizing years. Draxon's entire vibe screamed absolute disgust. He looked the rookie up and down like he was literally scraping dirt off his shoe, radiating pure boomer energy over the new guy blatantly ignoring their sacred traditions. But Deus? He didn't even flinch, hitting back with stone-cold confidence, telling the old man to cut the theatrics and spit out his real agenda. And honestly, the tea spilled fast. Draxon admitted he was on a leash. Archduke Arcane had commanded him to stalk Deus's every move. Deus instantly fired back, roasting the absolute life out of the Archduke, joking that even getting banished to Aaron couldn't cure the guy's insane god complex. That savage burn totally triggered Draxon. Furious, the veteran tried to alpha him, barking out a completely degrading order. But Deus didn't bow down for a second. Instead, he stared him down, questioning if Draxon even comprehended who he was messing with. Draxon doubled down, crying about how Deus was disrespecting the ancient rules. Deus ruthlessly interrupted, throwing it back in his face that those exact same rules strictly banned Demon Kings from murdering each other. Then, he viciously stomped his boot, literally exploding the floor beneath them, with one earth-shattering shockwave. The raw, unhinged power of that single flex left Draxon utterly paralyzed, his jaw on the floor. The horrifying realization finally hit the old king. He had severely underestimated this absolute menace. Sweating bullets and desperate to fix this train wreck, he pathetically brought up the Archduke's demands again, babbling about some messy drama involving a kidnapped royal and a progress report that wasn't even on the calendar for another month. Deus just shrugged it off like a total boss, casually dropping that he had already snatched a princess of his own. Flashing a wicked, predatory grin, he boldly added that she totally passed his vibe check. Draxon's brain practically short-circuited, entirely speechless as Deus swaggered out of the tower, looking like the main character who just bought the entire. Zooming back to their home turf, Gordon was absolutely losing his mind with hype, flooding his boss with non-stop compliments over that savage, zero-filter dominance. Deus just brushed off the praise like it was a casual Tuesday, 100% certain that Draxon was way too spooked to try anything stupid now. But still, he told his right-hand man to keep his guard up. He ordered Gordon to go peep on their royal hostage and figure out how they could exploit her for maximum value. Even though he looked like he was thriving, massive anxiety was actually eating him alive inside. He was heavily sweating the other Demon Kings. If those absolute monsters decided to gang up on him, the boss fight would be impossible to survive. Trolling their sacred rules was definitely going to cause some insanely heavy fallout, but honestly, he would pull the exact same stunt 1,000 times over. He would rather get flat-out deleted than ever kneel to those stuck-up elites. His endgame was to literally burn the system down and restart from zero. He was totally convinced that spending a pathetic scrap of mana to snatch some low-tier princess had been the ultimate life hack. But his smugness violently crashed the second he popped open his system interface, staring in pure horror at a penalty of over 13,000 points. The realization hit him like a literal truck, and right before his brain could even compute an incoming transmission pinged from the Tower of Monsters. Draxon's face popped onto the screen, acting super bubbly and weirdly polite, gushing over the rookie's success, and trying to hand over some random peace offering. The old king swore he was basically a fanboy of Deus's moves now, teasing that disrespecting the old ways was actually a massive galaxy brain strategy. This sudden personality switch gave off totally cursed, creepy vibes. But before Deus could decode the old snake's psychological warfare, Gordon literally smashed through the door, looking as pale as a ghost and trembling like a leaf. Stuttering, he screamed that something absolutely chaotic was going down on level 4. Deus sprinted to the scene, only to freeze violently in his tracks. The once empty dungeon cell had bizarrely mutated into a literal living garden. Neon bright flowers burst into bloom, while butterflies drifted lazily through the thick, sweet air. And a whole, thriving ecosystem was somehow flourishing inside this gloomy tower. Swarms of elemental spirits danced around the princess, who stood at the center like the absolute queen of nature itself. Only a grandmaster commanding all 4 elements could pull off a flex this insane. And there was literally only one spirit elementalist boasting that kind of overpowered cheat code on the entire continent. In a flash, Deus connected the dots. She definitely wasn't the 13th princess, matching his realization with a wicked, knowing smirk. She dropped the bombshell. Her real name was Ernan, the first princess of the realm. A kingdom that was currently 1 second away from absolutely losing its mind. Within hours, the shocking news of her kidnapping torched through the royal palace like a wildfire. The king was completely mauling, screaming for blood and swearing pure vengeance against the demon king, who dared to lay a finger on his precious daughter. He desperately rallied the highest-tier heroes, demanding a full-scale military mobilization to drag her back home safely. The whole situation had just spiraled into peak chaos. Back in the tower, the princess stepped up again, radiating major boss energy and regal authority. She casually threw back the question she asked earlier. Could he actually handle someone on her level? She made it crystal clear that this was the real test. But Deus, never missing a beat, fired back that her innocent, enchanting vibe didn't fool him for a single second. He already knew the wild rumors about a genius elemental witch, a freak of nature whose mana constantly erupted like an active volcano. Main character energy of that scale was literally impossible to hide. What actually blew his mind was how she managed to ghost such an insanely overwhelming aura so flawlessly. Flaunting a bit of dramatic flair, Ernan flashed a gorgeous glowing ring on her finger. She bragged that this royal heirloom was the ultimate cloaking device for her magic. Then she locked eyes with Deus, her gaze razor sharp, taunting him. Was he going to chicken out and send her back now that her secret was out? Deus practically laughed in her face. Sending a royal hostage packing would turn his terrifying legacy into an absolute meme. Completely nuke his fearsome street cred and crash his main source of income, harvesting demonic energy from pure, unfiltered terror. Releasing her was never on the menu. Right at that exact second, his system alarm blared, detecting a massive nuclear wave of hatred locked dead onto his coordinates. His demonic energy violently spiked to a staggering 19,000 points. It clicked instantly. The royal court finally noticed she was gone and pinned the bounty right on his head. First princess, 13th princess. Literally didn't matter. In their eyes, she was prime hostage material. Cutting back to the palace, the furious king was barking orders to wipe this demon king off the map and rescue his little girl. But his top advisors? They were totally sweating, completely clueless about who actually pulled this off. The scout units were literally begging for a minute to think. But the king's rage was already off the charts. He roasted their absolute incompetence, while his daughter was allegedly stuck in some unknown, cursed nightmare. Then, an older advisor brought up the massive scandal from a neighboring kingdom, where some prince got snatched by the demon king of lust. That whole circus ended up uniting the globe, finishing with that demon king getting publicly clapped by a squad of elite heroes. The very thought that another demon king was reckless enough to speedrun that same mistake sent absolute chills through the throne room. With dead serious certainty, the king declared that a brand new threat had spawned. Just then, a frantic soldier crashed the meeting, yelling about a massive spike of teleportation magic pinging dead north toward the brutal Urges Mountains. Pure shock instantly paralyzed the entire room. Those frozen peaks were at the absolute northern edge of the map, miles away from their southern turf. The logistics alone were a complete nightmare. Back in the gloomy tower, Gordon was severely stressing out over the kingdom's army pulling up. But Deus? Unbothered, flourishing. He already calculated that their massive army would literally never touch him. The only route dragged them straight through hostile territories, insane natural death traps, and heavy political red tape. Zero chance those rival nations would just let a foreign army stroll through. That left only one desperate option: outsourcing the job to a heroes guild. The king grudgingly smashed the request button, but a wave of pure terror nuked the guild group chats the second the Urge's mountains were dropped. The so-called heroes instantly left him on red, treating the quest like an invitation to hug a live power grid. To them, it was a straight-up game over. Exactly as Dedius predicted, those profit-chasing mercs valued their own skin way too much. To willingly march into a frozen meat grinder, that was the exact galaxy brain reason he camped out in that specific zip code. Gordon was honestly blown away by his boss's god-tier strategy and glitch-level knowledge of the Aaron world map. It legit felt like his master was playing on a new Game Plus file, even though that was supposedly impossible. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the king was literally foaming at the mouth after finding out zero heroes accepted his quest. An anxious advisor had to explain that heroes in Aaron treated epic battles like gig economy jobs. If the risk ratio was too spicy or the payout too trash, they'd just swipe left. Deep inside his tower, Dedius was just chilling, casually scrolling through his system's cat. Skeletal soldiers cost 10,000 points a pop, and weakening the dimensional barrier demanded an even more insane price tag. Building a proper army from scratch would burn time he simply didn't have. Slumping heavily onto his dark throne, he knew his current mana pool was way too low to tank a united hero coalition. The paralyzing fear from his past life started creeping back in. To flip the script, he hit up Gordon to reach out to Daxon. The master plan? Liquidating his raw demonic energy for cold, hard human cash. Gordon totally freaked out, knowing that demonic energy was the ultimate cheat code for shattering racial limits and unlocking broken abilities. But Dedius was dead set that Daxon would pay top dollar. Rocking a lone mercenary disguise, Dedius pulled up to the fortress city of Holton. The gate guards completely roasted the idea of a solo fighter walking into the Urge's mountains, until he casually flicked a solid gold coin their way. Boom, instant vibe shift. They rolled out the red carpet, but once inside the walls, he realized he desperately needed a local guide. This dragged him to the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild, a dive bar packed with slacking fighters chugging ale. They were straight up laughing off rumors of a new demon king, calling it Major Cap designed to scam the kingdom out of their treasury. But the second Dedius materialized behind their boss like a literal ghost, absolute chaos. They started screaming, demanding his name. Dedius just flashed a chilling smirk. Seeing how dialed in they were to the streets, he decided they would be the perfect tour guides. But these dudes chose violence instead. An absolute bloodbath kicked off. Diaz didn't even sweat, moving with terrifying. One rogue tried pulling a sneaky backstab, but Diaz literally parried the blade like he was swatting an annoying mosquito. When another beefy dude swung a giant warhammer at his skull, Diaz caught the iron mid-air, leaving the guy entirely shook, straight out of a classic martial arts movie, where the main villain catches the hero's ultimate attack, bare-handed. In seconds, a dozen crossbows locked onto him from every angle. Did he flinch? Not even a little. He just grabbed the biggest merc in the room and literally chucked him into the mob, scattering the squad like human bowling pins. The guild leader watched, totally paralyzed by fear. He wasn't looking at a guy anymore. He was staring at a literal raid boss, ripped straight out of a dark fantasy series. Outside the tavern, stragglers were tweaking out in pure despair, losing their minds over why the massacre hadn't stopped, and how this absolute unit wasn't even breaking a sweat. They felt completely soft-locked in a nightmare boss fight against a dude who straight up ignored the stamina bar mechanics. Once the entire squad hit the floor, Diaz casually strolled up to the shivering boss, his eyes glowing with a sick, unearthly light in the pitch black. He promised the guy he wouldn't get zeroed if he answered with zero lies. Crushed by an aura that screamed, "Final boss energy," the leader folded in a heartbeat, begging for his life like a total coward. Diaz cut the chatter, demanding the exact coordinates of the underground slave market. Quaking in his boots, the broken man led him straight to a colossal bunker, locked behind insane iron barricades. Scanning the room, Diaz realized this sketchy joint was strictly pushing human merchandise. The guide choked up, sweating bullets over whether this was going to trigger the monster. Diaz just coldly asked for top-tier, ultra-rare stock, and casually chucked a massive sack of gold at his chest. Instantly, the terror evaporated, completely overridden by blinding greed. The dude's whole vibe flipped like a light switch, glazing Diaz like a VIP high roller at a luxury boutique, and eagerly escorting him down to a highly classified sector. Trailing behind, Diaz internally scoffed at how insanely fast this rat bounced back after watching his entire crew get slaughtered. It hit him right then. Humans and demons were practically twins. One was addicted to cash, the other was thirsty for energy. They plunged deep into the pitch-black catacombs, where the rat finally unveiled the premium stash Diaz was actually hunting. Suddenly, Gordon's previous confusion totally clicked. Diaz wasn't here to buy human trash. He wanted the exotic pulls, non-human species kidnapped and caged by mankind. His ultimate goal? Snagging an elf, a race famous for their crazy loyalty. He needed a sleeper agent to completely wreck the hero faction from the inside. Meanwhile, back at the royal capital, Hill and Cardall pulled up to the palace. The king practically cried tears of relief, greeting him. And Hillen took on the quest with zero hesitation, swearing to save the princess and decapitate the Demon King with the insane swagger of a shonen protagonist kicking off a brand new arc. Cut back to the dungeon. The snake of a guild leader asked what kind of product Diaz was looking to cop. Diaz just pointed a finger at an enslaved elf, deadpanning that his new mercenary friend right beside him was covering the bill. The merc's jaw hit the floor, absolutely losing his mind, complaining like a guy watching his homie order the most expensive dish on the menu with his wallet. But one lethal, ice-cold glare from Diaz shut him down fast, bullying the dude into completely stiff, hyperventilating submission. Diaz then commanded his little entourage to chill outside, claiming he needed to run a solo inspection on the goods. The sketchy trafficker threw out a massive red flag, warning him that this specific elf was crazy lethal, treating it like a retail worker, warning a customer not to touch fragile merch. But Diaz just brushed off the hype. Promising to foot the bill if things went south, Diaz locked his gaze on the chained elf. He studied his new prize closely, taking in the brutal reality of how mankind had degraded a legendary species into nothing but bar-coded merch. Meanwhile, a fiery rage flared up inside the elf. He could practically taste the heavy demonic Diaz. The captive couldn't wrap his head around why a monster of this tier cared about him. Cutting to the chase, Diaz pitched him the ultimate payback, a shot at tearing down humanity. That juicy offer definitely caught the elf's attention. Still, he fired back, making it crystal clear that demons were just as sketchy as the humans who brushing off the insult, Diaz flexed that he wasn't your average villain. He dropped a deal on the table, 50 years of absolute loyalty in swap for total freedom and VIP. He casually pointed out that for an immortal species, 50 years was literally just a filler arc in a sprawling, epic fantasy campaign. But the elf wasn't buying it. He slammed the brake, snapping that demons were literally wired to burn down the world tree, the absolute core of elven existence. So yeah, trusting a demon? 0% chance. Surprisingly, Diaz didn't. He totally got the paranoia. After all, a demon playing nice felt as bizarre as a final boss asking for a timeout mid-fight. Instead of arguing, he invoked the sacred demonic code. He swore a blood-iron oath to never lay a finger on the world tree, and to back his word like a true overlord. In the demon world, that kind of vow carried the exact same holy weight as the world tree did for elves. Having played his ultimate card, Diaz asked the elf, Granada, of the Maple tribe, to seal the deal. He needed him to swear 50 years of ride-or-die loyalty on the world tree itself. Low-key rattled by the demon's intense honesty, Granada finally cracked. But he had one major condition. He demanded a face-to-face meet with the big boss, the Demon King who supposedly backed this insane oath. With a smirk, Diaz casually dropped the bomb. He was the Demon King. Granada instantly burst out laughing, totally mocking the flex. He flat out said no supreme overlord would ever waste time wandering around a grimy Plus, everyone knew Demon Kings got severely nerfed when they strayed too far from their strongholds. Dripping with cocky energy, the elf threw down a wild bet. He promised to double the sentence, swearing a full 100 years of servitude instead of 50 if Diaz could actually back up his insane. It was that classic arrogant gamer move. You know, the kind someone makes right before getting absolutely obliterated by the main character. In a split second, reality glitched out. Granada blinked, suddenly finding himself teleported straight to the 5th floor of Diaz's legendary stronghold. Diaz casually tapped his imaginary watch, reminding him about that 100-year bet. The massive reality check hit Granada harder than a jump scare. But even with his mind totally blown, the elf just couldn't keep his mouth shut. He instantly started roasting the fortress, like a salty Twitch streamer, reviewing a trash-tier base build, flaming how hollow the place felt, calling the lower levels completely useless, and blasting the 4th floor for being a totally unguarded jungle. He openly laughed at the idea that this rundown ruin could ever stop a hero's raid, predicting Diaz would get wiped out in under a year. Folding his arms, he bluntly refused to waste his life serving in this absolute dump. And that's where he absolutely messed up. Without a single word, Diaz unleashed a suffocating, terrifying tsunami of demonic aura. The sheer gravity of it crashed into Granada like a top-tier anime ultimate move, violently pinning him flat to the floor without landing a single physical hit. Pure panic short-circuited his brain as the weight of his foolish contract echoed in his ears. The horrific truth finally clicked. This stronghold was planted dead center in a zone crawling with disaster-class beasts, yet not a single one dared to step foot near it. It was like camping inside an active volcano that only stayed quiet because an even deadlier apex predator was sleeping at the bottom. Totally humbled and outmatched, Granada kissed the floor and officially pledged 100 years of loyalty in the holy name of the Great World Tree. Deep down, he braced himself for an ultra-dark first mission. He figured he'd be sent on a brutal rampage to slice up his human captors. Instead, Diaz literally just told him to go make dinner. Granada's brain practically blue-screened. It felt like gearing up for an epic finale, only for the boss to hand you a grocery list. Still utterly dazed, the elf zombie chopped veggies in the kitchen. Out of nowhere, Princess Erin strolled in, cheerfully offering to lend a hand like a random squad mate, dropping into a co-op match mid-game. The absolute ridiculousness just kept leveling up. Soon enough, the whole crew was chilling in the 5th-floor dining hall, digging into a 5-star feast that felt way too cozy for a villain's lair. Treading super lightly, Granada asked about the cheerful girl, only to get the wildest lore drop ever. She was Princess Ernin, the absolute #1 royal of his jaw hit the floor again. He totally thought she was just some random hostage waiting for ransom. Sweating bullets, he desperately asked how this painfully empty tower was going to survive the overpowered hero destined to arrive. DS didn't even bother explaining. He just pointed at a chair and told him to eat up. Then, the Demon King finally dropped the real reason he bought Granada: the elf's legendary Master Chef cooking stats. The princess just kept beaming a bright smile while Granada sat frozen, feeling like he had definitely spawned into the wrong genre. Once they wiped their plates clean, Granada figured his actual job was to go play tower defense on the 4th floor against any invading heroes. But Diaz instantly shot that strategy down, brutally explaining that if an enemy squad actually managed to reach that high up, it was already a total game over. That meant those guys actually survived the brutal trek across the Urgus Mountains. And right on cue, Diaz finally dropped his master plan. He wanted Granada to go deep undercover into human society, basically acting as a sleeper agent to stir up absolute chaos. But first, Diaz had to see what this elf was really made of. Smelling a rare chance to get the upper hand, Granada took the bait. Diaz then laid down the ground rules for their little sparring match. The Demon Lord would fight single-handed, literally, one hand, 0 demonic energy. And if Granada somehow managed to secure the win, a massive 50 years would be sliced right off his slave contract. Hearing this insane deal, Granada locked in, radiating the fierce resolve of a main character triggering a rare power-up quest. The showdown kicked off instantly. Every single move was lethal, calculated, and raised. Diaz instantly noticed something crazy. Granada's combat flow was still buttery smooth and flawless, completely unbothered by all his years locked in chains. He even figured that just surviving on the tower's brutal 4th floor had basically hyper-buffed the elf's physical stats and mana pool. Granada started spamming high-tier spells, flexing a raw magical output that would make an average elf look like a total joke. His aura spiked with pure arrogance, warning Diaz not to sleep on him. Massive, enchanted roots violently shattered the ground below, snapping like steel traps around Diaz's leg. For one split second, Granada actually thought he had this in the bag. But then, absolute dread dropped from the sky. A suffocating, god-tier pressure slammed straight into Granada's chest, serving as a violent reality check about the absolute monster standing right in front of him. His entire body locked up, his survival instinct screaming at him to— Diaz was totally keeping his word about holding back his real power, but just the sheer weight of his aura was literally choking the life out of the elf. Before Granada could even blink, it was game over. A single bone-crushing strike from Diaz flatlined him onto the dirt, completely shutting down the fight and proving that the power gap between them wasn't just big, it was an infinite abyss. The scene then hard cuts to the gritty streets of Horton Walk, the main turf of the notorious Red Hawk mercenaries. This time around, the squad rolled out the red carpet for Diaz. They were acting like terrified corporate workers, sucking up to a psycho boss who just walked in with a totally rare smile on his face. Cutting straight to the chase, Diaz casually dropped that he was buying out their entire guild for a solid 12 months. The captain instantly greenlit the deal, nervously asking about the payout. Meanwhile, some random grunt in the back started whispering super salty about how fast their boss was bootlicking the exact same dude who had literally mopped the floor with them just days ago. Not saying a word, Diaz just slammed a massive, overflowing bag of gold onto the wooden table. That heavy, metallic clink instantly silenced the posture corrected, eyes locked in. The mercenaries went from salty to hyped in 0.1 seconds, swearing absolute, undying loyalty. The captain was even secretly plotting to kick out his weak links, aiming to build an absolute dream team for this VIP client later down the line. Diaz then pointed to the guy standing next to him, announcing that this new recruit would be their direct manager, handing out all future quests. The mercs threw him some serious side-eye, until Granada stepped into the light. One look at his violently purple, swollen-shut face, and all doubt vanished. Suspicion instantly melted into hardcore trauma bonding. They welcomed him like a war buddy, knowing damn well he had just survived a brutal beatdown from Diaz, too. Getting your face caved in by the same boss is the ultimate icebreaker. Watching this weird brotherhood form, Diaz realized that behind their sketchy vibe, these guys were actually battle-hardened vets with serious value. His mind then zeroed in on the one specific hero who actually answered the Hilderan Kingdom's distress signal. Helen, the legendary powerhouse famous for outright deleting the Demon King of Lust. Now officially their boss, Diaz dropped their very first objective: dig up every single piece of dirt, lore, and tracking data on Helen, who was currently doing the heavy lifting for the Hilderan royals. The entire squad stood at attention, a fiery, dead serious look locked in their eyes. Mission assigned. Diaz casually strolled out of Horton Walk, heading straight back to his dark tower, while his brain was already mapping out the next insane phase of his strategy. He was basically playing three-dimensional chess, perfectly setting up the next episode's. With Granada officially acting as the lead detective on the case, Diaz figured it was prime time to grind some levels and buff his own stats. The problem? He had already blown through all his demonic energy points, upgrading the tower and tweaking his own base specs. That left him with exactly one high-risk backup plan. His mind immediately jumped to the legendary. It's this wildly rare mana crystal that slowly morphs after soaking up pure, uncorrupted nature energy for decades. Eating one is basically an instant cheat code for raw power. He was betting everything that the Urgus Mountains were the ultimate farming spot. Thanks to lethal mana blizzards and nightmare-tier monsters, humans hadn't dared to step foot there for centuries, leaving the wilderness completely untouched. Sure, eating a soul flower didn't hit quite as hard as absorbing pure demonic energy, but it was a hell of a lot better than running on empty. When he pitched the idea, Gordon immediately pushed back, warning him that looking for one was literally like hunting for a single needle in a mountain-sized haystack, and that those aggro mobs would instantly jump them the second they dropped their guard. But Diaz just brushed it off. The monsters were just fodder. The real headache was going to be tracking down this legendary item without a high-tier mana radar. Right in the middle of their strategy session, someone knocked softly. Princess Ernum poked her head through the door, rocking a tiny, squishy blue slime on her head, like some kind of living, breathing fashion accessory. Both Diaz and Gordon literally jumped, totally. With a timid little smile, she confessed she never thought she'd actually escape those stuffy palace walls, incredibly grateful just to be there. But before she could even finish her thought, Diaz snatched her up, barked at her to hold tight, and literally launched them into the sky. They rocketed up at mind-bending speeds. Suspended in the air, Ernan stared down, totally mesmerized. She drank in the view like a first-time flyer, glued to an airplane window. The glowing sunrise, the fluffy clouds, the massive open landscape. The whole vibe felt straight out of a dream. Her mind flashed back to her suffocating palace life, where every single day was a copy-paste nightmare. Grinding magic practice, memorizing dusty history book, just looping the exact same routine over and over. She literally couldn't even picture a reality outside of that. So soaring high over the massive Urgus Mountains, it felt like she had crash-landed straight into someone else's epic adventure. Diaz totally brushed off her daydreaming, snapping her focus back to the mission. She softly asked him to use her actual name, since they were going to be stuck together all the time anyway. He gave a nod but immediately dropped a harsh reality check. Don't slack off. Mess up finding those soul flowers, and there'd be hell to pay. Instantly terrified, she mumbled an apology and called out her water and wind spirits to kick off the search party. Diaz figured this whole thing would take ages, but honestly, her spirit radar was a massive upgrade over just wandering around blind. Out of nowhere, Ernan let out a sharp gasp, totally hyped that she had zeroed in on some. Diaz nosedived instantly, spotting a swarm of freaky monsters crowding a glowing, magical flower. Massive, shadowy beasts started creeping out of the dark. Diaz instantly clocked them as rogue demons who ditched the underworld ages ago. Flexing his status as their literal king, he ordered them to step aside and leave the loot alone. But these guys were practically foaming at the mouth with hatred for humans, straight up roaring that they'd slaughter him instead. Diaz just let out an icy, villainous chuckle. Guess Gordon hit the nail on the head. Trying to talk sense into feral beasts was a total joke. Without batting an eye, he sparked his magic and roasted them alive. The monsters clapped back with unhinged rage, desperately defending their turf. Their agonizing shrieks mixed with the roaring inferno. Suddenly, one of the beasts roared in order to target the weakest link, pointing a massive claw dead at Ernan, and bolted straight for her, only for Diaz to literally vaporize the pack with one colossal blast of hellfire. Ernan didn't even flinch, remembering how even hulking ogres got wrecked by good teamwork. But honestly, these creeps didn't even catch a whiff of her. Diaz casually unleashed a tsunami of dark energy, literally wiping the whole area off the map. As the smoke faded, he was the only one left standing. Ernan just stared at him, her jaw practically on the floor, and her eyes sparkling with pure adrenaline. He just gave a dry smirk, dropping the harsh truth that humans only respect absolute power when they witness it firsthand. That's when she spotted it. A dazzling ruby-colored spirit flower tucked in the snow, radiating insane ice and water mana. He immediately shut down any ideas of keeping it, warning her not to get greedy, but promised a sweet reward. She ground it out until she was practically dead on her feet, but came up totally empty. Meanwhile, back at the villain's lair, Darius thought about her real identity as Hildurin's absolute first princess. Sparing her life felt like a massive blunder at first, but honestly, she was serving way more utility than he ever banked on. Gordon suddenly burst in, dropping major intel from Granada. Hillen and his squad of 32 heroes had already ditched the capital. But plot twist, instead of beelining for the deadly Urgus Mountains, they were playing it incredibly safe on the main road, literally out there farming side quests, recruiting allies, and steadily grinding their levels up. Gordon slammed down a stack of defense strategies, begging Darius to review them carefully. Darius casually swiped the whole pile off the table, leaving Gordon absolutely shook. He dropped a massive bombshell. He wasn't going to lay down a single trap, barrier, or low-level mob in the hero's path. In his eyes, feeding them weak challenges would only forge stronger heroes. Instead, he ordered Gordon to ping Granada and have undercover mercenaries tag along with the so-called heroes, allowing them to earn the party's trust. Gordon internally screamed that his boss was totally allergic to common sense, sweating over how the heck the tower could possibly be defended in its current, busted-up condition. Darius casually brushed him off, promising the tower would get a massive upgrade. But the second Darius mentioned doing it with the help of a dwarf, Gordon completely lost his mind. Shoving a dwarf into a squad with a human and an elf, he ranted that they'd become the laughingstock of the whole demon realm. Darius totally muted the haters, dropping the real tea. The true prize wasn't the dwarf himself, but the insane, top-tier magical artillery only dwarves were capable of forging. His next move was as brutal as it was simple. Heroes always waltz onto the first floor of a Demon King's tower, expecting to stomp some weak slimes. But this time, they'd be staring down the barrels of a massive cannon firing squad. Gordon instantly connected the dots, realizing this genius ambush would be impossible for the heroes to see coming. Shaking his head, he muttered that this strategy was basically ripping up every established rule. Suddenly, he froze mid-sentence, screaming that another kidnapping just went down. The camera then hard cuts to the gritty, underground dwarf city of Wolfner. Right there, Lager Friedrich, the absolute greatest blacksmith among the dwarves, worked quietly at his forge. Completely oblivious that he was literally next on the Demon King's hit list, the camera heavily focuses on Wolfner. Meanwhile, Darius rolls into the chaotic dwarven city, totally incognito. He flashes back to his past life, remembering the endless brutal clashes he had with these stubborn warriors. But honestly, this was his very first time actually stepping foot inside their massive fortress. Sliding through the shadows, Darius ducks into a sketchy joint. He slides some heavy coin across the table to a shady local, admitting he needs a top-tier weapon forged, but has zero clue where to start looking. He demands a direct VIP pass to the absolute best blacksmith in town. The guy snatches the cash, chuckling under his breath. He jokes that for a mere human, Darius definitely knows how to speak the language of cold, hard cash. Darius just smirks, firing back that dwarves are notoriously just as money-hungry as those so-called heroes. Flashing a greedy grin, the informant tells our guy to venture way deeper into the underground maze. He points him toward a massive, gaping chasm you literally cannot miss, telling him to hop on the giant mechanical lift right at the edge. Once he is locked in, the guards will scan his ID and drop him down to whichever level he needs. The local brags about their hardcore, two-step security protocol, purpose-built to immediately sniff out any unwanted guests. He then drops the ultimate intel, ride it all the way down to the rock-bottom floor, find the deepest hidden vault, and there he will meet the city's absolute goat of Lager Friedrich. Sticking strictly to the script, Darius navigates the descent and finally breaches Lager's fiery domain. Taking in the blazing forge, Darius is mesmerized by the masterclass in metallurgy, thinking the glowing steel looks like it is literally dancing in the flames. He wonders if this dude is actually the legendary smith everyone hypes up, then figures it would save so much hassle to just quietly kidnap the guy and dip. Sneaking up, Darius reaches out to grab Lager's shoulder, but instantly, the dwarf's survival instincts kick in, and he violently swings his massive hammer into the air. An insane burst of aura explodes outward, completely overwhelming Darius, and violently blasting him backward from the raw pressure alone. Darius is stunned. The fact that Lager sensed his insanely suppressed energy makes him realize this dwarf might actually be a massive threat. Lager fiercely lunges forward, hammer ready to crush a skull, but Darius casually catches the heavy weapon barehanded mid-swing, bluntly stating that Lager proudly screams his confirmation, flexing his identity as the one and only Lager, the legendary blacksmith, wielding the absolute power of heroes. He fiercely roars at Darius, furious that a filthy demon would dare to trespass on. Darius just hits him with a cold, sinister smirk. He casually drops the bomb that Lager is not making it out of the city alive, mocking the fact that despite all that fake alpha bravado, the dwarf is actually painfully weak. Then, he drops the ultimate plot twist. He is not just some random demon, he is a literal— Before the shock can even register, Darius violently snatches Lager by the throat, choking out a pathetic, agonized groan from the— Hearing the brutal scuffle, a squad of guards rushes the forge. They nervously call out to Lager, apologizing for totally interrupting his grind, while asking about the loud crash. A split second later, panic sets in as they realize their master smith has completely vanished. Screaming about an intruder, they instantly order a full lockdown, demanding a massive sweep of the entire compound. Cut straight to the next terrifying revealing Darius dangling Lager by his neck, high in the pitch-black sky, way above the city streets. Darius coldly whispers that making even a single peep means— Terrified, Lager frantically wonders why a boss-tier villain is here, immediately assuming he wants to snatch the dwarven princess. But Darius shoots that down hard, basically saying he could not care less about her. Lager totally calls Cap, refusing to believe him. Darius flips the script, casually bringing up the spicy rumors that dwarven smiths are secretly digging out massive escape tunnels for worst-case scenarios. Grinding his teeth so hard they might shatter, with actual tears streaming down his face, Lager absolutely gaslights himself into believing the Demon King is here to kidnap the royal heir. He desperately curses his trash luck, realizing the only reason he survived this long was because he was too much of a coward to ever fight a Demon King. He mentally cries over the fact that this nightmare scenario actually tracked him down. And yeah, plot twist, Lager is actually incredibly weak. Realizing that torturing intel out of this stubborn dwarf would be a massive headache, Darius pitches a perfectly toxic alternative. He offers to kidnap the royal princess instead, letting Lager walk away totally unharmed. But only if the dwarf personally guides him there. Lager is absolutely shook, his brain short-circuiting as he tries to process this unhinged deal. He instantly pictures the catastrophic fallout if rumors leaked that a fake hero literally sold out the princess just to save his own skin. If that story drops, his legendary reputation among the dwarves would be permanently cancelled. Screaming in pure despair, he trashes Darius as an incredibly twisted and sick monster. He panics, knowing his people secretly suspect he is a fraud, meaning they would instantly buy into this tragic rumor. Darius then hits him with the ultimate ultimatum. Either sell out the royal girl right now, or try to walk away using his own pathetic strength. Deep down, Darius totally knows this coward is going to pick betrayal to dodge the agonizing torture. He swears that if Lager plays ball, his safety is 100% locked in, staking this absolute promise on the official Demon King Code of Honor. Lager remembers that this specific code is treated as holy law among the demonic rulers, meaning there is literally zero chance Darius can break that vow. Finally caving in, Lager aggressively forces a super dramatic fake smile and completely agrees to escort Darius straight through the secret underground maze. Glaring at that wildly unnatural smile, Darius brutally comments that looking at his face literally makes him want to throw up. Meanwhile, cutting back to Lager, he is officially labeled missing in action, while heavily armored knights frantically tear the place apart. Right next to the chaos, Princess Louise Weft of the Dwarven Kingdom stands frozen, rocking a seriously bizarre outfit. She breaks down crying, completely clueless about where her master smith vanished to, right in the middle of— A knight stammered out that they figured he got snatched. Louise immediately snapped at him to shut his mouth, barking that Lager was a literal hero, and it made zero sense for a hero to get bagged. The knight nervously pointed out that, sure, Lager had the title, but the dude was actually a blacksmith, which totally explained his trash combat stats. Louise wasn't having it, roaring at the squad to track down the kidnapper and drag them back to her right this second. The knight scrambled to obey. Her voice then dropped to a lethal whisper, warning them that if they messed this up, she would personally rip their heads clean off. Terrified, the knight frantically nodded. Cut to the underground maze. Lager waddled through a claustrophobic dirt tunnel, leading the way while Darius trailed right behind him. Darius was stuck staring directly at Lager's massive backside the whole time, and his patience was wearing dangerously thin. He snapped, complaining about how much longer he had to endure this awful view. Shaking like a leaf, Lager whined that the cramped space left him no choice, begging him to just hold on, and promising they were super close. Darius growled at him to pick up the pace, regardless of his chunky build. Finally, Lager tumbled out of the tunnel, bringing Darius straight to a towering castle. The dwarf threw his hands up, declaring he was officially done. He had spilled the beans on the secret route, so Darius was flying solo now. His voice cracked violently as he tried to back away. Darius shot him a deadpan glare, calling out the absolute clownery of that statement. Sweating bullets, Lager frantically brought up the oath sworn on the Demon King's honor, squeaking that his safety was basically guaranteed. Darius just smirked. He completely trashed the vow, flat out saying he literally could not care less. Lager burst into pathetic tears, wailing about what kind of twisted Demon King he was dealing with. Darius just tilted his head, casually wondering how he should dispose of him. Sobbing uncontrollably, Lager kicked himself for not throwing the princess under the bus sooner. Dropping to his knees, he desperately pitched himself, flexing that his blacksmithing skills were completely unmatched. He swore he could craft absolutely any weapon Darius wanted. Darius chuckled at the wild irony of a literal hero begging to serve a villain. Lager frantically backpedaled, swearing it wasn't weird at all, and throwing his entire life at Darius's feet, even offering to be his personal rat. Darius finally relented, saying that if Lager pledged total loyalty, he'd let him live. Lager aggressively kissed up to him, praising his greatness, but deep down, the dwarf was laughing, fully planning to backstab this gullible fool. Smash cut to the 4th floor of Burgess Tower. Darius dragged Lager inside, and the dwarf instantly froze up like a deer in headlights. Gordon practically jumped out of his skin, screaming that the boss had dragged home a dwarf. Wait, no, a freaking hero dwarf. Darius quickly told him to zip it. Right then, a transmission from Granada beeped in with an urgent update, but the guy completely lost his mind the second he spotted the dwarf on screen. Annoyed, Darius told him to hold that thought for later. The captive princess squinted Lager, asking if he was there for a rescue mission, before hitting him with a deadpan. Yeah, definitely not. Panicking hard, Lager spun toward Darius, demanding to know why he was trapped here when he was literally promised freedom. Darius just stared back with icy calm, stating he never promised anything like that. Lager practically screamed that he was guaranteed mercy. With a chilling smile, Darius confirmed he did grant him mercy. After all, the dwarf was still breathing. The camera pans back to the base, where the heroes were aggressively gearing up for their next big raid. A glowing hologram flickered online as Granada finally locked in to drop his intel, looking completely unfazed, revealing that wild rumors were spreading like wildfire. Word on the street was that the new Demon King was packing terrifying black flames, which had every single hero panic-buying fireproof armor to survive the upcoming bloodbath. Granada kept spilling the tea, bringing up an even crazier theory floating around. The heroes were convinced the boss wasn't deploying his monsters because he was straight up terrified. They didn't see his radio silence as a big brain move, but as a massive red flag of weakness. To them, holding back meant he was choking under pressure. Diaz absorbed every word with a stone-cold poker face. His eyes were totally dead, his posture perfectly frozen. When he finally broke the silence, his judgment dripped with absolute 0-degree contempt. In his eyes, those heroes were still just bloodthirsty hounds looking for a kill. Diaz dropped his ultimate command, barking at Granada to keep a hawk's eye on them and report back the second anything shifted. The hologram snapped off, leaving Diaz completely alone in the dark. He chewed on the Demon King's insane strategy of intentionally holding back the monster hordes. He was slowly, methodically driving the heroes totally insane, twisting their expectations until they cracked. But the part that actually gave him the creeps was realizing this boss had a horrifyingly deep read on how the human mind works. Gaius couldn't help but wonder if a mastermind this smart had ever even existed. The sheer thought sent a brutal shiver down his spine, but a massive wave of relief washed over him right after. Thank God this Demon King wasn't on the enemy team. Smash cut to Diaz's fortress, a place dripping with pure dread. There, he barked an impossible order at the captive dwarf blacksmith, Lager Friedrich. The mission? Rig the entire first floor with heavy fire cannons. But there was one brutal catch. 0 mana stones allowed, period. That absolute ban threw Lager straight into a full-blown panic attack. Building high-tier firepower without magical batteries? That was practically suicide. Even if he somehow pulled it off, those weapons wouldn't even leave a scratch on top-tier heroes. Diaz wasn't having it. He instantly shut down the dwarf's whining, coldly stating that figuring out the impossible was his problem alone. His logic was actually terrifyingly sharp. The universe straight up played favorites with these heroes, blessing them with insane energy radars. Slap a mana stone on a trap, and those guys would sniff it out a mile away before it even triggered. That was exactly why magic batteries were completely off the table. But the second Lager opened his mouth to argue again, the vibe turned icy black. A swirling orb of dark magic casually sparked in Diaz's palm, a lethal reminder of exactly why the dwarf had been dragged into this nightmare. Lager flexed the title of the world's absolute best blacksmith, but if he choked, Diaz could easily find a knockoff. Terrified out of his mind, Lager frantically spilled a massive secret. He babbled about a wild prototype he'd once built that could literally wipe away all traces of mana. It took 3 whole years of brutal grinding, and the finished beta version was currently collecting dust back at his old lab in the dwarven capital, Wolfner. Diaz's eyes narrowed into daggers, pressing the dwarf to swear on his life that this wasn't just some desperate lie to buy time. Shaking and literally crying, Lager promised it was pure facts. Diaz let the silence hang for a heartbeat before finally taking the bait. But obviously, he wasn't about to play nice. Snap. A cursed purple collar etched with glowing runes clamped around Lager's throat. Diaz dropped the rulebook with chilling nonchalance. One flick of his wrist, and that collar would slice the dwarf's head clean off. Plus, it acted like a glitch filter, completely blurring Lager's identity to outsiders. Try to yank it off? Boom. Instant death penalty for trying to bolt, with the horrifying reality hitting him like a truck. Lager just crumbled to the floor, pledging ultimate loyalty. Once the ground rules were hammered in, the duo rolled out. They went on a massive side quest across multiple territories, hunting down insane tier materials and highly specific gear. This crazy loot run dragged on for almost 4 entire weeks, while Diaz sucked every single item into his spatial inventory, keeping the goods completely pristine. Their endgame? Wolfner, the underground dwarven hub. But the second they touched down, the place was already a total war zone. A colossal boulder suddenly nuked the ground right next to a squad of dwarves, blasting shrapnel absolutely everywhere. Stepping out of the dust cloud was Princess Louise Weft, and she was radiating pure, unadulterated. It had been over a month and a half, and Lager was still completely missing in action. A trembling old dwarf stuttered out excuses, claiming the fugitive had carved out an insane labyrinth of secret tunnels over the years. He insisted that, even with a massive manhunt, the guy had probably ghosted them for good. Louise wasn't buying that garbage for a single second. She deadass figured he had been snatched. Going completely feral, she grabbed the elder by the collar and dropped an ultimatum of 14 days. Find him, or the entire squad gets wiped out. She screamed for her troops to instantly cave in every single escape route Lager ever touched, sending the terrified dwarves scrambling. But just as the guards bolted, a shadow shifted along the wall right behind the furious princess. Without a sound, a hidden back door clicked open. Her crazy high senses picked up the vibe shift instantly, and she whipped around. The magic filter totally scrambled Lager's face, but that secret entrance, totally iconic. Nobody but the master blacksmith knew that spot existed. Paralyzed by pure panic, Lager completely blew his own cover. Louise went absolutely ballistic. A blinding gold aura exploded off her body as she shrieked that he ditched just to dodge crafting her legendary weapon. The sight of him just dumped gasoline on her anger. Flexing total royal power, she claimed him as her literal property, sentencing him to an eternity of brutal slave labor. She pulled back for a devastating blow. A shockwave of massive dark energy nuked the space between them. The blast launched Louise flying. She slammed into the concrete, but perfectly stuck the landing without breaking a sweat. As the thick smoke cleared the room, Diaz strolled out of the shadows like a total boss, casually telling his dwarf to go grab the prototype immediately. Pissed and completely clueless about who this guy was, Louise screamed at him to drop a name. Diaz just smirked, introducing himself simply as the true master of the blacksmith she dared to lay hands on. Blinded by rage, Louise rocketed into the air. Bam! Their fists smashed together at speed, ripping raw shockwaves straight through the underground bunker. This wasn't a human fight anymore. It was a straight-up boss battle between two absolute monsters. Louise caught one of Diaz's lethal punches mid-air with raw, brute force and cranked back for a bone-crushing hit launched him straight through the ceiling. She spun around to face Lager, but Diaz practically teleported behind her and slammed her hard into the concrete. The fight went from 0 to 100 in a flash. Diaz instantly knew exactly who he was dealing with. It was Louise, Princess Weft's second daughter. She was an absolute monster in combat, and the crazy part? She hadn't even reached her final form yet. Letting her level up any further? That was a straight-up death sentence. Taking her out right here, right now, was the only logical play. But pulling that off meant unleashing every single drop of his demonic aura. While the battlefield literally tore itself apart, Lager was sweating bullets, desperately hacking apart a colossal mana phantom rig. A heavy-duty machine built specifically to scrub and hide all magic signatures. Diaz kept breathing down his neck, barking that if he didn't finish the job in exactly 60 seconds, they were both dead meat. Meanwhile, Louise's energy levels absolutely skyrocketed. Diaz quickly ran the numbers, trying to figure out how long he could hold back his true identity. Finally, Lager screamed that the rig was offline. Catching his window, Diaz launched a brutal, rib-shattering kick straight into Louise's chest, cratering her into the dirt with a deafening blast. Without missing a beat, he ripped open a subspace portal and ordered Lager to jump. As the thick dust cleared, Louise dragged herself up, brushing off the hit like it was nothing, until she noticed Diaz, Lager, and the entire giant machine were completely gone. Her backup squad flooded the area seconds later. She ruthlessly roasted them for dragging their feet, before barking out orders to hunt the targets down immediately. But then, she froze. Every single escape route was totally caved in. Clenching her jaw in absolute rage, the dark truth finally hit her. Lager never planned on coming back. Meanwhile, deep inside the first floor of Burgess Tower, the Demon King himself, Diaz, loomed over a humongous magical core. Right behind him, Princess Ernin of the Hilderin Kingdom watched, completely mind-blown. Standing close by, Lager, now totally playing the role of the ultimate loyal sidekick, hyper-focusing, as he inspected the heavy-duty metal chassis. Diaz gave a short nod, giving the green light to boot it up. Pure, pitch-black demonic aura erupted from his body, as the massive machine screamed to life. A glowing, holographic system window popped up mid-air, blinking with a prompt to sync up. Diaz smashed the accept button without a second thought. Bam! The loading bar maxed out instantly. A final notification pinged, confirming the Mana Phantom now bowed down to Dadius as its ultimate master. The entire battery core flipped over, ditching normal mana for 100% unfiltered demonic fuel. Dadius slowly shifted his piercing gaze over to Lager. The dwarf was basically vibrating out of his skin with hype, frantically swearing up and down that he hadn't touched a single wire during the sync. But still, his jaw was on the floor, merging a Mana Phantom directly into the tower's grid. Not to mention completely swapping out its power source. That kind of insane tech flex broke every rule in the book. Lager knew right then and there, this was a god-tier upgrade that even the original creator couldn't have cooked up in their wildest dreams. Princess Ernin edged closer, her eyes practically sparkling as she stared in awe at the newly powered fortress. Dadius threw out a chill suggestion for her to take it for a test drive. Absolutely hyped, she eagerly started charging up an attack. Intricate runic circles locked into place, as a gigantic, glowing orb of rainbow energy warped the air around them. Lager instantly started losing his mind. The mere thought of dropping a magic nuke inside the base he had literally just finished scrubbing was enough to make the dude cry. He was practically begging her to stop, but Dadius completely tuned him out, dead set on watching the spectacle unfold. Honestly, an ultimate move of that scale should have set off magic alarms from miles outside the building. Dadius strolled up to the main gate and scoped out the outside world. But there was absolutely nothing. No blinding flashes. No weird energy spikes, nothing. Not a single drop of that crazy magic leaked through the walls. The results were crystal clear. This upgraded tower, fully synced with the Phantom, acted like an absolute blackout curtain for any magical crossfire inside. Now Dadius was genuinely curious. He pushed his dark aura outward, testing to see if he could actually control the building itself. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the entire massive fortress literally wiped itself from reality. A second later, with a flick of his wrist, it popped right back into existence. The sheer gravity of what he just did hit him like a truck. He could literally cloak or summon a full-blown fortress whenever he felt like it. Sure, getting a perfect grip on this hack was going to take some practice, but Dadius already knew this was an absolute game-changer. A sinister smirk crept across his face, a menacing red glow flashing deep in his eyes. Meanwhile, right outside the core room, Lager officially lost his marbles. Going full fanboy, he practically threw himself at Dadius, begging to rip the machine apart for further research. He was half a second away from asking to tear down the whole tower too, before desperately backpedaling his words. He was screaming that this was the biggest tech drop in recorded history. Honestly, the dude's behavior was bordering on straight-up unhinged. Dadius just gave him this cold, calculated stare, fully aware that Lager was geeking out way too hard. After thinking it over for a second, he gave the green light, but with one catch. If Lager wiped out every single hero stuck down on the first floor, he could play with his new toy all he wanted. Instantly, blood-red aura exploded around Lager as he started violently chanting his attack spell. Dadius dove headfirst into what he now worshipped as his sacred research. Breaking the heavy silence, he turned to Princess Ernin with a chilling pitch, face off against the do-gooder heroes breaching the fourth floor. She froze, completely blindsided, though her quick pushback carried a teasing, light-hearted vibe. Dadius didn't let up, reminding her she was a top-tier spirit now, and going back to playing royalty wasn't exactly on her bingo card. He fully grasped the massive weight of this call. Deep down, she was still a sheltered royal, completely clueless about the world's brutal reality, and pushing her to fight her own people was no small ask. Ernin clammed up, her mind racing with pure doubt as she frantically brainstormed what kind of magical loadout she could even pull off. But before she could lock in a solid plan, Dadius cut her off. Zero blood needed to be spilled here. Her only job? Wreck the hero's momentum and proudly flex her status as their ultimate villain. Pull this off, and he would grant her another wish. Holding his intense stare, she gave a slow nod, locking in the deal with just one catch. Drop the princess title. She wanted to debut strictly as his loyal right hand. No hesitation. Pure, unadulterated hype lit up her entire face, her wild energy threatening to spill over. Still, Dadius kept it strictly business, ordering her to follow his playbook down to the absolute letter. A bit later, Dadius chilled in dead silence, his eyes glued to the glowing system interface hovering in midair. The entire masterclass strategy clicked into place. Floor 1 was a meat grinder. Monarch cannons would absolutely shred the hero's front line. Up on Floor 4, Ernan would play the ultimate bait, luring the lucky survivors straight into a death trap. Yet, the math wasn't mathing. The setup was still way too... With over 200 heavily armed heroes storming in, this trap wouldn't even wipe out 50% of the squad. He had one play left, massively leveling up his own stats. His cold eyes locked onto a blindingly bright artifact resting in his palm. Thick, suffocating demonic aura twisted around the glowing loot. Cut to Princess Ernan, standing dead center in a brutal, endless winter wasteland. Following a string of massive fails, a heavy vibe of doubt hung awkwardly between her and Daddy. Their huge win from earlier started feeling like pure, dumb luck instead of actual skill. Suddenly, a colossal, shadow-drenched behemoth spawned out of thin air. Dadius snapped into action, pitch-black magic swirling aggressively around his raised fist. This random pop-in was seriously ticking him off. But the giant just dropped into a deep bow, introducing himself as Krudu, straight out of the Blue Forest clan. He and his entire squad were begging for the Demon King's ultimate VIP protection. The whole crew slammed their knees into the dirt, spilling the dark truth that their ancestors were actually traitorous demons who ditched the realm. Carrying that massive generational karma, they wanted to wipe the slate clean by serving him. Dadius just gave them a downright icy glare, seeing right through their sob story in a split second. They were starving for a massive power buff. His eyes narrowed, catching how their insane compatibility with pure dark energy totally eclipsed their need for those basic spirit blossoms. With a single, silent nod, a heavy, locked crate popped open. Chilling inside was a sinister, frost-covered lotus. Dadius clocked the legendary item immediately, finally getting why it had ghosted his inventory for so long. He had to hand it to them. Their galaxy brain foresight and slick haggling skills were top tier, a super rare combo for a faction famous for just mindlessly smashing things. After a quick mental debate, Dadius locked in the deal, but only for one. A blazing demonic tattoo seared itself violently into Krudu's chest. Insane, god-tier energy exploded across the tundra as the giant's flesh warped, aggressively leveling him up into a pure-blooded demon. Krudu hit the ground in total, unquestioning submission, pledging his life, soul, and the rest of the clan instantly followed suit, with zero hesitation. Smash cut back to the looming Urge's mountain tower. Raw magic pulsed wildly through the fortress walls. Outside, an absolutely massive orc legion, locked into tight, battle-ready. Down on Floor 1, Logger was posted up beside 60 deadly monarch cannons. Dadius swept his cold gaze over the kill zone for one last check. Every single chess piece was perfectly planted. The stronghold was locked down tight. Up on the 4th, Princess Ernan was primed and ready to unleash hell. The stage was set. His pitch-black eyes turned deadly, locking onto the incoming raid party. Time to make them choke on the disrespect from his past life. Meanwhile, the so-called heroes stared up at the massive, nightmare-inducing peak. Urge's mountain cast a totally menacing shadow, practically daring them to step up as they marched with one hardcore goal: body the Demon King. The squad left their staging ground in the dust, a jaw-dropping, glittering metropolis known as the ultimate spawn point for absolute legends. Deep inside the city's massive main hall, a crazy, over-the-top feast blasted the room with blinding lights and booming. This huge flex of a party was hyping up the vanguard right before their final boss raid. Music echoed off ridiculously high ceilings while crystal glasses smashed together in toasts. Brawlers, stuck-up nobles, armored knights, spellslingers, mercs, and shady traders all merged into one massive, hyped-up mob. Electric anticipation. Standing out in the crowd, a fresh-faced prodigy rocking totally tricked-out, shining armor chilled next to the veteran lord. Castellan. The old lord gave him a massive nod of respect, totally blown away that a kid with such god-tier stats kept himself incredibly humble and down to earth. The young ace just smiled, throwing major thanks for the host's insane VIP treatment and the epic spread. Throwing a massive feast in their honor, Lord Castellan flexed how proud he was to witness a squad destined to make absolute history. Taking a quick beat, he practically pushed the hero, Lord Hillen, to step up and hype up the massive crowd. Hillen dragged his feet, clearly cringing at being the center of attention. But the Lord wasn't letting him off the hook, insisting a pep talk was exactly the vibe check the troops needed before rolling out. Realizing he couldn't just dip out, Hillen swallowed his pride and caved. Grabbing the mic, Castellan hyped the whole room up, announcing that Hillen was about to drop some serious heat, dripping with absolute confidence. Hillen talked up their righteous crusade, totally bragging that the Demon King was shivering in his boots so hard that zero monsters even dared to block their lane. The whole dining hall cracked up, their egos inflating off the charts. But Hillen quickly reeled them back in, warning everyone to stay locked in and keep their guard up. He promised them that every single backup plan was locked and loaded. His eyes turned ice cold as he declared that tomorrow would officially pack up. that clueless demon king. Hoisting his drink into the air, absolute main character energy flaring in his eyes. He brought up the kidnapped crown princess Ernan of Hilderin, screaming that it was time to remind the world who actually ran things. The pep talk wrapped with an absolute boss-level mic drop, and the entire room lost their minds, cheering like crazy. While everyone was partying, Granada the elf was chilling in the cut, taking mental notes. Ice cold and calculating, he realized the squad size hadn't changed. Exactly what the Demon King called beforehand. Replaying that speech in his head, the elf had to admit Hillen's insane charisma was the real engine keeping this whole suicide mission alive. The dude basically sweet-talked the guilds into dropping huge bags of cash, keeping even the shadiest sellswords completely loyal. Still, bad vibes were crawling under Granada's skin. His brain drifted back to the last dungeon he scouted, which was straight up ghosted. That creepy memory had him seriously doubting if this final boss fight was actually going to be a walk in the park like everyone thought. Out of nowhere, a super toxic thought crept into his head. What if he just stabbed the heroes in the back right now? Immediate panic totally paralyzed him. He mentally slapped himself for even letting that slide into his brain. Wiping out the Demon King was his only ticket to breaking his curse. A massive win he desperately needed. Brushing off the bad vibes, Granada decided he needed a serious mental reset. He dipped outside to catch a breather and file his intel. Later that night, bathed in the creepy glow of a full moon, the elf was posted up solo on a high balcony. Clutching a slightly glowing gadget, he started whispering into it. The voice on the flip side chillingly confirmed they had pulled up to Holton Walk, and the real raid was kicking off tomorrow. This time, the voice totally belonged to the Demon King himself. Dripping with straight-up menace, he handed down his final warnings. He ordered Granada to watch his back around the snow during the hike, stay paranoid after dark, and dropped one insanely cryptic rule. Once that tower door popped open, he needed to be miles away from it. Then, the comms just went dead. Granada was left completely stun-locked, racking his brain trying to decode that sketchy warning. His brain was doing backflips. Suddenly, someone snuck up right behind him. Jumping out of his skin, the elf spun around and saw Hillen just chilling there. Clocking Granada's nervous energy instantly, the hero slid him a glass of elven fruit wine, famous for instantly mellowing you out. Granada took the cup, and as the booze hit, his racing heartbeat finally slammed the brakes. Hillen smoothly pointed out the elf's stressed vibes, and straight up asked if he actually believed they could clap the Demon King. He sounded super casual, almost joking around. But that question hit like a ton of bricks. Granada froze for a sec, trying to find the right words. While he stalled, Hillen just stared blankly into his drink, his reflection shaking in the liquid. That arrogant, hyped-up smirk from earlier completely melted away, leaving raw honesty. He confessed he had no clue if they'd win. Granada was completely floored by the real talk. Hillen kept spilling, saying that even though the whole squad treated him like a god, raiding a Demon King's turf was straight-up hell every single time. Not once had it ever been an easy dub. Trying to hype his boy back up, Granada brought up how Hillen had already totally wrecked the Demon King of Lust, hinting that this newly spawned boss would just be a repeat. Snapping back into his signature hero persona, Hillen passed the credit to his absolute unit of a squad, the guys who tanked the front lines and took the monster aggro directly. Pivoting to the elf, he slapped a heavy hand on Granada's shoulder, practically locking in his absolute trust in him. Vibes fully restored, Hillen swore he was going to carry this whole raid, and ordered Granada to cover his blind spot. Granada shot him a firm nod. Smirking, Hillen slung a casual arm over his shoulder, steering him straight back toward the grand dining hall. The duo strolled shoulder to shoulder, with Hillen confidently taking point for his elven comrade. His face was a total stone wall, completely masking the toxic reality of their so-called partnership. Left alone in the dead of night, Hillen let the whole conversation replay in his head. A twisted, cynical smirk crept onto his lips as he stared at the blood-red jewel on his ring. In a flash, that flawless hero persona shattered. What spilled out was something seriously sinister. His real, unfiltered intentions bled through as he secretly dumped all his expectations onto Granada, yet again. Fast forward to morning, and the base camp was absolutely buzzing with chaotic energy. When this colossal army finally rolled out, absolute mobs of citizens swarmed the streets. The hype was unreal. Deafening cheers and wild praise ripped through the air, while our heroes marched straight ahead. Fanatic chants screaming Lord Granada and Lord Wharton's names bounced off the city walls. Leading this massive parade, Granada stepped with icy precision, his eyes locked dead on the horizon. Right beside him, Hillen, strutting with insane pride, totally eating up every second of the crowd's obsession. But soon enough, the towering city walls vanished in their rear view, and all that hype faded into pure. They officially stepped into the brutal Urgist Mountain Canyon. We are talking endless, frost-choked cliffs, and winds that legit slash through their armor. The massive squad snaked through this absolute wasteland, with the freezing cold clinging to them like a ghost. Slowly, the tension cracked. Guys started chatting casually, and all that pre-mission anxiety just melted away. A few soldiers even bragged about how chill the weather was, pointing out the crystal-clear sky and 0 blizzard warnings. Egos inflated fast. People actually started claiming that storming the tower would be an absolute cakewalk at this speed. Laughter echoed out, totally mocking the rumors of those supposed disaster-class monsters. They flexed that any beast out there was probably too terrified to even show its face. Knowing damn well Hillen was running the show. But that cocky energy? It completely flatlined, and one dude felt a random, heavy tap on his shoulder. When he swiped his hand to check, his fingers were dripping with this grotesque, sticky purple ooze. Pure confusion slammed into raw terror the second he spun around. Looming right over him was a freakishly huge ghoul. Absolute chaos triggered instantly as blood-curdling screams shredded the quiet canyon. Hordes of these undead freaks flooded down from every single angle, but Hillen, he sliced right through the panic, hoisting his blade high. Not a single ounce of fear in his eyes. He started barking out rapid-fire commands, throwing the entire army into full combat mode. That cramped gorge instantly morphed into a bloodbath, as mages surged straight to the front lines. Heavy steel violently hacked into rotting flesh, while explosive magic illuminated the frozen dirt. But suddenly, a brand new, terrifying warning screamed through the ranks. A titanic, skeletal frost giant literally tore its way out of the canyon wall. Its monstrous frame was constructed purely out of jagged ice. Pure shock paralyzed the entire squad. Hillen did not hesitate. He instantly screamed for a full, boldly swearing he would tank this behemoth all by himself. While the terrified soldiers scrambled to escape the gorge, Hillen blitzed straight ahead. Blinding blue energy violently smashed into the frost giant. But this monstrosity did not even flinch. 0 hesitation from Hillen, though. He just kept pushing the brutal. The giant's blood-red eyes flared up right before it slammed its colossal fist down. Hillen perfectly countered with a lethal, upward sword swipe, completely obliterating the icy arm and launching massive shockwaves down the canyon. Without missing a beat, he annihilated the freak's other arm and brutally carved right through its gargantuan body, totally suffocating it with god-tier strength. Locking onto the ultimate opening, Hillen unleashed an absolute storm of apocalyptic strikes, violently signaling the rest of the crew to bail. And trust me, the guys did not stick around. They sprinted past him like lightning, while massive explosions kept detonating in the background. Hillen stubbornly locked down the frost giant until the absolute last second, leaving the beast totally enraged and starved of its kills. The monster let out one final, psychotic roar before caving in on itself and literally self-destructing in a colossal blast of ice that shook the entire canyon. The exhausted survivors practically tripped their way into a nearby winter forest, dropping straight into the snow, totally paralyzed by shock and fatigue. The vibe instantly flatlined as they mentally replayed the absolute nightmare they just survived. But insanely enough, the death toll was incredibly low. Everyone was hyping up Hillen, crediting their lives entirely to his broken, crazy theories started catching fire. Whispers spread that Hillen had somehow consumed the actual power of the Demon King of Lust, basically putting him on the exact same tier as a literal Demon King. That unshakable faith in Hillen suddenly brought their cocky energy right back from the dead. Granada just stood there, quietly, soaking it all in, seriously questioning if Hillen actually possessed the firepower to execute. But that little spark of hope? Yeah, it got snuffed out fast, because standing dead ahead, a savage tribe of massive, blue-skinned orcs, commanded by an absolute unit of a chieftain, rocking jagged, curved horns. 0 chance to even catch a breath. Granada instantly clocked exactly what these freaks were. Vile creatures pumping with pure demonic energy, the literal lapdogs of the Demon King himself. But the very second the chieftain took a single step forward, the solid earth beneath the hero's feet literally started quaking. A savage, bone-rattling rumble ripped through the peaks. Instantly, Deus's chilling warning flashed right back into Granada's head. Pure dread washed over his face as the terrifying truth clicked. The snow underfoot started to violently give way. Massive fractures splintered the mountainside. The ice shrieked, buckling under its sheer mass, before the deafening roar of an avalanche swallowed the air. Granada froze in absolute terror as the disaster hit. A colossal wall of white death ripped down the jagged peaks, wiping out the entire expedition in a split second. Tons of crushing ice instantly devoured warriors, mages, and heroes without mercy, sucking them down into a freezing abyss. The avalanche brutally snuffed out Granada's final, desperate scream under thousands of pounds of snow. Miles away, locked inside his massive, towering fortress, Demon King Deus sat totally unfazed on his throne. Glowing holographic screens broadcasted the absolute bloodbath. One by one, the hero's life signals flickered out of existence. A wicked, twisted grin crept across his face as he watched them get wiped out. He leaned back, his eyes flashing with ice-cold satisfaction. His master plan had popped off flawlessly. This time, nobody was making it out alive. Glued to his dark throne, Deus didn't even flinch. His posture was dead relaxed, and his face gave away absolutely zero emotion. When he finally dropped a word, his voice was entirely hollow, dripping with nothing but cold, hard facts. This whole trap had been ticking away way before the heroes even knew they were played. The freezing temperatures aggressively spiked, until the air itself felt like it was choking them. And casualty numbers didn't even matter anymore. The raging blizzard totally wiped out any shred of survival, completely devouring everything trapped inside its frozen hellscape. Cutting right through the howling winds, Deus's voice boomed outward, barking out icy commands over the roaring storm. He ordered the surviving heroes to set up a makeshift base camp and hunt down anyone scattered by the massive avalanche. The unforgiving snowdrifts and brutal, icy gusts bogged down their every step. Even dragging a foot forward felt like an impossible, stamina-draining grind. While total chaos raged on, the Demon King just kept narrating the nightmare with chilling indifference. Phase 2 of his brutal commands was already rolling out. Once pitch-black night swallowed the mountain, the absolute nightmare dialed up to an entirely new level. Creeping out from the pitch-black woods, ghoul-class freaks crawled into view, their pale, mangled bodies camouflaging flawlessly into the dead snow. Titanic forest beasts rolled out right behind them. Every massive stomp they took literally sent shockwaves through the frozen dirt beneath the hero's feet. One hero locked up in pure terror as it hit him. Realizing the monstrous orcs were storming their way again, the squad instantly whipped out their weapons and slammed into a tight defensive ring, bracing for another brutal clash. Way off in the distance, Granada aggressively ground his teeth, his face twisting in raw, unhinged frustration. Cursing the Demon King's insane, chaotic tactics in his head, he watched the bloodbath spiral way out of control. This was no longer just a calculated war, it was a total meat grinder. At last, the Demon King himself made his move. A sinister, dead-eyed smirk carved across his face as he confidently strolled forward. Avalanches crushing them by day, nightmarish freaks hunting them by night. The loop was absolutely brutal and completely never-ending. Way before the heroes even fully grasped the sick reality of this trap, sheer exhaustion was already frying their brains and breaking their bodies down. Wiping out wasn't just a maybe anymore. It was a hardcore guarantee. 3 grueling days dragged by in an absolute, suffocating fever dream. A constant tug-of-war teetering on a razor-thin edge between breathing and dying. By the time the squad finally dragged themselves to the absolute peak of the Urge's mountains, the damage was aggressively obvious. Their reflexes were practically operating and their lungs violently gasped for air, and their stamina gauges were completely flatlined. Later that night, total panic quietly rippled through the camp when someone realized the Demon King's towering stronghold was literally missing. That dark realization blasted through the squad like a mental flashbang, leaving them completely paralyzed in pure shock. Deus barked out, raw disbelief violently bleeding through his voice, as he swore up and down that the giant tower was supposed to be right here at the peak. Before the crew could even flinch, a higher-up commander aggressively stepped in and shut him down. Squaring his shoulders with a heavy, dead-serious tone, the commander flat-out labeled the entire raid a massive fail, bluntly stating that pushing forward would just be tossing away lives for literally zero reason. From this second on, staying alive totally overrode snagging the win. Deus completely locked up. He rigidly turned his head, pure, unadulterated shock plastered all over his. The commander's final word was a brick wall, laced with a tiny bit of pity, but refusing to budge an inch. Violently grinding his teeth, Deus swallowed his rage and stayed completely mute. Fast forward 6 agonizing days after they finally stumbled onto the Demon King's tower. The exact second that massive structure popped into view, pure, unfiltered rage exploded. The second those heavy iron gates were smashed open, a massive wave of hype and confidence injected straight back into the squad. One cocky knight cracked a massive joke, trashing the first floor as nothing but a pathetic mob spawner, hyping up the whole team to just bum rush the place blind. And right then, the Demon King's voice dropped. His icy, deadpan voice blasted through the entire tower, violently bouncing off the walls from literally every single. A bone-chilling smirk ripped across his face as his overwhelming aura instantly began choking the air out of the room. The second those tower doors opened, anyone foolish enough to step inside was violently thrown straight into absolute hell. Massive magical cannons materialized out of thin air, locking right into position and totally boxing the heroes in. Jagged lightning ripped violently through the sky. With a completely deafening roar, Deus just stared, totally paralyzed, as the insane scale of this threat sank in. Any leftover confidence he had? Vaporized, instantly. Up in the control room, the Demon King just watched with chilling calm. This absolute bloodbath was literally just the opening strike. Down in the crater, Deus fought just to steady his feet. Fingers white-knuckling his hilt, he forced his battered body up, violently gasping for air. Pure rage and hardcore confusion spiraled in his gut. Absolutely nothing about this ambush made sense. No logic, zero strategy. Nothing matched the hardcore battle experience he possessed. But then, cutting through the toxic smoke, Granada stepped out. Visibly shaken to the core, sure, but miraculously unhurt, panting that he had barely dodged the literal artillery blast. A massive wave of relief washed over Deus's face. Without skipping a beat, he called to push straight to the next floor. Granada froze, eyeing him intensely since they were totally solo now. The lethal vibe was undeniable. But Deus clapped back, shutting him down firmly, flexing his past win against the Demon King of Lust and the insane power buff he grabbed from that bloodbath. Compared to that nightmare, this boss fight was actually doable. As long as they stuck together, a win was totally in reach. After a heavy silence, Granada finally nodded, and the two pushed forward, shoulder to shoulder. But floor 2? A complete ghost town. Floor 3 was exactly the same. A dark, furious scowl slowly crawled across Deus's features. The dead silence felt violently unnatural. A mega tower like this should have been absolutely packed with mobs. Yet there was literally zero movement. No aggro, no breathing, not even a trace of leftover mana. As Hillen snapped, venting his massive frustration out loud, Granada stayed dead silent, sensing some sick mastermind pulling the strings behind the emptiness. If both levels were wiped completely clean, then the map itself was being actively rearranged by a god-tier hand. His brain instantly jumped to Princess Ernin, but even so, Deus absolutely refused to drop his guard. He barked out a warning to stay frosty, stepping forward with hyper-calculated movements, totally prepped for sick hidden traps. Hitting the 4th floor, both dudes froze in pure shock. Instead of a war zone, a wildly vibrant, ultra-lush forest rolled out in front of them, looking way more like a Zen garden than a brutal battlefield. Granada let out a shaky breath, confirming the insane reality, calling it out as a high-tier curse. A massive spatial warp spun from elite-level magic. Paranoia started eating at Hillen's brain. Were they even inside the Demon King's twisted tower anymore? Before he could even process it, a shadow stood dead ahead. His lungs literally stopped working. A young girl stood there, dripping in gothic demon gear, practically bleeding dark mana. Her vibe was delicate, almost totally fragile, yet insanely terrifying. She smirked, dropping the bomb that she was the Dark Spirit Master, one of the 4 heavenly kings guarding the Demon King himself. Her energy was super casual, playing around like this whole life or death encounter was just a cute game to her. Hillen had dragged himself through hell, and now she was standing right there, squaring up as the final boss. A suffocating silence choked the forest. Then the brutal truth sliced through him like a blade. Hillen's eyes snapped wide, while absolute despair wrecked Granada's face. The girl straight up trashed the princess title, hard claiming her spot as the Dark Spirit Master. Without breaking a single sweat, she flexed pure, chaotic dark magic. Hillen's jaw hit the floor. He instantly recognized the spell, an absolute god-tier spirit art that literally only Princess Ernin could cast flawlessly. The entire puzzle violently clicked into place. The midnight jumpings, this phantom tower, the mana artillery, the wiped-out floors, none of it was random chaos. It was a 200 IQ master plan, and Princess Ernin was the one calling the shots. Pure shock soured into hardcore bitterness as Deus choked out a totally broken laugh. Every ounce of warmth died in his eyes as reality hit. The girl he went through literal hell to save? She had been shielding the Demon King from day one. Absolute rage went nuclear in his chest. But before he could even swing, reality itself violently quaked. Sickly purple energy exploded across the Zen garden, completely vaporizing the ground beneath them. The Demon King dropped in, his aura literally warping the atmosphere with suffocating dark power. His ice-cold eyes locked straight onto Deus. The endgame boss had finally stepped into the arena. A massive wave of pure spite ignited inside Hillen. Seeing how deeply he had been played, he knew raw power just wasn't going to cut it anymore. He needed a massive buff. Whipping around, he straight up demanded Granada's strength. The entire ground shook as the Demon King's lethal gaze shifted. Hillen stepped right up, fiercely demanding a hard carry power merge. Granada froze, total disbelief written all over his face. He stammered, completely mind-blown by how a fusion like that could even exist. But before he could even get an answer, his entire body just locked up. His life force started literally draining from his veins. Pure panic kicked in as the sickening feeling cranked up, his energy fading out with every single heartbeat. Hillen's face shifted into this dead, ice-cold stare. He smoothly told Granada to just chill, promising everything would be fine as long as he stayed right by his side. Granada crumpled to the floor. The Demon King clocked exactly what was happening in a split second. The twisted truth dropped the second Hillen flashed his artifact. It was a totally forbidden relic called the Elf Eater, rigged to suck an elf's endless life force and turn it straight into raw mana. Once that thing turned on, making it out alive was a big fat zero. Hillen literally stepped on Granada's face, casually brushing off the brutal move as just some necessary sacrifice for the greater good. The Demon King just watched the whole circus in dead silence, and then smirked. The whole stunt was super trashy, totally pathetic, and classic human behavior. He casually pointed out that snatching off that ring would instantly wipe out all that fake, borrowed power. Hillen busted into unhinged laughter, totally flexing that even the Demon King of Lust couldn't manage to swipe his precious ring. The Demon King just dropped one single name, Gordon. In the very next second, Deus's face contorted in pure shock as blinding pain ripped through his body, sending blood blasting into the air. He hadn't sensed a single thing. No presence, no mana spike, absolutely zero warning. His hand went completely dead, strength wiping out in a flash. Standing right behind him was Gordon, the Demon King's ride-or-die servant. His blade was already lowered, treating the whole strike like it was nothing more than a trivial little inconvenience. Before Deus could even bounce back, Gordon swung again, sending him violently ragdolling across the dirt. He just lay there, staring up at the sky in absolute disbelief. Right then and there, Deus finally realized exactly what he was up against. Gordon was a straight-up high-ranking demon. Even with the artifact's insane power pumping through his veins, Deus was getting absolutely clapped. Then, an insane pressure dropped. The Demon King materialized right behind him, gripping his shoulder with zero effort. Crimson light flared in his eyes as a dark, amused chuckle slipped out. Running away? Yeah, totally impossible now. Deus desperately tried to move, but his body straight up refused to listen. That's when the brutal reality finally hit him. Space itself had turned into a literal cage. Looming right in front of him was this massive, wolf-shaped aura. An ancient ruler whose sheer dominance used to own the entire continent. The horrific realization finally clicked in Deus's eyes. There was literally nowhere left to run. Pitch-black energy started swirling around the Demon King, whipping up violently as the ground literally cracked under its heavy pressure. His voice was terrifyingly chill when he announced that it was finally time to show what a real Demon King actually looked like. The ground started violently shaking. Deus's eyes went wide with pure terror as this suffocating energy flooded the battlefield, basically whispering absolute destruction into every single corner of the world. After Deus dropped an absolute nuke of a strike, Hillen was left totally sprawled out in the dirt, hanging on to life by a literal thread. But even after wiping the floor with him, Deus had to admit that Hillen's raw power was actually insane, since surviving a hit like that was no joke. Deus then coldly barked an order at Gordon to tie Hillen up and toss him straight into the dungeon. He also ordered that all the other humans who were knocked out cold outside the gates get locked up too. Gordon took the orders without blinking and instantly moved out to get it done. Granada, on the flip side, was looking super rough. The dude's body was basically reduced to a walking white skeleton, and he groaned in agony, swearing he was literally seeing the pearly gates. Deus gave him some props for the hard work, threw in a sarcastic reward, and then popped Spirit Blossom on him. In a flash, Granada was 100% fully healed. He just stood there, frozen, completely mind-blown by the instant revive. Deus then casually dropped Spirit Blossom on the princess too. Watching the whole thing go down, Granada low-key wondered if Deus had healed him then. Exact same way. Right after that, the dwarf started screaming out of pure hype. Deus gave a nod to his grind, and greenlit his request to completely tear down the tower. The dwarf absolutely lost his mind with joy, cheering at the top of his lungs and spamming endless thank yous at the Demon King. With the dust finally settled, Deus told the crew to get back on their grind and start fixing up and running the floors they were put in charge of. After dropping his final commands, he dipped from the scene. As things finally chilled out, Granada took a second to process the absolute madness he just watched. Even after throwing down in such a crazy, hardcore boss fight, the Demon King didn't have a single scratch on him, a flex that only made his terrifying rep even more legendary. The princess, though, she was completely zoned out, lost in her own thoughts. When Granada checked in on her vibe, she totally brushed it off, playing it cool like it was absolutely nothing. But she couldn't help whispering that the Demon King looked completely drained. The camera cuts to Deus, totally isolated. Hidden from everyone, he collapsed face first on the floor. He gritted his teeth, finally admitting just how insanely close that fight actually was. He snapped back to reality. A Demon King can never look weak. Deep down, he cursed Hillen, realizing that dude was an absolute menace. Deus replayed the fight in his head. Going up against one of the 10 stars, the continent's top 10 most overpowered heroes, was no joke. And the craziest part? Even though Hillen was in that elite squad, he was actually considered one of their weakest links. Deus confessed to himself that he had barely spent any demonic energy to buff his own stats this time around, mostly because he was completely broke on resources. He knew straight up, if Hillen had walked into that fight at full HP, winning would have been literally impossible. Instead, his big brain strategy chipped away at Hillen's stamina, trash-talking him until the hero totally panicked. Thanks to that tunnel vision, Hillen left a massive blind spot, and boom, that one fatal slip-up let Deus land a devastating, full-power ultimate strike. For now, Deus took the W. Sure, it wasn't the most glamorous, god-tier Demon King flex, but a win is a win. Then it hit him. He just pulled off the impossible. He literally glitched the Matrix and rewrote his own tragic fate. That thought fueled his inner fire. If he could change the timeline, he could finally hunt down and destroy the very heroes who had completely ruined him in his past life. As the heavy battlefield atmosphere finally dissolved, the camera slams into the Holton Walk press conference hall. It was pure chaos, with absolute pandemonium breaking out in the crowd. Reporters aggressively roasted the officials, calling cap on the excuse that the heroes just rage quit because they couldn't locate the tower. Furious investors threw epic tantrums, screaming for answers and demanding to know whose head was going to roll for this massive flop. Cutting through the noise, one dude desperately defended the mission. He swore they weren't cooked yet, hyping up a shred of hope, flexing that Sir Hillen Cargill and his elite squad would never just tap out. He claimed they were currently tracking down the Demon King's stronghold and just needed a few more days to cook. But the king absolutely lost his mind, screaming and flaming Hillen for his massive ego and total fumble. He ranted about how Hillen talked a huge game, but dropped the ball hard. The king made it crystal clear, if that so-called hero didn't bring his princess back, he was getting a one-way ticket to the guillotine. The princess, absolutely seething, tried to defend the hero's insanely tough raid. But the king brutally shut her down. Zero excuses allowed. He instantly ordered his guards to track down Lodger, no questions asked. Meanwhile, the rumor mill worked overtime. Whispers echoed that Sir Hillen had been wiped off the map entirely. Others swore on their lives. He was already 6 feet under. Thanks to the gossip, the terrifying hype of the new Demon King went completely viral across the entire continent. Every time the story was shared, the boss got even more monstrous and exaggerated, plunging the whole world into absolute despair. And feeding right off that massive negative energy, the tower's dark mana points started skyrocketing like crazy. Smash cut to the Heroes Guild headquarters. The vibe in the meeting room was painfully tense. The squad aggressively grilled Hero Wharton, demanding to know if there was even a single lie in his mission report. Wharton swore on his literal life that he was spilling straight facts, but a veteran hero just glared at him, icy and unfazed, warning everyone that they were in massive trouble. But since the new boss's identity was still totally classified, he demanded they play it safe. He reminded the room that Hillen Cargill was a 10-star tier player, someone you simply couldn't one-shot. Ultimately, the guild locked in a strategy. They would camp out for 10 more days, waiting for a sign of life from Hillen. If his status remained MIA after that timer hit 0, then every single hero on the map, all 4,728 of them, would trigger a massive, all-out raid to delete the new Demon King. The camera then drops deep underground into Burgess Tower Prison, where Hillen was locked down hard. Deus strolled up to the cell, eyes locked on his prize, smirking at the fact that Hillen was already conscious. He actually praised the hero's insane HP regen, but Hillen didn't care, instantly barking that if he wasn't dead yet. This villain obviously needed a favor. He demanded Deus stop playing games and spit it out. Deus just hit him with a wicked grin. Loving that the hero was actually ready to negotiate, he dropped the ultimate ultimatum: kneel down and become his loyal minion. Hillen was totally shell-shocked, completely blindsided by the crazy offer. Without missing a beat, Deus slammed a massive bag of heavy gold coins right in front of him. He broke it down smoothly. Running a hero's party drains a ridiculous amount of cash. You have to pay for massive food supplies, top-tier security guards, hotel bookings, guild subscriptions, heavy armor, ultra-rare weapons, and those incredibly expensive healing potions. Normally, VIP merchants and filthy rich nobles bankrolled the entire operation. Deus pointed out that clearing a Demon King dungeon makes heroes instantly rich and famous. But if they wipe, they get buried alive in absolutely crushing financial debt. That is the brutal reality of playing the hero on borrowed money. And this time around, the investors dumped all their cash into one single, hyped-up guy. The so-called captain of the hero party, the one and only Hillen Cargill. Hillen silently swallowed the bitter pill of reality. If he ran, he'd just be slapped with the failed hero label and forced to skulk in the shadows. He'd spend the rest of his life being relentlessly hunted by debt collectors. But the real question clawing at his brain was, how the hell did Deus know his darkest? Right on cue, Granada stepped out from the shadows, dropping a massive bombshell. He was the snitch. Hillen's blood boiled, screaming Granada's name in pure rage. He completely lost it, screaming about betrayal. But Granada didn't flinch, firing right back with equal heat, exposing Hillen as a two-faced scammer and throwing. Granada spat out the raw trauma Hillen had put him through, dropping the ultimate plot twist. He'd been riding with Deus since day one. Deus casually stepped in, dropping the cold, hard truth about why Hillen crashed and burned. With bone-chilling calmness, he flexed that history had never seen a demon king quite like. But that terrifyingly quiet confidence sent shivers straight down Hillen's spine. Deus just chuckled darkly, flexing Armani's orb right in the palm of his hand. He dropped a mind-bending hypothetical. If a top-tier hero started secretly sabotaging humanity from the inside, would the human race even stand a ghost of a chance? Deus broke it down. This glowing orb was a sinister tracking device for his minions. The second you swallow it, the artifact instantly latches onto your brain like a parasite. Darius would instantly catch even a single hostile thought from Hillen. The camera pans out, revealing the brutal aftermath. Hillen's entire squad completely trashed. They were sprawled out in the dirt, barely clinging to life, groaning in pure agony as they twitched on the ground. Hillen panicked, desperately trying to shut Darius. He stubbornly barked that an elite hero like himself was completely immune to cheap mind control tricks. He genuinely believed that the second the orb entered his body, it would just vanish, completely dodging any accountability. Granada just flashed a wicked, knowing smirk. He explained that a hero's mental shields could be shattered if they basically handed over the keys. Darius practically bathed in the irony, flashing a deeply mocking. He made it crystal clear that Hillen had literally just talked his way into his own doom. Absolutely fuming, Hillen started spitting pure venom at Darius. He called him an absolutely unhinged elf, screaming at him to feel even a drop of guilt. Hillen roared that Darius was the absolute disgrace here. He trashed him for blowing a top-tier magical artifact and swore on his life he'd never, ever bow down to some demon king. Completely unfazed by the tantrum, Darius shut him up and brutally shoved the orb straight down Hillen's throat. Searing, mind-melting agony ripped through the hero's veins as the dark magic locked in. Granada watched the struggle, impressed by Hillen's insane stubbornness, but wondered out loud, what if this guy just decides to pull the plug on himself instead? Darius didn't even blink. He coldly pointed out that a money-hungry scumbag who treated his own squad like disposable trash would never have the guts to end his own life. Out of nowhere, a glowing system window popped up, instantly locking onto Hillen Karg. His gear suddenly updated to include Armani's orb, and his status officially branded him as a Demon King's lapdog. Hillen spat out bitter curses as the twisted transformation wrapped up. Cut back to the Dark Castle, where Gordon stepped up to brief Darius. Sure, bagging Hillen Cargill as a vassal was a massive flex, but that soul-crushing debt of 100,000 gold basically kept him on a tight leash. Gordon brought up a harsh reality. The cash they recently pulled from trading demonic energy barely scraped together 2,000 gold. That was literally the size of a small country's entire yearly budget. Gordon seriously stressed over how they'd ever grind out more funds. Darius just flashed a dangerously confident smirk, casually mentioning he was overdue for a certain drop. A very specific message. Gordon looked completely lost, so Darius broke it down. He was talking about the massive, yearly summit of Demon Kings, better known as the Unison of Towers. Deep in his own head, Darius flashed back to his past life. He remembered ghosting every single one of those summits, totally disgusted by the thought of Demon Kings playing nice and holding hands. But right now, the math made sense. Those ancient Demon Kings had been camping out in Arian forever, meaning they were definitely sitting on mountains of gold and insane loot. Gordon's jaw hit the floor, totally convinced Darius was about to pawn off more demonic energy points for quick cash. The old Gordon would have absolutely thrown a fit over this, but after going head-to-head with those insane heroes, he finally clicked with Darius's cutthroat hustle. It hit him hard. If they had played by the outdated, classic villain rules, they would have been absolutely steamrolled by the heroes without a doubt. Left with zero alternatives, he swallowed his pride and went all in, putting his blind faith in his dark lord. Right on time, a notification pinged. The exclusive invite to the Unison of Towers had officially dropped. Gordon hyped up the news to Darius instantly. Darius's lips curled into a wicked, calculating smile. He gave the green light. They were crashing his master plan to absolutely finesse the veteran Demon Kings out of their fortunes. Gordon took the order like a champ, vowing in absolute loyalty. The camera cuts to the menacing Tower of Lies, zoning right in on the Demon King's VIP lounge on the 13th floor. Darius swaggered into the room, rocking a subtle smirk, casually dropping a "hope I didn't keep you waiting" vibe. He clocked the early arrivals, sarcastically asking if they really had that much hot tea to spill before he even showed up. Draxon Doldov, the absolute unit and beast king of the Wolf Clan, stepped up to roll out the dark carpet for Darius. Rain Isolden, the icy and terrifying Lord of the Winters, chimed in, noting that Darius was the name living rent-free in everyone's heads lately. Ugar Belvac, the indestructible Titan powerhouse, casually dropped that the total clown who dared to disrespect Jason Cockman had already been dragged out like trash. Jason Cockman, infamous as the Devil of Lies from a totally unknown tribe, greeted Darius with an unsettlingly cheerful vibe. Darius just flashed a fake smile right back, silently roasting every single one of them, as absolutely out loud, he dropped some slick comment about harmony and mocked whether a demon king should even know the meaning of shame. Deep down, though, he knew this twisted path was the absolute right move for Arian. But a nagging doubt still gnawed at his mind. Suddenly, Belvec totally lost his cool, exploding into a blind rage and spitting venom at Darius. He screamed, demanding to know how some rookie scrub like him could possibly know anything about Arian. Darius didn't even flinch, casually thinking about how scratching just a little beneath the surface made people way too easy to read. He could literally feel the heavy, suffocating wave of murderous intent radiating straight out of Belvec. Darius just smirked, straight up calling him a brain-dead idiot, joking that he actually thought he was the one running the show around here. That pushed Belvex over the edge. He roared, threatening to pack Darius up if that's what he really wanted. Darius? He just hit him with a cold, casual, try it, if you think you can. Just as the two demon kings locked eyes, ready to throw hands, Jason slid in. He reminded Belvec that this whole spot was built for peace and harmony, begging him not to ruin the vibe. But in Darius's mind, alarm bells rang as he realized the bloodlust from both demon kings had evaporated. In a split second, he knew for a fact it wasn't some basic magic, making him question if this was Jason's hidden flex or the sheer, raw of the tower itself. Shaking it off, Darius coolly agreed to keep the meeting. Jason hit him with a polite thanks for playing along. Meanwhile, Darius was deep in thought, wondering if this insane mind control trick felt anything like Mana's ghost, but quickly tossed that theory in the trash as totally baseless. He mentally slapped himself. Now was definitely not the time to drop his guard. Taking the stage, Jason officially kicked off the High Table Summit, announcing that the floor was totally open for everyone to speak their minds. Darius muttered that the whole setup was honestly mid. Ignoring him, Draxon fiercely slammed his focus onto Belvac, demanding to know exactly where Hillen Cargill was hiding. Darius went dead silent for a beat before finally dropping the bombshell about Hillen Cargill. Then, boom. The scene smoothly transitioned straight to the VIP reception room deep inside the Tower of Lies. Inside, the right-hand men of both the Demon King of Beasts and the Devil of Lies were just glaring daggers at Gordon, making the room freezing cold. One of them cut to the chase, demanding to know if Hillen Cargill was actually dead. Gordon, visibly sweating bullets, stammered that the guy hadn't even made it to the top floor. He threw out a wild guess that Hillen Cargill might just be wandering around Mount Ergist, practically begging them to stop grilling him. A beast aide just scoffed, calling Major Cap. He snapped that the excuse was absolute garbage. If that were true, the massive tower would ease. Gordon nervously clapped back that it wasn't exactly their tower to begin with. Another beast chimed in, whispering that maybe the wild rumors were true regarding his Majesty, the Demon King. Internally, Gordon was having a mind-blowing realization. Everything was playing out exactly like Darius had predicted. Darius's strict orders were playing on loop in his head. He specifically told him that if any rival officers came sniffing around for Hillen Cargill, he needed to play dumb, act like a double agent, and keep his mouth shut. Darius had made it crystal clear. Top-secret confidentiality was the absolute priority. But even with the script, Gordon felt a weird chill down his spine. The Demon King's insane logic was actually checking out perfectly. Taking a deep breath, Gordon finally cracked. He randomly started screaming that the devil he served was an absolute and a stubborn fool who literally never listened to a single word. He vented that if you took your eyes off that devil for even a second, he'd start pulling. The most bizarre stunts imaginable. He angrily threw his hands up, shouting that if he had to deal with this toxic work environment, they might as well do everything without him. When the explosive rant finally wrapped up, Hillen suddenly felt this massive wave of relief hit him, totally confused as to why the venting session felt so insanely therapeutic. Hearing Hillen's raw frustration, the remaining beastmen instantly dropped their tough act and nodded in deep sympathy. They let him know that they totally got it and understood the struggle. They started trauma dumping about how all demon lords are literally copy-pasted nightmares, endlessly complaining about their own insane bosses on repeat. Listening to them, Hillen actually started crying real tears. Deep down in his soul, he realized how desperately he needed this tiny, wholesome therapy session. Smash cut smoothly back to the ultra-tense summit at the Tower of Lies. Belvec was staring at Diaz like he had 3 heads, absolutely shook. He demanded to know if Diaz honestly expected him to just roll over and accept this garbage reality. Diaz didn't even blink, smoothly replying, "Yeah, that's exactly what I expect." Belvec absolutely lost his mind. He aggressively pointed out that Hillen Cargill was nowhere to be found, straight up accusing Diaz of pulling a massive scam and not even building the tower at the mountain's peak. Boiling over, he screamed that the tower was stuck at a pathetic 82% completion. Wanting to know who Diaz thought he was fooling with that clown behavior, Jason quickly hijacked the conversation, pointing out that nothing had changed since human warriors were still actively hunting down the tower. He threw major shade, asking why Bergie Dace would just ditch his own base just to crash their party. His voice was dripping with pure mockery, framing Deus as a homeless demon king who had literally lost his own turf. He even sarcastically brought up the old days at the Demon King Academy, dubbing him the best leader to ever exist, with zero respect. Deus completely brushed off the disrespect, firmly stating that there was zero reason to stress because he was perfectly capable of personally defending his own tower. But inside his own head, he couldn't deny that something had been seriously bugging him lately, especially the shady vibes coming from the Devil of Lies. When Jason opened his mouth to keep the sarcastic roast going, Daze instantly shut him down, making it aggressively clear that the conversation was over. Daxon, visibly annoyed by the whole standoff, snapped back, asking if Diaz was actually delusional enough to think Grand Duke Arcane would just let this slide. So, here's the situation. Diaz totally brushes off the old lady's rambling, making it crystal clear he couldn't care less. Watching this go down, Daxon silently notes that Diaz is, without a doubt, stubborn as a mule. Darius mentally chews on the fact that stepping to them directly wouldn't actually prove a single thing. For the moment, his suspicions are put on ice. He figures dodging useless drama definitely beats getting busted, and snaps his focus back to their actual mission. Goal number 1? Raking in a cool 100,000 gold. Meanwhile, the heavy debate among the demon lords keeps rolling. Surprisingly, Bergie Deus steps up, tossing his weight around the chat way more than anyone saw coming. Watching the sparks fly, Deus clocks a hard truth. Even among god-tier demon kings, there's a brutal pecking order. Sitting pretty at the absolute top, the Demon King of Lies. Playing it cool, Diaz lurks in the background, absorbing every tiny detail, locking his radar onto whichever demon king looks absolutely starved for magic points. But right in the middle of his hardcore sleuthing, Rana suddenly shoots Diaz this freezing, dead-eyed glare, totally throwing him off balance. Cut to the 13th floor balcony of the Tower of Lies. Rana is chilling out there solo when Diaz pulls up, demanding to know what her deal is. Rana shrugs it off, saying it isn't some massive secret. She caught wind of the rumors and just wanted a little one-on-one time with him. Daze is caught completely off guard. Why would she single him out? Reyna spins around, locking eyes to give him the straight-up truth. She actually admits to vibing with a few of his hot takes. Deus is visibly shook, racking his brain to remember if Reyna ever dropped a bombshell like this to him back in his past life. But Reyna quickly pumps the brakes, telling him not to get her intentions twisted. She makes it known that she doesn't despise the old-school rules like he does. Deep down, she still totally respects the classics. But she hits him with a reality check. Sometimes you gotta bend the rules, especially in Eren. That's exactly why she pulled him aside. Out of all the absolute wild cards around them, she adds, he's basically the only guy she could communicate with. Hearing this, Dace lays all his cards on the table. Reyna takes it in, nodding that his ideas aren't half bad. She even confesses he's way more put together than she initially gave him credit for. Deus takes the win, mildly stunned by the praise. Then, Reyna tosses him a slick little gadget, explaining it's a private communication port. She drops the invite. If he ever needs a lifeline, hit her up anytime. But she drops a heavy warning. As long as he doesn't trash the Demon King's name right in front of her, they'll be cool. Honestly, she just hopes a guy who actually uses his brain, like Deus, won't end up getting wiped off the map anytime soon. Puzzled, Deus asks why she doesn't just hash things out with the Devil of Lies instead. Rana sighs, revealing the guy as a total black box. Sure, he's a step up from the other two, but everyone has their breaking point. Dropping that truth bomb, Rana dips from the balcony. Standing there in the quiet, Diaz mentally admits he still doesn't trust her one bit. Still, getting Rana Saldin on his radar is a massive, unexpected victory. Meanwhile, the camera pans to a totally different vibe. Deep inside the Tower of Burgess, down on the first floor, the princess rolls up, clutching a fresh batch of cookies she baked just for Lodger. Beaming with pride, she shoves them toward him, begging for a taste test. Lodger is low-key shell-shocked to see wholesome baked goods inside a literal Demon King's lair. The princess giggles, spilling the tea that the ingredients were actually bought by the Demon King himself. Channeling her spirit squad, she totally winged the recipe all by herself. Lager hypes her up as an absolute genius spiritist, soaking in how weirdly cozy the atmosphere is right now. Eyes practically sparkling, the princess pushes him again, practically dying for him to take a bite. Chuckling, Lodger gracefully accepts the snack, but in his head, he knows this girl grew up so insanely spoiled, she's never had to lift a single finger. She probably hasn't even washed a dish in her life. So, naturally, he braces himself for a homemade cookie that tastes like absolute cardboard. Still, he hypes himself up to fake a smile and call them delicious, just to be polite. But the absolute second that cookie hits his tongue, his brain totally shorts. The flavor is so aggressively insane, it literally sends shockwaves through his mana. He realizes he has never put anything this top tier in his mouth. It's straight up heaven in a bite. The princess leans in, vibrating with suspense as she asks for his review. Lodger is physically paralyzed, his eyes locked on her, completely mind-blown by this culinary masterpiece. Tucking a hair behind her ear, the princess shyly admits she snuck a tiny splash of sesame oil into the dough, nervously awaiting his verdict. Washing down the sheer relief that it actually turned out amazing, Lodger is suddenly hit in the feels. Why does this tiny moment feel so incredibly precious? He feels his mana violently dip, only to explode back to life. Flashing a megawatt smile, the princess declares this is her official peace offering to kickstart their future friendship. Getting slightly chaotic, the princess playfully jokes about slipping some of these insane cookies to Granada next. Giggling like a complete menace, Lodger just shakes his head, warning her that the shock would melt Granada's brain even worse. That just completely hypes her up, and now she's out here wondering if the Demon King himself would absolutely devour them too. Lodger let the thought sink in, soaking up the heavy silence in the room. The camera then smoothly pans straight back to Diaz, fresh off a secret, hushed chat with Reina, and strutting right back into the main hall. But the second he stepped inside, the place was a total ghost town. He instantly clocked that every single person had already dipped. Jason chimed in, dropping the news that the Tower's Harmony Summit was officially a wrap. Diaz just scoffed, pointing out how suspiciously fast the whole thing ended. Catching his vibe, Jason slid him a steaming cup of tea, teasing that he might be feeling some serious regret. Diaz instantly brushed it off, making it crystal clear he couldn't care less. Keeping his absolute cool, Jason doubled down. He looked Diaz dead in the eye and stated the obvious. As a human, there was one vital thing he desperately needed right now. That hit Diaz like a truck. His eyes went wide as his mind raced, totally freaking out over how Jason could possibly know his darkest secret. But Jason wasn't playing games, completely shutting down any fake-out tactics or pointless games. He casually dropped the bomb that Jackson had already spilled everything. The air in the room instantly grew ice cold. Yet Jason waved off the heavy tension, straight up saying he had zero time for any more exhausting psychological warfare. Cutting right to the chase, he laid out a massive deal, trading raw demonic energy points for cold, hard, human cash. Diaz kept his guard up, narrowing his eyes, and violently demanding to know what Jason's actual endgame. Jason just let out a low, chilling laugh and laid his cards on the table. Choosing to team up with Burgess, he pitched a long-term partnership, totally flexing his willingness to back their shared goals and keep the good vibes rolling. Flash forward, and the scene slices to the ground floor of Burgess Tower. The camera zooms in on massive, bulging bags of gold, delivered by Jason just like he promised. Diaz wasted absolutely no time, barking orders to grab 100,000 in gold and stash it right this second. Meanwhile, Hillen stood there frozen, his jaw practically on the floor as it hit him that Jason actually delivered the bag. But Diaz was already calculating his next move, highly paranoid that Jason had secretly bugged the cash to track their every step. He knew the absolute worst-case scenario was ending up as Jason's personal puppet. Whipping his head toward the crew, Diaz laid down the harsh truth. Every single survivor in the room was already brainwashed into dark knights and dark magicians. He pointed a finger straight at the guy standing dead center, Amin, a hotshot from the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, and exposed that he had known this twisted secret since the second the contract was signed. Hillen just swallowed hard, listening in dead silence as Diaz kept going. Diaz laid out the new world order. The shadowy knights and mages of Burgess Tower were now holding the purse strings, heavily stressing that they would follow his every single command, with zero hesitation and absolute loyalty. Meanwhile, the very knights and mages trapped in Diaz's ironclad contracts were literally seething with pure rage. Deep down, they were practically screaming for Hillen to step up and rescue them from this living nightmare. But Diaz coldly brushed it off, claiming this wasn't a total loss. Because hey, they were still breathing, and the debt was totally payable. He basically dangled a carrot, hinting that they might eventually bounce back to being full-blown heroes. Hillen just flashed a cocky smirk, totally trying to play it cool and suggesting they should team up as equal partners. Diaz's face instantly went pitch black. Without missing a beat, he crushed the glowing orb in his palm, triggering the twin orb violently drilled right into Hillen's brain. A gut-wrenching shockwave of pure agony ripped through his veins, dropping him straight to the cold floor. Diaz stared down at him, coldly correcting the guy, brutally reminding him that this was never a partnership. It was master and slave, period. Watching this, the captive knights and mages felt a twisted wave of satisfaction, totally convinced that Hillen was getting exactly what he deserved. Shaking violently on the cold floor, Hillen choked out a pathetic comeback, desperately trying to hide his pain by joking that he didn't know Diaz was into such twisted, cruel games. Diaz didn't even blink. With a deadpan voice, he barked at the room to scatter and get their jobs done immediately. The camera cuts to the next scene as the princess steps into view, slipping a sealed letter into Hillen's hands. She sharply orders him to hand-deliver it to her sister. It instantly clicks for Hillen. She's talking about Elena, the 13th royal of the Hilderin bloodline. He gives a quick nod, snatching up the mission without a second thought. Fast forward a bit, and Gordon is seen pulling Deus aside, looking highly stressed. He quickly backs up, swearing he totally trusts the Demon King, but he's low-key panicking over whether that so-called hero would actually follow orders. Deus just smirks, breaking down that Hillen Cargill isn't just some basic, money-hungry grunt. He points out that while the guy totally looks like a sellout at first glance, he completely lacks that typical, desperate obsession with wealth most humans have. But keeping it real, Deus admits Hillen isn't exactly some pure-hearted saint either. The bottom line? Hillen Cargill couldn't care less about honor. All he craves is the spotlight and endless Deus noted that the guy practically throws himself into the fire, just to flex on everyone else. He added that if they pull his strings right, using that Armani orb, Hillen would easily become the most dangerously elite spy they could ever ask for. Hearing this, stunned by how deeply Deus had analyzed human nature, he realized sitting on the sidelines was no longer an option. A wicked smirk crept across Deus's face as he pictured the ultimate endgame. He painted a twisted picture, a righteous hero secretly doing the Demon King's dirty work, tearing down human society from the inside out. Now that would be an absolute masterpiece to watch. Gordon didn't skip a beat, fiercely pledging his undying loyalty to his Dark Lord. But suddenly, a sharp knock shattered the tension, leaving both of them totally thrown off. The heavy doors swung open, revealing the princess casually strolling in, balancing a fresh plate of cookies. Without missing a beat, she offered up the baked goods like this was a totally normal hangout. Deus snatched the plate, tossing out a sharp remark about how she'd been treating his throne room like a revolving door lately. He didn't hold back, threatening to lock her in the underground dungeons for a full month if she kept pushing his buttons. Unfazed, the princess just flashed a bold smile and dared him to take a bite. Scoffing at what looked like a basic human pastry, Deus took a bite, but the second it hit his tongue, his entire vibe flipped. Pure shock washed over his face as the bizarre, intense flavor absolutely blindsided him. The princess watched like a hawk, mentally celebrating his reaction. She held her breath, wondering if he was completely hooked. Just like everybody else. A single drop of cold sweat slid down Deus's cheek before he forced a smirk, giving a reluctant nod. He brushed it off, calling it semi-decent for human food. Deep down, the princess was absolutely floored, utterly shook that he actually survived the bite. Deus immediately called her bluff, exposing the heavy dose of spiked medicinal herbs baked inside, calling the deadly flavor out for what it was. Without a shred of panic, the princess owned up to it, flexing that she knew he'd catch on immediately. Deus instantly connected the dots, tying this bold stunt to the reward he had promised her, and realized she was totally angling for a very specific favor. The princess let out a soft giggle, confirming he hit the nail right on the head. Ice remained totally silent, his confusion painfully obvious. The camera then fast-forwarded through time. Touching down at Molten Walk, the crew wasted zero time, instantly warping straight to Hilderin through a glowing teleport circle. Granada quickly whipped his chaotic ranks back into shape. The scene then cut straight to the Scarlet Hawk mercenaries' gritty hideout, where his entire squad dragged themselves in, looking absolutely wrecked. Granada, practically foaming at the mouth with rage, interrogated them on how they could just dip during the first avalanche and leave their captain in the dust. He brutally called them out for ditching him over a threat they didn't even try to fight. One battered mercenary, tears streaming down his bruised face, scrambled to defend himself. He swore it was a misunderstanding, practically begging his boss to just hear him out. He painted Era Ergust as a literal death trap that chewed up actual heroes, crying about how mid-tier grunts like them never stood a chance. He swore bailing was their only shot at making it out alive. Granada exploded with pure malice, savagely devouring the man, while screaming that survival was no excuse for betraying their leader. Suddenly a voice called out, making him whip around. Standing right before him was a striking blonde female knight. She confidently dropped her name as Kaid, boldly claiming the title of a true hero. She explained that some massive, unavoidable roadblocks kept her from joining the original expedition. But she was finally here to grab her shot at glory. Even though she was super late to the party, she formally requested to join the vanguard. Granada just stared at her, totally baffled, demanding to know why she even bothered showing up now, honestly blowing his mind that a hero would casually step foot into this place. Meanwhile, a few of his trashed subordinates, completely wasted and riding high, started throwing around reckless jokes. They loudly bragged that Kaid had been footing their bar tab while the boss was MIA, cheering to keep the booze flowing. Granada instantly shut that down with a swift beatdown, roaring for absolute silence. He gave a stiff nod to Kaid for covering the tab, but bluntly dropped the bomb that the hero's epic quest was already over. Hearing the news, Kaid just froze, completely shell-shocked. Granada kept laying out the harsh reality, revealing that Hill and Cargill's squad had long since bailed from Holton Walk. Kaid's jaw basically hit the floor, refusing to accept that she'd missed out. She swallowed her pride, begging him to spill the tea on exactly how the mission went down in flames. In his head, Granada calculated his next move, vowing to only leak the exact details the Demon King had greenlit. The scene shifted to the two of them posted up inside a dim restaurant. Granada started breaking down the lore piece by piece, detailing every chaotic thing that went down, absorbing every single word. Kaid slid several gold coins across the table, her face screaming pure disbelief. The brutal truth finally clicked. The Demon King's tower was never actually located at the summit was a wrap. Realizing she had everything she needed, she decided there was zero reason to stick around. Thanks for the intel, she told Granada, genuinely grateful for the tea he just spilled. She slid a heavy bag of gold across the table as a massive tip for his trouble. With her goodbyes out of the way, she got up and bounced. The second the door clicked shut, Granada's crew started running their mouths, trashing her as some naive rookie who had no clue how the real world worked. She's totally gonna get backstabbed sooner or later, one of them smirked. But Granada just kept his mouth shut, his eyes locked on the retreating knights as he soaked in every single detail. Cut to Holt Walk, deep inside a dead, quiet, super sketchy alleyway. Kaid stepped out of the shadows. Time to go back, he declared, warning her that her fiancé was getting impatient. The princess wasn't having it. Hard pass, she shot back, making it crystal clear she was ditching royal life to become a full-time hero. Meanwhile, Granada was lurking in the cut, watching the whole drama unfold. His curiosity was totally peaking when he spotted these creepy, shadowy figures gliding silently through the dark. Their faces were completely hidden behind heavy masks, making them absolutely unreadable. And then it clicked. The rookie hero was actually the runaway princess. Yeah, royal drama is definitely above my pay grade, he thought, deciding to dip. But out of nowhere, a knight ambushed him. The cold steel of a blade pressed hard against his throat. Granada started sweating bullets as pure panic kicked in. "Who the hell are you?" the guard growled, dead set on busting him as a spy. To make things way worse, the knight sensed some sketchy magic radiating off him. Granada was totally freaking out inside. He suddenly remembered the magical artifact stashed in his pocket, a personal gift from the Demon King himself. If they dragged him in and searched him, his secret gig as a demon minion would be blown wide open. The guard's eyes turned icy and downright lethal, absolutely convinced he had just caught a foreign infiltrator. Without skipping a beat, the knight sentenced him to death on the spot. Terrified out of his mind, Granada desperately prayed for his boss to show up. Man, I really picked the absolute worst spot to hide. His brain went into overdrive, trying to figure out an escape plan. Suddenly, another guard locked eyes with him, and the second they made eye contact, Granada booked it. He bolted straight for the palace gates like his life depended on it, while chaotic screaming exploded behind him. The royal guards lost their minds, hollering that an assassin was on the loose. Their frantic warnings bounced off the alley walls, barking orders to lock down the perimeter so he couldn't ghost them. The vibe instantly shifted from tense to terrifying, as everyone realized this guy might actually be a lethal threat. But the knights didn't freeze. "Get back, your highness," they ordered, swarming the princess to build a human shield. Meanwhile, Granada was literally sweating buckets, knowing that even blinking would get him captured or killed. He didn't care if his cover was blown anymore. He just had to survive. Right on cue, the guards unleashed an insane volley of arrows straight at his back, turning the situation into an absolute death trap. But right as the deadly storm of arrows closed in, the Demon King warped into the scene. "Man, I was wondering what was taking you so damn long," he yawned. Boom. Every single arrow shattered into dust mid-air, completely vaporized by the boss's insane flex of power. Granada's jaw practically hit the floor, his brain totally short-circuited trying to process the absolute badassery happening right in front of him. Spreading his massive, terrifying wings, the Demon King levitated above them. A dark orb of magic sparked effortlessly in his palm as he roasted his minion, teasing that Granada must have been slacking off to get jumped in a dump like this. He totally brushed off the danger, smirking that getting cut up was no big deal since they could just heal it anyway. Hearing his boss treat a literal execution like a joke, Granada threw his hands up in absolute frustration. "I was literally about to die, boss," he yelled, clearly way more stressed than his overpowered leader. Down below, total chaos erupted. The knights screamed their heads off, acting like the literal Grim Reaper had just dropped in. They instantly jumped to conclusions, convinced the ultimate boss was here to kidnap their precious princess for some twisted, dark ritual. But the princess? She wasn't backing down. "Don't freeze up. This is our shot to take him out," she rallied her squad. She commanded them to go full offense, completely ignoring her own safety. Hearing her bark orders, the Demon King slowly shifted his terrifying gaze toward her, his eyes widening just a fraction. He had just figured out a massive secret he hadn't seen coming. The guards were absolutely losing their minds, roaring in defiance as they tried to wrap their heads around this nightmare. Why the hell is the final boss chilling in a random alleyway? They panicked. Unbothered, the Demon King just floated there, cool as a cucumber. Relax, guys. Me crashing your little party? Pure coincidence. Since he was already knocking out a quick errand nearby, the scene smoothly flashes back to an earlier moment. Cut to a dead silent tower. The Demon King was chilling, kicking back and casually listening as the princess dropped a massive favor. She straight up asked for senile powder, and instantly, the Demon King knew exactly what she was scheming. He knew that stuff was the ultimate cheat code for locking down contracts with spirits. Flashing a soft, knowing smile, the princess confirmed he hit the nail on the head. With her goals out in the open, she started spilling some deep lore from centuries back. Way back in the day, an elf named Cell rolled back into the human kingdom, only to get slapped with a crazy royal order. The king was desperate for humans to snag spirit contracts without sweating, so he forced Cell to cook up a legendary catalyst to speed up the process. After grinding through decades of hardcore research, that mythical game-changer known as senile powder was finally born. Locking his gaze right back on the princess, the Demon King coolly called her out, saying her raw, OP talent meant she absolutely didn't need any magic powder. Her face instantly dropped into this low-key, tragic pout. Sighing, she told him he was gassing up her skills way too much. She reminded him of a harsh reality. The tower was practically completely drained of mana. Without that senile powder boosting her, her spirits would completely glitch out and fail. But the Demon King wasn't done dropping bombs. He casually mentioned he was actually looking to leash a brand new spirit himself. And not just any spirit, a straight-up top-tier one. Hearing that, the princess totally panicked. She whipped her head away, her cheeks burning red, as she pouted in pure embarrassment. Even her fire and water spirits completely mirrored her vibe, matching her flustered energy perfectly. The room fell dead silent. Suddenly, hardcore flashbacks from her past life with Ernan hit her like a truck. She remembered that back when she was 27, she had finally locked down a high-level spirit. A massive flex that had literally sent the entire continent into absolute terrified chaos. Snagging a top-tier spirit was a legendary feat almost no human could pull off. Yet, here it was, popping off a whole 7 years early. She had totally wanted it to be a surprise. Meanwhile, the Demon King just vibed, finishing off his cookie, muttering that the snacks hit the spot before casually dipping out. Bam, snap back to the present. Diaz simply raised one hand, manifesting a suffocating, blinding sphere of pure mana fire. He made it crystal clear he was speedrunning this fight, because he had zero time to waste. The Night Princess totally froze up, utterly paralyzed. Without blinking, Diaz unleashed the inferno. An apocalyptic shockwave instantly swallowed the entire battlefield. When the brutal smoke finally cleared, every single thing was turned to ash. But somehow, the Night Princess was still on her feet. A sick, glowing green aura was surging right out of her. The Demon King actually blinked, low-key shocked she tanked, completely ignoring her knights screaming at her to fall back. She went full aggro and rushed him. She screamed that a true warrior's aura shreds demons to pieces, claiming her kind were the ultimate kryptonite to the Demon King. She fiercely rejected her suffocating, boring palace life, declaring that the blood-soaked battlefield was where she truly belonged. Pushing past her limits, she fired off Jezbine's absolute peak technique, the Crescent Slash. The savage strike literally ripped the air apart, screaming toward the Demon King. Mid-swing, brutal memories flooded her mind. She remembered always being treated like straight-up trash, just another pawn meant to be thrown away for royal politics. But she didn't break. She survived literal hell in training to become a respected blade. Taking down the Demon King was her one-way ticket to glory and absolute freedom. Betting her entire life on this one strike, she swung, but Diaz lazily gathered his aura and completely shattered her attack like glass. She froze, her eyes wide as the remnants of her strongest move vanished into thin air. A terrifying blood-red aura exploded around him as he levitated, taking total, godlike control over the war zone. His suffocating, monstrous energy crushed. Pure terror completely hijacked her brain. Looking down on her, he mockingly smirked, teasing that a combo of a royal and a fighter might actually make a decent pawn. She was absolutely cooked by dread. Suddenly, her lord throwing their bodies between her and the monster. Not even blinking, the Demon King dropped another apocalyptic nuke. His hellish aura swallowed the entire screen. Several tense minutes later, there was only dead. The entire battlefield was wiped off the map. The earth was violently shredded to pieces, and the knights were scattered, absolutely lifeless. A bit later, a pair of taking one look at the sheer carnage, they instantly knew a demon had wrecked the place. Finding a barely breathing knight, they frantically scrambled to keep him awake. Coughing up blood with his final ounce of strength, he choked out two chilling words, the princess, leaving the healer absolutely paralyzed with shock. The camera then aggressively pans straight down into the shadowy, down in the gloom, our Demon King casually drops an unconscious warrior princess. She's completely battered, rocking nasty bruises and deep slashes from their brutal showdown. A captive royal already locked in the cell squints at the new girl, asking if she's Cinia, but the Demon King quickly shuts that down. Smirking as he introduces their newest VIP guest as Princess Cuddy Jess Pine, he bossily announces she'll be crashing on the tower's 4th floor from now on, barking orders to patch her up and treat her right. Figuring a high-tier hostage like her will be super useful if totally brainwashed. The first princess nods, but can't help asking why he's hoarding royals like collectibles. Shrugging it off, he flexes that he literally just found her on the side of the road and snagged her. He blurts out that kidnapping Blue Bloods prints free Magi points. The princess tilts her head, super confused about what Magi points even are. Instantly, our guy mentally facepalms, realizing he almost spilled his biggest system. He frantically gaslights her, swearing she's just hearing things. He then awkwardly pivots the chat, promising to fetch her some soothing medicinal powder. Storming out, he mentally kicks himself, aggressively remembering that he is the terrifying Lord of Darkness, and she's literally just a hostage. Flash forward, and the entire continent is completely losing its mind over the breaking news. The Jess Pine Empire's precious 9th princess just got snatched. We cut straight to the Hero Guild headquarters, where the tension is suffocating. Hillen stands dead center, getting absolutely grilled by the top-tier heroes. A lie-detecting hero vouches for him, confirming his story checks out. Dropping his gaze in heavy shame, Hillen confesses he completely fumbled, tracking the Demon King's lair, fully taking the blame for the botched raid. But a veteran warrior steps up to cool the heat, arguing that throwing a commander under the bus for a bad roll of the dice will only terrify future captains from ever taking charge. You can practically hear Hillen exhale a massive sigh of relief, bowing in deep thanks. But just as the vibe settles, a scout drops an absolute bombshell. While the raid team was scrambling to retreat, that monstrous king actually nabbed the 9th princess. The furious empire is already screaming for war, demanding the hero banners be raised. Hillen quickly steps in, faking his regrets, and pitches a stealth recon mission instead of an immediate, reckless war. He desperately argues that a genuinely overpowered boss wouldn't hide, meaning the demon's secrecy actually screams pure weakness. The gullible heroes totally eat up his fake logic, fully backing his play. A top-ranking elder officially slams the brakes on the invasion until the tower's exact coordinates are confirmed. Bowing low, Hillen smirks internally, getting major chills as he realizes this massive delay was 100% part of his mastermind playbook, realizing he just successfully bought them a massive chunk of prep time. The camera then snaps back to the dark throne room, smirking as he scrolls through Hillen's top-secret update. He texts back orders to keep playing the mole, silently hyping up his spy, because without Hillen's smooth talking, those meathead warriors would have already busted down his front door. Turning that guy into a double agent is hands down the most big-brain move he's ever pulled. Back in the human realm, Hillen and Granada are expertly pulling strings, gaslighting the guild into staying put. Meanwhile, our Dark Lord is grinding away on his master plan, fully locked in on farming insane amounts of system points by snatching up every royal in sight. His vault of dark resources is absolutely skyrocketing. To top it off, he rigs the legendary Armanis beads to power his whole operation. Down below, his enslaved dwarves are aggressively buffing the tower's defenses, turning the place into an absolute, unraidable fortress. At the same time, Crew 2 hits massive power spikes by locking in including the crazy strong Princess Ernin. Looking at his stacked lineup, the Demon King smugly bets that not even a max-level raid party could scratch him now. With his dark sanctuary practically finished, his eyes glow dangerously. He is out for pure, unfiltered blood against the flashy heroes who literally murdered him in his past life. His first stop on the revenge tour? Amor, the legendary hub. His grand scheme is to silently hijack the entire metropolis before anyone even blinks. The camera fades, dropping us right into the heart, landing straight onto the bustling, neon-lit streets of Amor itself. Tucked away in the shady outskirts of the globe's most chaotic magic bazaar, there sits a dusty, totally run-down little store called Jettison's Paradise. Inside, the scruffy shop owner is slouched hard behind the register, killing time by mindlessly scrolling through the daily broadsheet. His eyes glaze over, completely starved for dopamine, and he lets out the loudest, most soul-crushing groan of absolute boredom. Skimming the headlines, his brain gets stuck on the wild gossip tearing up the internet. He reads all about how Jespine's 9th princess got snatched into thin air, literally seconds after the big hero raid wrapped up. He also notices the massive public backlash blowing up against the Hero Guild and their embarrassing lack of action. To make things spicier, the paper drops a bombshell that a rogue hero named Logger is now being heavily hunted. Taking in all this absolute chaos, the shopkeeper leans back and mutters under his breath, chuckling that it seriously feels like the apocalypse is dropping any second now. But instantly, the rusty bell above the door aggressively chimes, snapping him out of his funk. Stepping out of the shadows and straight into the shop is none other than the lazy merchant instantly ditches his paper, shooting up like a soldier at attention, and slaps on the fakest, most aggressively cheerful customer service smile. He enthusiastically hypes up his welcome, asking if there is any rare loot he is hunting for. The Demon King, completely unbothered, totally ignores the merchant's cringy, over-the-top acting. Zero enthusiasm. His eyes lazily scan the grimy, run-down shack, clearly unimpressed. "Got any powder in stock?" he finally muttered, cutting straight to the chase. He flashed back to the princess's personal request. She specifically needed him to bag this exact stuff. The second those words dropped, the crusty shopkeeper's whole vibe flipped. Dollar signs flashed in his eyes as he hyped up his inventory, swearing he had exactly what the guy needed. He kept yapping with this totally fake, over-the-top energy. Now, to give you guys some context about this place. The Kingdom of Akan was practically the holy grail of magic engineering. We're talking a massive hotspot pulling in top-tier heroes, mages, and alchemists from every corner of the map. Naturally, all the big-name stores were absolutely packed with heavy hitters, and even if you hid your demonic aura like a pro, blending into those crowded hotspots was way too risky. That's exactly why Daimius purposely tracked down this dead, middle-of-nowhere dump, with zero customers in sight. Meanwhile, the eager merchant whipped out 2 glass vials, swirling with sin powder. "Man, today is your lucky day," the guy hollered with a booming laugh. Daimius just snatched one of the vials, squinting at the weird substance. "Sin powder is supposed to be green," he pointed out, eyeing the strange purple glow. "So why is this one purple?" The owner just chuckled, claiming it was an exclusive, next-gen upgrade. Dropping his voice to a sketchy whisper, he bragged that it was cooked up in secret, straight out of the mage tower, and hadn't even seen an official drop yet. The guy just wouldn't shut up, swearing up and down that this new batch hadn't even touched the public market. In his greedy little mind, he pegged Daimius as some loaded aristocrat. Because honestly, no regular dude is hiking out to a rundown trash heap like this. But the Demon King instantly read the guy like an open book. Daimius's face went dead serious. He knew the merchant had him cornered and was totally trying to milk him for every penny. Pure rage flared up in his chest. For a split second, he was ready to just obliterate the scammer right then and there. But right before he could snap, the rusty bell above the door chimed. The shopkeeper immediately ditched the Demon King, whipping his head around too. Welcomed the fresh meat with that same plastic smile. A whole squad rolled into the tiny store, and one of them leaned in, whispering to their buddy like, "Bro, are you kidding me? Why are we kicking off the search in a dump like this?" Daimius glanced at the doorway, and his blood ran cold. Standing right there was Princess Louise and her personal royal guard. A knight casually turned to Louise, mentioning that if this logger guy had even half a brain cell, he'd definitely lay low and dodge the tourist traps. Louise, on the other hand, was looking incredibly pissed off. She loudly groaned, totally disgusted that she had to step foot into such a grimy, roach-infested shack just to find him. Hearing that name made the Demon King sweat. After all, he was the literal mastermind who snatched Logger in the first place. Stepping up, one of the armored guards politely hit up the shopkeeper, explaining they were on a manhunt. Meanwhile, Daimius was low-key keeping his eyes glued to Louise. He analyzed her fiery attitude, that snappy way she talked, and of course those iconic twin tails of hers. Yep, it was 100% Louise Worft. He took a deep breath, mentally calming himself down, reminding himself that she had no idea who he was. He'd slapped on a magical disguise during their last run-in, so he was completely incognito. The greedy owner let out a super awkward chuckle, nodding along to the knight's whole missing person speech. But then, out of absolutely nowhere, the guy dropped the most unhinged excuse ever. He claimed he had this super rare, tragic medical, stating his memory would completely blank out unless someone bought something from him first. The knight just stared at him, completely flabbergasted by the audacity. Louise lost it. She went 0 to 100, violently flaming the merchant with absolutely zero hesitation. In a flash, she lunged forward, pressing her razor-sharp blade right up against his throat. The dude shrieked like a banshee. He started crying about how murder is super illegal in the capital, practically sobbing for mercy. Shaking like a leaf, he dramatically whined that if they were going to hold him at sword point, they should at least buy a potion first. Everyone stared at him in pure disbelief, convinced the guy had completely lost his marbles. He actually said they could torture him all they wanted, as long as they swiped their card before doing it. Daimius was genuinely left speechless by the sheer hustle. Even the fiery Princess Louise was caught off guard. She paused, just blinking at the pathetic scammer, totally mind-blown by his insane level of greed. But then, out of nowhere, she absolutely cracked up. The anger vanished, replaced by pure amusement. "You know what? You're actually pretty entertaining," she snickered, deciding to give him the green light to pitch his garbage. Spotting his golden ticket, the scammer shifted gears instantly. He rebranded the totally illegal sin powder on the spot, proudly showcasing it to her as arch powder. With zero shame, he hyped it up as a super premium, limited edition material that dwarven blacksmiths would literally kill for. Without missing a beat, the guy slapped a price tag of 3 gold coins on it. Watching this absolute robbery go down, the Demon King felt his blood start to boil. He gritted his teeth, mentally shredding the merchant to pieces, furious that this swindler had tried to play him, and was now blatantly conning Louise too. But plot twist, Louise actually looked completely thrilled with the deal. She snagged the ash powder without a single second thought, flashing the scammer a sweet smile of gratitude. She even threw a blessing his way, before finally zeroing back in on her actual mission. Cool as a cucumber, she asked if a dwarf named Logger had rolled through his shop any time recently. The shopkeeper just shook his head, swearing up and down that he had never heard that name in his life. But he quickly threw her a bone, mentioning a famous hangout spot in Akin, where blacksmiths always linked up when they hit the kingdom. He hinted they'd have way better luck digging up intel there. Taking the cue, she signaled it was time to bounce. Her loyal knight gave a sharp nod, trailing right behind her without skipping a beat. But the second she pivoted toward the exit, she let her disgust slip, muttering under her breath about how utterly pathetic the merchant's little hustle was. The moment Louise and her crew stepped foot out the door, the heavy tension in the room instantly vanished. As the latch clicked shut, the Demon King arched an eyebrow. A faint smirk played on his lips as he sarcastically praised the guy's massive guts for hyping up literal dirt-tier powder for 3 whole gold coins. The swindler just flashed a smug grin, happily stashing his newly secured bag. Riding high on his easy payday, he confessed he kept his mouth shut because Louise gave off total rich kid energy, the type to blindly drop cash, like 3 gold, and definitely wouldn't execute him over spare change. Smirking back, he flexed that for 10 gold. He'd even spill a juicy secret. The Demon King mentally slapped a certified scammer label on the guy's forehead, but he honestly found the sheer audacity hilarious. Leaning in close, he ordered the merchant to head straight over to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. He told him to drop the password, "Sent by the Mountain," guaranteeing they'd take him in no question. The shopkeeper blinked in confusion, totally baffled as to why anyone would willingly join a guild teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. The Demon King's smirk widened as he dropped the bomb. The girl he just ripped off was Louise Worft. The seller instantly froze, his hands violently shaking. Glass vials slipped from his grip, shattering across the floor as all the color drained from his It hit him like a freight train. He just scammed the kingdom's infamous mad dog princess. Sweating bullets, he frantically demanded to know what the Demon King wanted from him. Ice cold, the Demon King slapped a single gold coin down on the wooden counter and repeated his offer. Sign up with the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, where the monthly paycheck was exactly 1 gold coin. With a devilish smirk, he casually warned that if the guy declined, he'd march Louise right back through those front. Paralyzed with fear, the swindler practically begged for his life. But then, out of nowhere, the terror evaporated replaced by an arrogant, mocking sneer. He snapped, furiously barking at the Demon King to get the hell out, daring him to actually bring Louise back, totally scoffing at the threat like it was a cheap bluff. The Demon King spun on his heel and walked out without another word, darkly muttering that the fool was about to get exactly what he wished for. He beelined straight for Louise and spilled the entire tea. The second she realized she'd been played, Louise completely lost her mind in a fiery rage, and furiously stormed right back to that rundown shop. Inside, the cocky merchant caught one glimpse of Louise's return, and mentally shattered in. Waiting outside, the Demon King inspected the glass vial, realizing even the absolute trashiest vendors sold legit sin powder. He silently cursed the shopkeeper's bottomless, shameless greed. Louise marched back out, her aura completely shifted as she sincerely thanked him, admitting she only got her cash back because he stepped up. He cautiously asked what exactly she did to the guy in there. Clenching her fists, she sighed, admitting she could only dish out a tiny lesson since they were in a foreign country. She darkly muttered that she really should have just ripped his heart out. Her knight nervously stepped in, trying to chill her out, visibly startled by her unhinged fury. A shiver of unease crawled up the Demon King's spine, a brutal reminder of just how dangerously unpredictable this girl actually was. Dodging a bullet, he swiftly changed the subject, asking about Logger. Louise's mood instantly flipped like a switch. Her eyes lit up as she eagerly confirmed he was a blacksmith, begging to know if they were acquainted. The Demon King flashed a silver necklace, asking if it was Logger's handiwork. Her knight took one look and instantly clocked it as one of the dwarf's early, vintage crafts. Spinning a flawless lie, the Demon King claimed he bumped into Logger about 2 months ago, down in Ormouth. He smoothly added that he'd tossed the starving dwarf some food, scoring the necklace as a totally Louise clutched the cold metal necklace to her chest, literally vibrating with raw, She confessed she owed him big time yet again, intensely wishing she could treat him to a proper VIP feast, which honestly just made the Demon King sweat. She shoved a heavy emblem into his hand, promising it was a blank check for the absolute highest tier gear in the entire Dwarven Kingdom. Cool as ice, he casually slipped it into it. Louise and her squad of knights dip out. One of her guys asks, "What's the next play?" She confidently vows to call in backup, swearing on her life that Lager isn't getting away. As they fade out of sight, the Demon King gets lost in his own head. One single word keeps bouncing around his skull: the heart. Suddenly, old memories come crashing back. Ever since he hit the reset button on his life, he realizes he totally blanked on a massive plot point. Draxon had actually stumbled upon the heart of a mythical beast. The second Draxon absorbed that thing, his power level skyrocketed to absolute insanity. And then, it clicks. That god tier buff? It's the exact kind of juice the Demon King is craving, now that he's reborn into this new body. But he knows he's seriously nerfed right now. This whole dimensional interference thing is still throttling his stats, totally capping his true potential. If he tried to fight Louise one-on-one while handicapped like this, especially since she's fully decked out in top-tier gear, the Demon King admits it would be a total coin toss. Best case scenario, he barely scrapes by with a win, but that wouldn't be nearly enough to clap back at those heroes, let alone survive in this brutal dimension. So, the Demon King locks in a master plan. He's going to bait Louise straight into Ormouth, right to the doorstep of the Tower of Beasts. It's the ultimate setup. These two absolute monsters are bound to collide. The Mad Dog, Louise, going head-to-head with Draxon, the Demon, and while those two psychos are busy ripping each other to shreds in a bloodbath, the Demon King will just chill in the shadows. He'll bide his time, waiting for the perfect opening, and the second the dust settles, he's swooping in to steal all the loot. Deep inside the lush rainforest kingdom, the camera pans to a completely different vibe. The dwarf princess is straight up bulldozing through the thick jungle, her heavy armor scraping against massive vines, while her crew frantically scrambles to keep up. Suddenly, a panicked dwarf sprints up to her, breathless, dropping the news that the airborne squad just handed them a massive ultimatum. Some anonymous big shot is demanding they pack up and back off immediately. But she doesn't even pump the brakes. Her eyes are blazing with absolute determination as she firmly snaps back, "I still haven't found him." She just keeps pushing deeper into the pitch-black woods, with zero intention of throwing it in reverse. Cold sweat is literally dripping down the dwarf princess's face as her subordinate begs her one more time, freaking out that they're only supposed to check the safe zones cleared by that sketchy anonymous order. But she just grinds her teeth, letting her sheer rage override any hesitation, and fiercely declares, "There are still spots we haven't searched." Then, out of nowhere, her gaze suddenly locks onto Beast Mountain, looming ominously in the distance, and she freezes for a second, totally stunned. Even stepping foot in the Beast King's turf is widely known as a massive death wish, dangerously beyond any basic logic. One of her guys screams out, desperately trying to pull her back, but she just keeps marching straight ahead without skipping a beat. She flexes her confidence, basically declaring she's untouchable. Sweat is totally drenching her armor. But there's this wild, unhinged thrill sparkling in her eyes as she lets out a sharp laugh. "Someone actually has the guts to test me?" she snarks, reminding her whole squad that royal blood runs in their veins, and their entire nation is armed to the teeth with legendary dwarven steel. If they want smoke, we'll give them a whole wildfire. Right beside her, this tiny doll sidekick whispers nervously, what if there were literally 0 loggers in this forest to begin with? What if that guy totally played us?" The princess instantly shoots the doll a death glare, her voice dropping to ice as she coldly admits, "Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. But keep your mouth shut, or I'm ripping your head off first." Dropping the mic on that conversation, she storms ahead, throwing a side-eye at the towering structure in the distance, muttering, "This whole Demon King mess is getting way too real." Meanwhile, inside the spooky tower, the Wolf Demon King slowly raises his head as a demon girl materializes. Right in front of him, bowing respectfully, she spills the tea. The dwarf princess is currently trespassing straight toward Beast Mountain. His eyes blow wide open in pure shock. "Why the hell is that lunatic princess showing up here?" he demands. Pure rage contorts his face. He's instantly paranoid that she's scheming to mess with the heart of reincarnation. The vault hiding that insane power is supposedly locked down with god-tier security. Plus, the raw mana chilling inside the magma core is totally impossible to alter. Even 10,000 spirits combined wouldn't be able to budge it. He curses under his breath, stressing that the whole operation is literally in its final stage. Wondering why this absolute headache is dropping in right now of all times? Suddenly, realization strikes him like a bolt of lightning, and he absolutely roars at his minion. "Stop her right now. Prevent the princess from getting any closer." But then he frantically backpedals, adding, "But she must not be killed." And seriously, no one gets critically injured. The demon servant totally pauses, sweating bullets, and basically admits, yeah, pulling that off is going to be next to impossible. Cutting back to the eerie forest, the princess abruptly slams the brakes. A massive, totally jacked dude spawns right in her path, completely blocking the way. His aura is suffocating, and his voice is terrifyingly calm, but dripping with menace as he asks, "Are you completely out of your mind? Did you just walk in here begging to get packed up?" But the princess just narrows her eyes, radiating pure royal energy, refusing to be intimidated, declaring that dwarven pride doesn't fold to cheap threats. The absolute unit of a man just smirks, replying that she's standing in the territory of the Demon King. Trespassing in this zone is an absolute death wish, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his blade. He shoots her a deadly glare, sneering that a twisted, low chuckle escapes his lips as he casually drops the bomb. Wandering around a hellscape like this means you're stepping out of the shadows. The arrogant jerk is none other than Max, the crown prince of Ormus, violently barking at anyone. He aggressively demands his squad keep searching until they dig up the missing insignia. His face scrunches up in pure disgust, muttering under his breath about how dwarves are totally brain-dead. His mind flashing back to the brutal, all-out bloodbath from exactly 1 year ago, right on the edge of Jasper. The kingdom chilling right next door to the Demon King's fortress. Totally tuning out the panicked screams of her crew, her furious gaze stays laser-focused, dead on Max. Max starts yapping, trying to flex about how things operate back in his territory, but she savagely shuts him down with a cold, disgusted. She snaps that she is completely over his excuses. The atmosphere violently shatters as both warriors ready, and the very ground of the forest quakes under their insane battle auras. Out of absolutely nowhere, a massive swarm screaming at the top of their lungs that it's payday and they're here for the ultimate bounty. Max grips his weapon until his knuckles turn white, ruthlessly ordering his elite troops and vicious hunting hounds swarm the royal, completely locking down any chance of fleeing, while Max loudly preaches that their deaths will fuel the ultimate glory of Ormus. Pure, unadulterated rage radiates from the princess. Hoisting her gigantic, heavy-duty axe into the air, she unleashes a deafening roar. Miles away, the earth-shattering rumble of demonic cavalry tears through the silence. Up in his dark spire, the Wolf Demon King lets out a monstrous roar of absolute shock, instantly piecing together the shady plot. Ormus's forces are trying to assassinate the princess and pin the murder on him, deliberately sparking a massive, all-out war, just like the Bloodbath 200. Without a second thought, he deploys a terrifying horde of monsters, his face dropping into a deadly scowl as he cutting back to the woods. Crimson blood and chaotic, glowing mana completely drench the war zone. Max's ruthless backup systematically slaughters the dwarf warriors. Total anarchy dominates the scene until a blinding, golden barrier erupts around the princess. She screams for her squad to break free, while a heavily bleeding dwarf frantically begs her to realize that the enemy numbers are just way too insane to handle. He warns that charging in blindly is pleading with her to make a run for it, while they sacrifice themselves to carve out an exit. Grinding her teeth with blazing fury, she roars that she'll personally crush every single one of them into dust, completely blanking her magical doll's desperate crying to chill out. Max casually hoists his blade, wild magical energy trash-talking her for cowering behind a barrier like a pathetic turtle. Out of nowhere, a brutally intense, neon-purple shockwave detonates right in his face. The blast is absolutely blinding and totally overwhelming. He freezes up, genuinely rattled, sweating over whether the Beast King's top enforcer, a menacing, toxic purple energy cloud, swallows the sky above them. A bone-chilling voice echoes through the trees, flat out stating that this ambush by Ormus was total and that humans are annoyingly unpredictable. Max's pupils shrink in pure terror as it hits him. The towering entity standing right there isn't just some random. Instantly, both the arrogant prince and the fierce princess are violently shaking, physically crushed by the Demon King's suffocating aura. Pierce Das materializes with an incredibly toxic smirk, icily commanding the Ormus royalty to just drop dead. His face goes completely deadpan as he triggers his insanely overpowered magical artifact. Someone in the back shrieks that top-tier demons just entered the chat. Right on cue, the Demon King flexes a horrifying, pitch-black aura. The crushing, heavy energy, slamming down like a literal ton of bricks. It tightly coils around Max, totally paralyzing him on the spot. He violently thrashes around, completely mind-blown and screaming in panic as the insane gravity locks him down. Unable seizing that exact split second, Princess Louise Vert blitzes forward with god-tier speed, bridging the gap between them faster than you can blink. Weapon raised and ready to deliver a lethal blow. A few of Max's goons somehow find their spine, furiously screaming that she has a lot of nerve, trying to jump the prince and swearing she'll pay in blood. But even while running their mouths, they're sweating bullets from the insanely menacing energy oozing off her. The sheer pressure practically buckling their knees. Louise's eyes turn dead serious, viciously clapping back that they literally ambushed her first. So now she's about to pack them up, and send them straight to the afterlife along with their boss. Right then, her loyal dwarf heavyweights crash the party, instantly throwing up a massive defensive surrounding their leader, while the assault squad charges headfirst to deliver some hardcore payback. The entire forest turns into an absolute war zone as fiery explosions rip through the canopy and brutal shockwaves shred across the dirt. Chilling in the cut and observing the total carnage with a dangerously calm, unbothered stare, the Demon King mutters to himself that Louise definitely isn't catching a body today, deciding it's finally the perfect moment to pull the trigger on his actual master plan. His eyes slowly track up the colossal beast tower looming ahead. The camera pans to the structure as a massive shockwave of energy explodes outward, so thick and suffocating that the air literally vibrates. Deep inside the throne room, the Beast King is absolutely losing his mind, realizing another demon lord just dropped enemy demons right into his turf. His blood boils as he connects the dots. The timing is way too perfect, hitting exactly while the dwarf princess and the Ormith army are throwing down outside, refusing to stay sidelined. The Beast King blitzes to the front lines, aggressively demanding a status update on the dwarf princess and the demon invader. His troops, sweating bullets, stutter out that by the time they rolled up, the princess was already boxed in by the Ormith forces. This update only fuels his rage, sparking a terrifying realization. The epic war from 200 years ago might actually be sparking up again. But as the camera cuts back to the chaotic battlefield, the wild truth finally drops. Princess Louise is absolutely bodying everyone in her path in a savage, unstoppable rampage. Not a single enemy soldier can even lay a finger on her, while her own squad screams frantically, begging her to chill before this clash turns into a complete bloodbath. Cutting back to the Beast King, the terrified grunt bows his head, wrapping up his report by admitting the princess completely soloed the entire enemy squad, leaving them totally useless. Catching this, the Beast King straight up snaps, roasting his men for feeding him confusing, garbage intel. Pushed over the edge, he violently backhands the soldier. The guy instantly collapses to his knees, violently bowing and spamming apologies, his whole body shaking like a leaf under his boss's crushing aura. Moments later, a fresh squad rolls up, flanked by massive, high-tier beasts. One guard awkwardly clears his throat, terrified to drop the bombshell that the dwarf princess actually flatlined Prince Max. Another guard quickly chimes in, asking what to do with the leftover Ormouth survivors, heavily sweating as he waits for the green light. The Beast King goes dead silent. His face shifts into a cold, menacing stare, his gears turning as he calculates his next flex. Breaking the silence, he barks a strict order to haul the prisoners back alive. He needs them breathing to give an official statement, shutting down any chance of him being framed for this mess. Pivoting to the rest of his crew, he shoots them a lethal glare and demands to know if they bagged the demon who crashed his zone. The soldiers exchange panicked looks before awkwardly mumbling that the search is still ongoing, their voices pathetically trailing off. The Beast King brutally facepalms, verbally trashing them as completely pathetic, roasting them for having useless brains and even more useless noses. His rage is white-hot, but suddenly his scowl shifts into deep concentration. If this invader is a top-tier stealth demon, then obviously these clowns wouldn't pick up the scent. Squinting his eyes, he quietly mutters that it has been a hot minute since someone pushed him this far. Without warning, he triggers an elite skill called sensory super maximization. This hardcore technique forcefully pumps mana straight into his nervous system, massively hacking his senses. Once mastered, it acts like a radar, pinging even the most ghostly traces of stealth magic. Just seconds later, he catches a hit. A super faint, foreign demon vibe ghosting through the zone. His face drops as a nasty theory hits him. Did that absolute rat chase down the dwarf princess? Whipping around, he violently demands his squad point out exactly where the princess took off. One terrified grunt throws a finger out, stuttering a quick direction. But before the guy can even finish his sentence, the Beast King straight up teleports, bursting forward at godlike speed. His feral roars shake the entire forest as he violently curses the Demon King's name. In that split second, all the puzzle pieces lock together. His eyes go wide as the ultimate mastermind play clicks in his head. The whole drama with the dwarf princess and Prince Ormouth, even purposely leaking that magic, it was totally a setup. Every single move was a giant bait to drag him away from his precious volcano. Pure, unadulterated rage nukes his senses. His aura detonates like a bomb as he blitzes back toward the mountain, literally shattering the ground beneath his boots, while hurricane winds rip around his body. The camera aggressively cuts back to the heart of the Beast King's turf, deep inside a colossal, top-secret cavern hugging the volcano. Heavy-hitting beast guards lock down the perimeter, while lower-level demons hustle materials back and forth like clockwork. The whole setup screams underground military op. Gliding deeper into the cavern, we reveal the absolute madman himself. The Demon King has already infiltrated the vault. He stands super calm right on the edge of a monstrous pool of glowing, magical lava, studying it like a scientist. The magma pulses with a sick, unnatural glow, leaking a ridiculously dense aura. He softly mutters that this isn't some basic lava pit. The legendary energy of return is literally flowing straight through the molten rock. Even with Draxon's tanky build, diving in there would have been instant suicide, meaning this artificial magma was heavily engineered just to siphon the power. With a chill smirk, the Demon King admits he literally couldn't care less. Pitch-black energy instantly flares up around him, awakening insane, hidden passives. He casually explains that his newly acquired black flame dragon scales let him swim through lava like it's a hot tub. But suddenly, his stealth breaks. A hyper-alert tiger demon locks onto his signature and instantly launches a completely lethal, maxed-out ambush. The beast pours literally every ounce of his power into his weapon, swinging to kill. But the Demon King? He casually raises one hand and catches the strike like it's nothing. The massive blade is completely frozen in midair. And the boss doesn't even break a sweat. He coldly mentions that, at point-blank range, getting clocked by a high-tier guard was bound to happen. The tiger demon aggressively flashes his fangs, screaming at the intruder to freeze. But before the cat can even pull his weapon back, the Demon King coldly whispers, "You're coming with me." Without hesitating, he violently drags the screaming tiger demon over the ledge, straight up swan diving into the monstrous lava pit. As they crash into the fiery depths, the tiger guard's horrific screams bounce off the cave walls before his entire body gets instantly vaporized by the insane heat, leaving zero trace behind. Meanwhile, the Demon King is totally chilling. His pitch-black dragon scales activate, acting like an impenetrable heat shield, letting the liquid fire slide off him like it's water. Sinking deeper and deeper into the blazing abyss, he reflects on exactly what kind of broken healing factor he just unlocked. A wicked, satisfied smirk stretches across his face as the old memories flood back. Finally, at the very bottom of the magma trench, the jackpot reveals itself, a literal phoenix. Its divine aura pumps out so much raw pressure, it outshines the magma itself. The Demon King flashes back to his academy days as a cadet, remembering how top-tier lore confirmed the phoenix exists across multiple dimensions. These cosmic birds range from holy deities to apocalyptic destroyers that rule entire realms, their combat stats varying wildly based on their form. But every single history book agreed on one broken fact: any demon lord who successfully consumed a phoenix gained enough broken stats to permanently etch their name into the Demon World's Hall of Fame. Smug satisfaction washes over the boss's face as he mentally gives Draxon a massive shout-out. Since that idiot actually managed to absorb the bird in his past life, it paved the exact roadmap for him to be standing right here. The ultimate cheat code he always drooled over is finally floating in the palm of his hand, and this time around, he is going to rewrite the entire server's history with it. Slowly, he reaches his hand out, and a violently blinding flashbang of pure energy detonates from his palm. The light show is so god-tier that it literally punches through the mountain, lighting up the entire night sky for miles. Catching this massive beam from a distance, the Beast King's face severely distorts. In pure, unhinged fury, he screams into the sky, absolutely losing it over who exactly hijacked his precious phoenix. His brain frantically scans his enemy list, briefly suspecting Deus, but quickly scratching him off since that dude never lifts a finger unless there is massive profit. In a flash, he violently touches down at the cave's entrance, where the remaining guards are trembling and stuttering, trying to warn him about the demon invader. But the Beast King literally shoves right through them like a bulldozer, barking a lethal order for everyone to hold position while he storms into the danger zone. He angrily mutters that Ugar is way too brain-dead to pull off a heist this clean, and Rena from the Frost Tribe would instantly melt getting anywhere near the Firebird. With only one logical suspect left, he suddenly snaps his neck back to his terrified squad and violently asks about their status. One heavily sweating guard frantically stammers out that, just minutes ago, the elite tiger demon randomly dove straight into the magma. The Beast King completely snaps, calling cap on the story because that is literally impossible. But the hyperventilating soldier pushes on, swearing that the tiger screamed he was going to hijack the prize. Right at that exact second, someone screams that the Demon King is lurking inside, warning everyone to back up. A tidal wave of blinding, godlike light erupts from the core of the cavern, scaling up in intensity by the millisecond. The blinding shockwave blasts way past the cave entrance, turning into a massive beacon seen from miles away. Cut to a far-off cliff, where several key players are locked onto the absolute cinematic spectacle. Princess Louise, Merchant Granada, Cargill, and Princess Elena all stand completely frozen with their troops, their jaws on the floor, as they witness the nuclear glow in dead silence. Back at Ground Zero, the Beast King hits his absolute boiling point. He wildly crushes his fists together, and his aura straight up detonates. Going completely feral, he roars a blood-curdling promise to completely obliterate the intruder. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the fiery abyss, the legendary phoenix finally spreads its wings. Deep inside a hyper-dense forest, A jarring, unnatural screech pierced the air, then bled into dead silence. Sprawled across the forest dirt, Deus lay utterly paralyzed, looking practically lifeless. Several agonizing minutes dragged by before his eyelids finally twitched and peeled open. Utter bewilderment clouded his vision as he squinted at the twisted canopy of leaves overhead, completely clueless about his location or how he even got dumped there. A creeping circle of wildlife had already closed in around him. Timber wolves lurked in the pitch-black shadows, tiny critters peeked through the dense brush, and ravens stared from the high branches, yet zero fangs were bared. They merely judged the bizarre intruder invading their turf. Brushing off the audience, Deus groggily shoved himself off the dirt. His head spun like crazy as he scrambled for memories, until reality smacked him hard. The Phoenix. His master plan was totally straightforward. Slay the beast, stash it in his subspace, and warp back home. But that massive volcanic eruption completely blindsided him, launching his body across the heavens before he violently face-planted into these woods. Trudging through the thicket, he stumbled upon a trickling creek and completely froze at his own reflection. His entire physical form had mutated. A total stranger stared right back. Meanwhile, miles away in Ormus, Princess Louise delivered gut-wrenching battlefield news to the monarch. Their elite fighters had clashed fiercely, but the royal heir had tragically perished in the crossfire. Swallowed by raw heartbreak and blinding fury, the sovereign instantly commanded a colossal military crusade. The Beast Demon King had to be wiped off the map. Cutting back to the wilderness, a flickering hologram of Hillen suddenly pinged Deus's communicator. Pure shock stretched across Hillen's face the second he caught sight of Deus's wild new look, though the Overlord coolly verified it was actually him. Hillen urgently briefed him that almost 500 combatants, including 200 officially ranked champions, were prepping to raid the Tower of Beast. Leading the vanguard was the legendary 10-star battle mage Rosal Charned, flanked by Vice Commander Bolif Dislord. Interestingly, the raiding factions weren't entirely united on slaughtering the Overlord. A greedy handful desperately wanted him captured alive to harvest the fortress's ultra-rare loot. Deus instantly hatched a lethal scheme. Hillen would infiltrate the crusade and assassinate the Beast Demon King himself the second an opening popped up, instantly skyrocketing his clout among humanity. Moments later, Gordon relayed critical intel. Draxton had urgently rallied multiple rival rulers, dragging heavy hitters like Belvec and Reyna straight to the Tower of Beast. Smelling the extreme danger, Deus immediately shifted into his true demonic state and blasted into the clouds. The stolen Phoenix mana erupted with savage intensity, setting his vast wings totally ablaze. He shredded through the atmosphere like a scorching meteor, violently slamming against his own fortress's magical shield, before finally sticking a flawless landing. The moment Deus locked down his perimeter, Gordon fired up a spatial gateway linking straight to the Tower of Beast. Down below, human champions swarmed from every territory, while Rosal soaked up massive respect by fiercely swearing she would crush the demonic ruler herself. Meanwhile, Hillen silently vowed that the ultimate glory would absolutely end up in his own hands. High above, Deus, Gordon, and Jason materialized at the fortress's apex, where Draxton stood waiting, tossing them a chillingly calm nod. Draxton escorted the trio into the Grand War Room. Deus mentally noted that ghosting this summit would have been a catastrophic mistake. The second the room packed out, Belvac demanded to know why they were dragged here so fast. Jason nonchalantly brought up the swarming human armies, prompting Draxton to drop a massive bombshell. The absolute truth. One of the rulers sitting right there had covertly smuggled a shadow assassin into his turf. That infiltrator had completely hijacked the dead phoenix Draxton was gearing up to consume, and making things endlessly worse, that exact same saboteur had straight up murdered the second royal heir of Ormus, which directly ignited this massive, bloodthirsty human crusade. The surrounding rulers swallowed his words in dead silence. A few mentally questioned if Draxton had been hoarding a mythical phoenix in the shadows this whole time, while others thought pulling a heist on such a god-tier beast was insanely suicidal. Yet, deliberately baiting the Ormus Empire into mobilizing an apocalyptic strike force heavily implied someone was desperately trying to wipe Draxton off the board. Pushing his theory further, Draxton hinted that this exact same faceless phantom might also be the mastermind behind the brutal assassination of the Dwarven royals. If that terrifying theory held weight, their endgame was definitely sparking an all-out global bloodbath. Scanning the heavy hitters in the room, Draxton boldly accused someone sitting right at that table of plotting his execution. But if they wanted him dead, he venomously promised he was absolutely dragging them down to hell with him. Seething with pure rage, he vowed to drag the backstabber into the light. To pull that off, he declared he was buying the elusive black box key. The fortress's integrated black box was a top-tier surveillance core engineered to track every single footstep and spell cast by the demonic rulers. It was initially forged to dissect old battle footage and strategize future slaughters far more lethally. However, tons of old-school overlords who worshipped hardcore demonic traditions dismissed the tech as total garbage. Booting the program demanded a mind-blowing chunk of demonic energy points. And since the hardware would completely vaporize if the fortress crumbled, practically every ruler had ghosted the feature. But Draxton was dead set on cracking it open. The second Deus processed that threat, icy panic gripped his chest. He had completely forgotten the surveillance core even existed. If Draxton actually managed to rip open the digital vault inside his stronghold, covering up the heist would be utterly impossible. Draxton kept talking, emphasizing that booting up the terminal wasn't a solo job he could just force. The firewall demanded absolute clearance from the specific overlord who actually owned the targeted fortress. Without that encrypted consent, the vault stayed permanently deadlocked. He locked eyes with the surrounding lords, directly challenging every single ruler in the room to grant him full admin access to unlock the surveillance feeds in their respective territories. His logic was bulletproof. If the rat pulling the strings was actually chilling among them, they would instantly sweat and deny the request. A suffocating hush choked the war room. Deus absorbed every single word, dread twisting violently in his gut. The whole game had just escalated into a deeply lethal trap he hadn't planned for. If that security footage got broadcasted to everyone, his entire cover would be blown to pieces. But the suffocating tension randomly evaporated. Rulers started dropping their digital green lights, one after another. Even the imposing demon queen rubber-stamped her approval without a shred of hesitation. Not a single soul pushed back against the invasive scan. Looking deeply satisfied, Draxton gave a sharp nod. With total network clearance locked in, he could trigger the playback sequence the second he felt like it. He coldly declared that the moment the data rendered, he would drop the names. With that threat hanging, the summit was totally dismissed. Soon after, the insane specs of the decryption key surfaced. It was a stupidly rare, one-shot, consumable artifact. The absolute robbery of a price tag sat at 9,999 demonic power points. Only bosses hoarding astronomical banks of dark mana could even dream of clicking purchase. Thanks to that ridiculously toxic paywall, almost everyone completely ignored the item. Draxton himself honestly wasn't rushing to blow his points on the key right this second. With an entire human armada gearing up to siege his front door, draining his energy reserves right now would be straight up suicidal. If he nerfed his own stats before clashing with the champions, the fallout would be catastrophically brutal. Yet, his post-war roadmap was totally locked in. The absolute millisecond the human crusade wiped out and things cooled down, he was instantly buying that master key. The moment it hit his inventory, he was totally planning to hack into the surveillance cores owned by Deus and Jason. That footage alone would violently expose the backstabber. Cut to the aftermath of the summit. Deus and Gordon warped straight back to their home base. The second their boots hit the floor, Deus aggressively started crunching the terrifying new variables. The looming threat of that surveillance tech booting up was practically suffocating his thoughts. He only had one viable play left. Before Draxton could hit play, Draxton had to be completely wiped off the board. Locking that bloody objective into his mind, Deus opted to run a full perimeter check on his fortress before plotting the actual hit. Gordon quickly briefed him that practically all base defenses were totally locked and loaded. Catching that update, Deus ordered a top-to-bottom sweep, starting all the way down at ground zero. The duo rode the lift down to the first floor of Berg Tower, and the visual slapping them in the face was wildly insane. An absolute monster of a magical cannon hogged the entire room. The rig looked exactly like a skyscraper-sized artillery battery, engineered purely for apocalyptic devastation. Flexing proudly right on top of the lethal hardware was Logger. The absolute second he spotted Deus walking in, the dude's hype completely redlined. He instantly started geeking out over his psychotic new toy. This monstrosity, he bragged at the top of his lungs, was the ultimate equalizer, birthed from the Hellforge, the Hell's Catapult, Mark I. His pitch practically oozed toxic levels of self-worship over his own lethal art. To hear him tell it, the blueprints were stupidly gorgeous and violently elegant. It was hands down the sickest piece of tech he had ever slapped together. But as Deus and Gordon pivoted to bounce, Logger just kept aggressively screaming his pitch at their backs. He was fiercely thanking his boss, while swearing on his life that his next drop would be way bulkier, insanely deadlier, and totally mind-blowing. Ditching the hyperactive mechanic, Deus and Gordon elevated to the second tier, bumping straight into K. Turde posted up solo in the sparring ring, grinding her blade work with chilling, hyper-focused intensity. The absolute millisecond she sensed Deus breach the room, she zeroed in without skipping a single beat. She violently dashed forward, unleashing a blindingly fast strike. Her steel shredded the air right at his neck, but Deus just casually flicked up his own blade, parrying the lethal slash with practically zero sweat. Still the exact same, he muttered coldly, dissecting her sloppy footwork. K-Turde fiercely narrowed her eyes, pure adrenaline flooding her expression. The real bloodbath starts right now, she barked back. Skipping the trash talk, she instantly sparked her kinetic combat aura and ripped out a heavily modded finisher dubbed Waxing Moon, breaking the waning moon. The sheer kinetic force behind the steel was visibly heavier, totally sharpened by endless grinding. Yet, even this leveled-up combo didn't even make Deus blink. He intercepted the crash just as smoothly as the warm-up hit. A razor-thin smirk ghosted across his lips as he taunted, "Okay, you leveled up a tiny bit. Confessed, but you are still miles away from my league." Kay Turde just stared at him, totally shook. Her brain completely short-circuited trying to process how her ultimate combo got swatted away like a cheap toy. Before she could even reboot her stance for a round 2, Deus triggered a blindingly fast counter-sweep. His steel cracked against her with brutal, calculated perfection. One precise strike was all it took to send her teetering on the edge of a blackout. The lightning-fast clash wrapped up in a flash. Pivoting toward Gordon, Deus let a hint of genuine curiosity bleed into his voice. "Why stash Princess Cater all the way down on floor 2? He asked. Gordon quickly clarified that Princess Ernin was currently deep in the middle of a high-stakes summoning ritual up on floor 4. Not wanting anyone to wreck the fragile process, he had carefully relocated Cater to keep the zone totally clear. That little detail actually managed to make Deus raise a surprised eyebrow. Cut to the 4th floor, and the magical ritual was already firing on all cylinders. Planted right in the dead center of a blindingly bright magic circle, Ernin locked in her absolute focus. She pumped her raw energy into the spirit dust Sunil had handed off earlier, making it glow. Tapping deep into her mana reserves, she started chanting the ancient summoning spell, nailing every single syllable flawlessly. Reaching out to the supreme entity of the tides, she demanded the guardian, bound by blood and soul, to awaken. Her quiet voice bounced off the chamber walls, as she proudly stated her name, Ernin Hilderin, desperate to lock down a spiritual pact with the ancient Leviathan. Boom! The ritual was a total success. A massive, high-tier water spirit materialized inside the runic ring, radiating a blinding wave of sapphire energy that instantly synced up with Ernin's mana core. But the second that mental bridge clicked into place, a tidal wave of pure power violently rushed through her veins. The insane pressure completely shattered her balance, sending her crashing straight toward the floor. But in the blink of an eye, Deus materialized right next to her. Moving like an absolute blur, he snatched her out of midair before she could even scrape the tiles. Holding her up gently, a tiny smirk played on his lips. "Looks like I got here right on the dot," he murmured, casually hyping up her flawless summoning. Ernin let out a shy, awkward giggle and shook her head, blushing slightly. She humbly admitted that the only reason it actually worked was thanks to that spirit dust from earlier. But out of nowhere, things took a wildly chaotic turn. In a super soft whisper, Ernin randomly blurted out that she was totally in love with the Demon King. The confession slipped right past her lips before she could even hit the brakes. Deus completely froze, visibly stunned, while Ernin instantly entered full-blown panic mode. She frantically waved her hands, swearing up and down that she didn't mean to say that out loud, even though it was 100% her voice. She desperately claimed her mouth had literally moved on its own. After a few seconds of pure, unadulterated awkwardness, the crazy truth finally dropped. Ernin hadn't actually spoken a single word. That massive confession came straight from the newly summoned water spirit. Ernin let out a heavy sigh, muttering that she had somehow managed to drag up a seriously chaotic and high-maintenance partner. Hearing that, the Phantom literally burst into hysterical laughter. A second later, she finally did a proper introduction. She was Niruniel, an ultra-rare, high-ranking water spirit. Her entire vibe was instantly obvious. She was totally obsessed with reading cheesy romance novels, living for that spicy, forbidden love drama. Beaming with toxic levels of joy, Niruniel loudly announced that she was absolutely a simp for the Demon King. She even boldly pointed out that he definitely already knew about Ernin's massive crush, and immediately started interrogating them about when they were finally going to make it official and start dating. Getting hit with those wild accusations left Ernin completely malfunctioning. Her face burned crimson red as she desperately screamed at the spirit to stop spouting absolute nonsense. Niruniel, on the other hand, was having the time of her life. Flashing a wicked grin, she just kept ruthlessly roasting the poor princess. She aggressively nudged the princess to just confess and confirm the juicy gossip that was currently blowing up all over the spirit realm. The streets were saying the innocent demon princess was already heavily cuffed. To Niruniel, this tea was just way too good to pass up. Leaning way too far into the drama, she demanded to know the exact timeline of their secret romance. Trembling with pure embarrassment, Ernin begged Niruniel to just teleport back to her own dimension, praying the entity would disappear and take the humiliating teasing with her. But the spirit wasn't about to dip out on this prime entertainment. Deus finally stepped up to the plate and cut off the chaos. His face was a total mask of ice, but his voice packed a heavy, dead serious punch as he locked eyes with the elite spirit. Directly, he flat out asked Niruniel what kind of vibe he was throwing off to her. The water phantom scanned him up and down for a hot second. Then, a slow, knowing smirk crept across her face as she spilled the truth. To her, he looked like a crazy, elegant, drop-dead gorgeous demon lord. The literal perfect match to stand right by the princess's side. Not even flinching at the compliment, he coldly asked her to look again. And then, completely out of nowhere, He flipped the switch on his core magic. His entire physical form instantly warped. His hair flared into a blinding, vivid crimson, and the heavy aura suffocating the room violently shifted into something completely foreign. Both Ernan and the spirit were totally paralyzed by the insanely fast glow-up. The transformation was so aggressive, it completely caught them off guard. Niruniel frantically tried to scan his new energy signature. Literally 2 seconds ago, he gave off the heavy, suffocating pressure of an elite demon king. But now, the vibe was completely twisted. What she felt hitting her now was pure, hyper-refined mana, totally stripped of any dark demonic taint. Instead, it reeked of the undeniable, sacred essence of a supreme spirit. At the same exact time, a roaring aura of hellfire exploded around Deus. Totally unbothered, he broke down the actual reason for his little magic trick. If an ultra-tier spirit like her could get completely clowned by his fake-out, then those brain-dead demon lords and holy warriors out there wouldn't stand a chance at sniffing out his true identity. A dangerously cocky grin slashed across his face as he confidently declared that Daxon, the Beast Demon King, was about to get handled personally. Right then, Ernan was just standing there shell-shocked, her brain short-circuiting as she tried to process the sheer madness unfolding in front of her. The plot had completely derailed so fast, she was barely hanging on to the conversation. Especially the terrifying part about one demon king brutally executing another. That dark reality sent shivers straight down her spine. Smash cut to a bit later, and Deus was tearing through the clouds like a fighter jet, his eyes locked on a deadly mission. Mid-flight, a glowing holographic system alert suddenly popped up right in his face. Gordon's utterly panicked mug flashed onto the screen. The dude looked like he was 1 second away from a total mental breakdown. Gripping his own hair like he was losing his mind, he started screaming into the mic. Totally chilling, Deus just asked him what the massive emergency was. Gordon practically choked on his words, blurting out that the crisis was about the Beast King himself. That little lore drop definitely made Deus blink, but he slapped his poker face right back on. Gordon kept ranting, completely flabbergasted. He literally could not fathom why a ruler of hell would purposely hunt down one of their own. Deus didn't even skip a beat. He coldly reminded his assistant that he had already laid his cards on the table. He was going to wipe Daxon off the map. Hearing it confirmed out loud just cranked Gordon's panic attack to an 11. He screamed through the screen, frantically explaining that a stunt like that violently shattered the ancient, unbreakable truce holding the Demon Kings together. If the council finds out you broke the absolute taboo, the backlash is going to be apocalyptic. Deus clamped his jaw shut, calculating the insane ticking clock hanging over his head. He shot back that they had to crush this problem right now, because if Daxon managed to crack open that black box first, the entire game board would instantly flip. If that happened, Deus would be the one taking a massive, fatal L. Gordon groaned, admitting that the logic made total sense. But doing the math didn't make this suicide mission any less insane. He hammered home the astronomical stakes. The boss hadn't actually unlocked his Orion dimensional aura yet, and Deus was basically flying blind, without full mastery over that kind of godly firepower. Dimensional energy was the hardcore, foundational law, keeping the multiverse glued together. Without hacking that system, one tiny slip-up meant instant death. Every single universe had a built-in antivirus that aggressively purged alien invaders. The second you clip into a foreign reality, the entire world triggers its immune response. It slams you with an absolute crush of atmospheric pressure, using pure dimensional gravity as a firewall. That crushing force alone is enough to totally nerf the stats of any trespasser. Thanks to this unbreakable cosmic rule, demons crossing into rival turf got brutally shadow-nerfed. Their base stats were violently hard-capped. A nightmare-tier boss rocking a horrifying power level of 666 at home would literally get reset to level 1 the second they spawned into a hostile dimension. Compared to their prime form, they turned into absolute fodder, and while trapped in that crippled state, they'd still have to throw hands with the localized chosen heroes, OP guardians hardwired by the dimension itself to maintain the server's balance. To bypass this insane debuff, the demonic faction had literally coded their own invasion exploit. They called this insane cheat code the Demon King's Tower, though some edgelords just called it the Devil's Spire. The skyscraper basically acted like a massive Wi-Fi router, directly bridging the abyss, the boss, and the raw flow of dark mana. By dumping their hard-earned magic points into upgrading the base, the ruler could slowly siphon their original, cracked stats straight out of their home server. The higher the floors stacked, the stronger the ping became, slowly patching their original god-tier power back into their bodies. In pure gaming terms, your tower's height was basically a direct flex of your true power level. But the glitch came with one massive, deadly catch. The further the boss roamed from their spawn point, the weaker the Bluetooth connection got. Step out of range, and the mana supply plummets, dragging their HP and damage output straight down with it. Gordon nervously reminded his boss of one very brutal fact. Daxon's stronghold had already grinded up to floor 13. Meanwhile, their own base was currently stuck at a pathetic level 5. Sweating bullets, Gordon choked out the brutal reality of the math. Even with Deus rocking the official, terrifying title of Demon King, walking into the beast's home turf for a boss fight was basically a coin toss for survival. Deus just soaked in the warning without blinking. Yeah, he had fully consumed the legendary Phoenix core, but he hadn't fully absorbed the power yet. The energy pulsing through his veins was still way too unstable, meaning he couldn't just solo the other demon lords right now. But honestly, that was only a problem if he fought alone. A slow, cocky smirk crept onto his face. The second Gordon caught that look, he instantly knew exactly what Deus was plotting. Total panic set in. Gordon tried to stop him before things went totally off the rails, but Deus was already locked in. With a flash of magic, his body morphed, completely shapeshifting into a brand new persona. Flashing a playful grin, he dropped his new identity. From now on, he was Pale. Now fully disguised, he casually announced he'd be crashing the upcoming hero expedition. Gordon just stood there, completely stunned. Cut to the distant Badlands of Ormus, where an absolute bloodbath was tearing the region apart. The Knights of Hillen were locked in a brutal clash against the demon horde. Yeah, they managed to slice down a chunk of the enemy forces, but they were taking massive hits. Knights were bleeding out everywhere. The battlefield was pure chaos. Choking on dust and absolute devastation. Both sides were dropping like flies. Hillen scanned the carnage, his gut twisting. The demons had chased them all the way out here. But the surviving monsters were finally running out of gas. Sensing the momentum shifting, Hillen sprinted through the dirt, dropping to his knees beside his fallen brothers to check their vitals. He shoved healing potions into their hands, begging them to drink up and stay awake. One soldier let out an agonizing groan, shaking as he tried and failed to even sit up. Right in the middle of this wreckage, Deus touched down. Now rocking his pale disguise, his vibe was totally different. He was completely ice-cold, radiating a heavy, commanding aura. Sweeping his gaze over the bleeding knights and the absolute mess around them, he looked at Hillen. How did it get this bad? Hillen immediately dropped into strict military formality, but Deus softly cut him off, telling him to just stick with the name Pale. Hillen gave a quick nod, then broke down exactly what went wrong. Once the strike team had grouped up, they launched their raid on the Beast King's tower, straight by the book. The whole playbook was about exploiting the Beast King's blind spot, zeroing all their attacks right on his tails. And hey, it actually worked. They dealt some serious, heavy damage. But the raid didn't stay flawless for long. The nightmare flashed right back into Hillen's mind. Draxton had just exploded with this terrifying god-tier power, turning the entire war zone into an absolute meat grinder. Getting completely pushed back, Hillen had screamed for Rosal to trigger the backup plan. But the second he turned around, his blood ran cold. Rosal was down. She was laid out, badly wrecked, blood dripping down her face as her eyes rolled back. Hillen was literally shaking. And then, he saw the real nightmare. Draxton was looming right behind her. Knowing she was a split second from death, Hillen didn't even think. He bolted straight into the danger zone to save her, grabbing Rosal tight, yanking her back up on her feet, and throwing her arm over his shoulder. He spun around and just ran, taking hits to his own back to shield her as they frantically bailed on the Beast King. The flashback faded out. Back in the dirt, Hillen finished his grim report. His voice was dripping with bitter frustration as he admitted how miserably the mission tanked. With Rosal so close to death's door, pushing the raid was basically suicide. Running away was literally their only play. The Grand Hero expedition? A total flop. Deus just stood there, taking it all in. A tiny, almost invisible smirk flashed on his face as he processed the intel. But then, his eyes went dark. Something clicked. The puzzle pieces snapped together with a chilling, crystal-clear precision. Basically, the whole operation had gone up in smoke. Hillen kept talking, swearing that even though they ran, they definitely left a massive dent in the Beast King. Still, half the squad was bleeding out and needed triage right now. The troops were running on fumes. But on the bright side, they did completely wipe out a massive wave of demons. As Deus listened, his brain was already playing 4D chess. Meanwhile, Rosal was practically burning a hole through him with her stare. The longer she stared, the more deeply suspicious she got. She straight up demanded to know who he really was, and why he was carrying their team. And there was this one crazy detail she couldn't shake off. This soft, glowing warmth rolling off his body. His aura felt insanely pure. Literally nothing like she had ever felt before. Instead of answering right away, Deus just looked over the broken knights scattered in the dirt. The potions fixed their flesh, yeah, but their mental state? Completely shattered. Slapping band-aids on physical cuts wasn't gonna cut it. If they didn't get their fire back, they'd be dead weight on the battlefield. And he absolutely needed these guys as pawns to crush Draxton. He needed them locked in. After a beat, he decided it was time to flex just a tiny fraction of his true power. Deep in his core, a spark of roaring flame woke up. He told the squad to shut up and watch closely. And then, he literally started levitating. The knight's jaws dropped to the floor. Rosal instantly recognized the insane pressure building up around him. A blinding, golden wave of fire erupted outward. Right behind his back, the colossal shadow of a blazing phoenix ripped open its wings, completely swallowing the sky in godlike light. The entire vibe of the battlefield flipped. Deus's voice echoed with pure authority. He announced he was the master of the phoenix. The name was Pale, and the mission was dead simple: exterminate the Beast King. Rosal's eyes practically popped out of her head. The phoenix was literal myth-tier magic. That insane spike of energy she felt earlier, it all made sense now. That monstrous aura was 100% his. Just looking at his raw mana output, the guy was easily flexing the stats of an elite 10-star beast. A massive rush of adrenaline hit her. Tag teaming with this guy? Taking down the Beast King actually felt possible now. That insane light show completely dragged the knights out of their depression. Soldiers who were just crying in the dirt started gripping their swords again. One by one, they locked in, standing up with fire in their eyes. Hillen felt his own blood pumping. Even though Deus was hiding behind a fake name, his absolute alpha energy naturally whipped the whole squad right into shape. Not a single one of them realized that this mystical hero named Pale, he was literally the Demon King himself. Cut to Draxton, who's hyping up his crew, swearing he's taking his tower back. He admits he burned way too much dark aura during the clash. Because of that, he only managed to snag one black box key, totally ditching the second one for now. Gripping the dark key like a lifeline, he locks in, ready to bust the box wide open. Screaming out to his unseen enemy, he starts unlocking the ancient artifact, belonging to a forgotten Demon King. Instantly, a suffocating, pitch-black wave of energy detonates across the room. Draxton screams into the void, demanding the box show him everything, hungry for the universe's dirtiest secrets. But halfway through, the vibe gets super weird. He suddenly realizes he's not controlling the black box. The box is hacking him. Total panic grips his chest as he tries to fight it off, but the terrifying truth slaps him right in the face. This thing is completely untamable. The glowing system UI confirms it with 96% certainty. Pure rage boils up as all his past screw-ups flash before his eyes. He finally gets why his life has been a glitching mess. Sweating bullets, he decides he has to warn the other Demon Kings right freaking now. But right on cue, a minion bursts through the doors, hyperventilating. Draxton barks at him to spit it out. The minion drops the bomb. The heroes are literally knocking on their front door. And it gets worse. He stutters out that a freshly awakened 10-star hero is spearheading the raid. Ralph Schmitz is leading the vanguard. Draxton's face turns to absolute stone as the nightmare becomes real. Cut to Ralph, making an epic, cinematic entrance right onto Draxton's turf. Just his raw aura has the monster wolves freezing in pure terror. He stands there like an absolute brick wall, completely dialed in, kicking off what's about to be a legendary boss fight. Flashback to exactly 1 hour ago. Back in Ormus, where the air is thick with killing intent, Deus floats right in front of the front lines, staring down the troops as they gear up for round 2. The soldiers are hyping each other up, screaming for a rematch. Their confidence spikes to 93%. They keep bragging that they've literally got the Phoenix on their squad. Drunk on this new courage, they start trash-talking the Demon King like he's a total joke. Ripping their swords out, they launch a massive charge. A deafening roar shakes the earth as they swear to butcher every last demon. Riding the high of the Phoenix's buff, they think the grand treasure is already in their bags. Watching this, Deus notes that the squad's mental health is totally fixed, but he's sweating one major detail. Can these guys even handle the raw, toxic mana of the Phoenix? Time skips forward again. Deus is having a chill huddle with Hillen and Rosal. He points out that even 10-star heroes aren't going to be enough for this raid. They need heavy backup. Rosal just gives this cocky little smirk, flexing that luck is finally on their side. Apparently, an absolute powerhouse just requested to join the party. Right on cue, a massive energy drops in. Deus recognizes the guy in a heartbeat. It's Ralph, a legendary 10-star unit hailed as the ultimate shield master. Taking point on the vanguard, his drop-in literally breaks the game's balance, adding massive weight to the upcoming bloodbath. Snap back to the present, deep inside Draxton's zone. Ralph is already tearing the place apart. He's literally dancing through the battlefield, slaughtering wolves while tanking heavy hits like it's a walk in the park. His massive shield is just blinding everyone with insane, god-tier spiritual energy. Every single roar sends pure terror down the enemy's spines, throwing them into total chaos and ruin. Watching the bloodbath unfold, Deus takes a mental note, officially stamping Ralph as the second heaviest hitter when it comes to tanking. He knows exactly how that crazy shield works, literally bouncing back any hit it takes. Deus is fully aware of how insane Ralph's threat level is, especially since, in his past life, this guy actually helped take him down. And then had the nerve to trash-talk him right after. Just thinking about it makes Deus's blood boil. He is itching to rip Ralph to shreds right then and there, but he bites his tongue, knowing Draxton is the real final boss here. Rosal chimes in, dropping some bitter news. Ralph only showed up after the whole expedition was already wrapped up. You can literally hear the frustration dripping from her voice as she grits her teeth. If that dude had just dragged himself here sooner, the whole vibe would have changed. They could have swept the place with 0 casualties. Meanwhile, the squad keeps pushing forward, hyping each other up as they announce the first floor is totally cleared. The squad's ego is going through the roof right now. They march ahead, practically vibrating with excitement to fight the Demon King, dead set on ending this nightmare. But Deus completely kills the mood, giving Rosal a dead serious. Confidence is cool and all, but sleeping on a Demon King is literally a death wish. Rosal gives him a weird look, so Deus breaks it down. Every single Demon King hides a sick trump card, a nasty surprise they only pull out when they are knocking on death's door. A desperate, cornered animal attack that flips the whole game upside down. Running the math in his head, he spots a wild theory. If Draxton drained his energy reclaiming this tower, the guy might be running on fumes right now. If that is true, they just struck pure gold. For the absolute first time, Deus might actually force that hidden trump card out into the open. The camera cuts to the Beast Tower. As the squad crashes into the 13th floor, the Demon King's turf. A bone-chilling, dead silence chokes the air. Draxton is just chilling on his throne, alone, his insane aura suffocating the entire room, while his eyes burn a toxic, blood-red hue. Right on cue, Ralph and his heavy-duty knights roll up. They inch inside with their guards up, immediately feeling that Draxton has been sitting there, just waiting for the smoke. They look around, totally weirded out. There is not a single demon in sight. Even though this is the absolute top floor, they are mind-blown as to why the boss is flying solo, especially since this place used to be absolutely swarming with mobs. Out of nowhere, Draxton just raises one hand. A sick sphere of pitch-black demonic energy snaps into existence. Looking down on them like actual garbage, he spits out the word insects. He doesn't even look shocked that they crawl back. Honestly, he just did not expect them to speedrun it. He casually drops that he has been cooking up something special for this exact meetup. Rosal physically recoils from the suffocating aura, finally clocking exactly why the whole floor is a ghost town. Draxton unhinges his jaw, blasting out a blinding wave of raw aura. He admits the crazy truth. He literally absorbed every single one of his minions into his own body. He is looking to one-shot the whole squad in a single strike, so Deus instantly starts dissecting the boss's mechanics. This totally breaks all the standard dungeon rules. Instead of stacking elite mini-bosses at the top, Draxton just ate the entire monster wave. His crimson eyes flare up, radiating pure malice. He swears he is going to wipe them off the map, making absolutely sure there is no respawn this time. Hillen, Rosal, and Deus are visibly sweating bullets, but Ralph just stands there, totally unbothered and locked in. Deus feels a massive spike in the aggro. The drop is about to happen. Boom! Draxton rips out an ear-shattering roar. Waves of dark crimson energy detonate off his body. Seeing this, 2 knights completely lose it and blind rush him. A guy from the backline screams his lungs out, begging them to pull back immediately. But the knights totally ignore him, thinking they just caught a golden opening. Yeah, that delusion shatters in literally 1 second. Draxton's power goes absolutely nuclear. A monstrous shockwave rips through the chamber, ragdolling everyone backward like they weigh nothing. Even Ralph gets staggered by the sheer impact. Hillen is hit with a horrifying reality check. Draxton's magic just leveled up to something ungodly. Rosal's jaw hits the floor, stunned that their opening strike got swatted away like a joke. She finally understands what the Beast Demon King's true flex looks like. Now radiating a completely different tier of power, Draxton stands dead center, drowning in an overwhelming aura. The whole room is practically suffocating in deep red fog. Just making eye contact with the guy gives you sleep paralysis. The knights are literally shaking in their boots. Some guys are gasping, forgetting how to even breathe. Right as things go south, Deus steps up to the plate. He instantly pops a high-tier defensive spell, summoning the protection of the phoenix from his back. Boom! 2 blindingly bright wings burst from his spine. The whole vibe of the room flips in a millisecond. The squad instantly breathes a massive sigh of relief, practically wanting to, immediately recognizing it as some straight-up legendary tier magic. They silently swear they owe this guy their lives, but Deus is not here to make friends. His eyes stay glued to the boss, knowing he cannot let Draxton buff himself. Throwing up a massive glowing barrier, he tucks everyone safely inside. He barks an order, telling them to stay put because stepping out means they instantly become dead weight. Feeling the heat, they nod and thank him from the bottom of their heart. Without batting an eye, Deus walks straight into the danger zone. Hillen, Rosal, and Ralph fall right in step beside him. Squatted up, they brace for the ultimate showdown. Watching this cute little standoff, Draxton smirks, noting only 4 of these bugs still have legs that work. But his glowing eyes laser in on just one guy. That red-haired punk is seriously getting on his nerves. It hits Deus right then. The big bad Demon King literally has no idea who he is under this new alias. A wicked little smirk creeps onto Deus's face. He knows this mistaken identity is the ultimate cheat code. As the tension in the room snaps, the absolute final bloodbath is officially on. The fight hits a boiling point the exact second Draxton finally connects the dots and recognizes Deus. Pure, unadulterated rage detonates from his chest as he screams about his stolen phoenix. The audacity of Deus casually strolling into his tower sends him into a meltdown so violent, the very walls start cracking. But Deus? The guy does not even blink. Dripping with cold authority, he totally silences the beast, throwing down a domain and triggering a complete audio-canceling hex. A ghost of a smirk dances on his lips as he flexes absolute control over the room's sound waves. The entire dynamic of the fight flips on its head. Rosal instantly catches on to the absolute genius of his play. Draxton's deafening roar is just muted. Dead air. Plus, it means the boss literally cannot hear them chanting their next spells. The momentum just took a huge swing in their favor. Not wasting a single second, Deus unleashes top-tier binding magic. Boom. Glowing sage chains rocket across the room to tie the Demon King down. But Draxton just claps back with raw, terrifying brute force, screaming in blind fury as he violently snaps the chains like they are made of wet paper. The insane power gap is suddenly very, very obvious. Draxton coldly announces this is not a duel, it is a slaughter, promising to rip them limb from limb. Yet, Deus stays completely chill, savagely mocking him, saying he cannot hear a dog barking. The absolute silence traps Draxton in his own head. Meanwhile, Rosal yells at the boys to stick strictly to the game plan. In a flash, Deus hard pushes for a crazy frontal assault. A massive, screen-shaking explosion goes off on impact. The throne room instantly dissolves into pure chaos as both sides start trading heavy, bone-crushing hits back and forth. The combat speed gets so cracked, it is literally a blur. Deus is moving so insanely fast that Rosal's eyes cannot even keep up anymore. Hillen brushes off her panic, firmly saying that just playing their roles perfectly is all they need to do. Draxton just keeps screaming in disgust, calling their little strategy a total suicide mission, but even he has to respect the sheer guts it takes to stand up to him. The tension in the room is practically choking them. Suddenly, Deus jukes out at warp speed, trying to totally reposition behind the boss. Draxton snaps to him instantly, barking that he is going home in a body bag, spitting out Deus's name like pure venom. Right as their eyes lock, a flashback kicks in from their pre-game huddle. Deus had laid out the whole blueprint. Pure, unbroken speed was the only way to crack Draxton's defense. That massive tank of a body was backed up by totally broken reflexes. They had to lock his feet to the ground and spam his weak points. Back then, Hillen was sweating it, terrified he would be too slow to pull it off. But Deus patted him on the back, smoothly promising to drop a very specific signal. Hillen was completely lost on what this secret ping was supposed to be. Flashback over. Reality hits like a truck. Draxton completely launches himself, trying to flatten Deus into the floor. Fully convinced he just secured the kill, but Deus cleanly sidesteps it like a pro. Then, out of nowhere, he hits the brakes, flashing a cocky smirk as he whips out Armani's orb. Draxton literally laughs in his face, calling the artifact totally trash. But Deus, cool as ice, drops the lore. The orb is meant to broadcast the master's exact coordinates to their vassal. Draxton scoffs, super arrogant, thinking there is absolutely zero vassals left in the room. But that was the signal, right on the money. Hillen materializes out of thin air, fully launching himself into the absolute meat grinder of a battle, slamming his hand down to activate Armani's orb. The moment his blade connected with Draxton, a crushing pressure slammed into him. His skull felt like it was literally splitting open. But he didn't even flinch, he just pushed harder. Draxton absolutely lost his mind. The Beast King was totally thrown off. A hero, turning into a vassal? Deus just hit him with an ice-cold smirk. Hey, if you survive it, it works, he brushed off. His eyes? Completely locked in, analyzing every single move. Hillen went completely all out, dropping a catastrophic strike. The sheer impact ripped shockwaves straight through the battlefield. The earth practically shattered beneath their feet, blasting rubble into the sky. But get this, Draxton barely even staggered. He just laughed in their faces, calling the hit absolute garbage. His insane durability made a full power attack look like a complete joke. Out of nowhere, a blinding burst of flames slammed into him. Caught completely off guard, the Demon King actually stumbled back for the first time. The timing was absolutely flawless. This was the master plan paying off. Deus had prepped Rosal for this exact moment. Wait for the opening, then strike. He told her to channel every ounce of her trauma and weaponize that pain. She had listened in dead silence, her resolve turning to absolute steel. Cut back to the present, she was holding nothing back. Raw mana violently erupted around her like a hurricane. The air literally warped from the heavy pressure. Locking her sights dead on Draxton, she began charging up a legendary tier spell. A massive satellite cannon pulled in an insane amount of energy. The ground fractured right under her boots. The heat alone was melting everything nearby. And then, she let it rip. A colossal beam of raw destruction carved a trench straight through the zone. Blindingly bright, the laser slammed into Draxen with terrifying power. An apocalyptic explosion swallowed the entire grid, leaving nothing but scorching fire and absolute carnage in its wake. Then, dead silence. Even the wind held its breath as the heavy smoke slowly drifted away. Hillen, Ralph, and Roselle stared dead ahead, muscles completely tense, waiting to see the aftermath. But somehow, Draxen was still standing, completely consumed by rage. His psychotic laughter echoed across the wasteland. It was the kind of sound that literally sends ice down your spine. Deus? Completely unbothered. He knew a boss like this wasn't getting one-shotted. Not a single drop of sweat on his face. Just pure, cold calculation. It was like he had already read the script. Draxen's fury just hit a whole new level. His mana spiraled out of control as a blood-red aura detonated, swallowing the entire arena. The sheer gravity of it physically pushed the heroes back. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he flexed his title as the Demon King of Beasts. Swearing that everyone was going to end up in a body bag, he rushed Deus like a literal freight train. His movements were way faster and totally unhinged, but Deus just casually sidestepped, a faint, almost arrogant smirk creeping onto his face. The so-called king had devolved into nothing but a rabbit. Blinded by rage, Draxen roared that he was going to rip Deus apart. Flexing the Phoenix's power, a monstrous mass of fiery aura pooled into his claw. The heat was literally melting reality around him. He spat pure venom in desperation, but before he could even pop off, bam! Deus sniped him with a surgical strike, totally canceling his attack animation. Draxen shrieked in agony, but the guy just refused to stay down. He barked that he wasn't going out like a scrub, but Roselle already spotted the weak point, his tails. Zero hesitation. She dialed in her aim, channeled the perfect amount of mana, and let off a sniper-level shot. The blast sliced one of his tails clean off. Draxen howled in absolute torture. His fatal flaw was completely out in the open now. This was their golden ticket. Deus instantly spammed the Sage's chains again, totally locking Draxen down in a split second. Reality hit the Demon King like a truck. If he got hit right now, he was totally cooked. He thrashed around like a maniac, but those chains weren't budging. Right on cue, Ralph stepped up, popping his ultimate healing skill. A soothing blue wave washed over the squad, instantly maxing out their health bars. Buffing his own stats, he locked in for the final push. Draxen was just screaming out toxic rage, realizing it was game over. Every single piece of the puzzle finally clicked. Restrained, severely nerfed, and totally defenseless, the execution was set. A blinding flash of steel dropped, stopping the monster dead in his tracks. The battlefield went totally silent. Only the wreckage was left from a raid that pushed them to absolute breaking point. Deus just stood over the chopped-up boss, that signature cocky smirk sitting on his face. Game over. It was officially done. He casually mentioned he'd be taking the Phoenix's power, dropping a cold farewell. The blade whistled through the air, cleanly severing Draxen's neck. The monster's head spun off, hitting the dirt with a heavy thud. For a split second, you could hear a pin drop. Then, the surviving heroes completely erupted. Pure hype and relief flooded the zone, as everyone screamed that they actually cleared it. But beneath Deus's cool exterior, his brain was plotting some dark, ambitious moves. This hype, it just wasn't enough for him. He wanted the absolute spotlight. More clout, more fans, pure worship. He was already visualizing a future where the world never stopped screaming his name. Suddenly, an earthquake ripped through the floor. Massive fissures tore open as the dungeon tower started caving in. The victory party turned into a total nightmare in 2 seconds flat. Mass panic immediately infected the squad. People were screaming left and right, barking out rapid-fire orders to loot whatever drops they could carry. They heavily prioritized bagging the high-tier health potions for the 10-star carriers before booking it. But in the middle of all that chaos, Deus just chilled there for a second. He locked his eyes right onto Draxen's dead body. His mind started wandering, thinking about the edgy path this boss had chosen. He honestly wondered, if this guy got a respawn, would he even change his toxic ways? The answer hit him instantly. Nope. Draxen was too busy role-playing the ultimate villain right up until he got clapped. Snapping back to reality, survival instinct kicked in, and they all sprinted out of the crumbling dungeon. They hauled whatever loot they managed to snatch. Once outside, Roselle slid up to Hillen. She gave him a piercing look, smoothly calling him out. She basically implied he had been playing four-dimensional chess with them this entire time. Her theory? He purposely planned to steal the kill on the boss. Hillen just waved her off, effortlessly gaslighting her by saying it was just a messy battlefield misunderstanding. Roselle didn't push it. For now. But her face screamed that she was not buying it. She remembered exactly when he decided to jump in, and the timing was way too suspicious. Even though the boss wasn't exactly god tier like the rumors said, it still brought them entirely to the brink. Still, she couldn't deny that Hillen pulled his weight. Swerving the topic, she casually dropped that she was claiming the boss's loot drops, specifically, the corpse. She asked if he had beef with that. Hillen simply said, "We're good." Right then, frantic yelling caught Roselle's attention. Someone was screaming for her to check out a crazy hidden discovery in the rubble. She sprinted over, and completely froze in her tracks at what she saw. It was the kidnapped prince, and right next to him, the third princess of the Akan kingdom, Lavinia. She was completely knocked out, but slowly started twitching awake. Mind blown, Roselle aggressively demanded to know what on earth she was doing in a danger zone. Lavinia just mumbled in her usual cryptic, broken sentences, whispering something about crafting materials. It only took a second for Roselle to connect the dots. The truth hit her like a ton of bricks. This girl literally solo-queued into the tower, just to farm parts for a chimera build. The sheer, unhinged recklessness of it left Roselle totally speechless. Lavinia babbled some more nonsense about monster drops, making Roselle even more stressed as she realized how deep this went. The rest of the guild just stared like she was crazy. They had zero clue how Roselle was even translating that gibberish. Locking in, Roselle asked if the boss had attacked her. Lavinia spat out some random words about cash and beasts. Roselle's brain worked overtime. Wait, she was literally running a black market monster trade? Lavinia just nodded like it was the most normal thing ever. Watching them pack up, Deus internally judged her entire vibe. Soloing a death trap and casually doing business with a demon lord for a science project? That wasn't just reckless, that was straight up psychopath behavior. Cut over to the Hero Guild, where the executive boomers were holding an emergency post-raid meeting. They were super salty about losing the Beast Tower, a major grinding spot. You could hear the pure rage as they complained about all the cash spent on sponsors and wrangling the 10-star pros, just for some random player to steal the absolute spotlight. This mystery guy, flexing the Phoenix powers, didn't even belong to their faction. The bosses were sweating over his identity, knowing they absolutely had to figure out who he was. Because for the first time since a Demon King spawned in Urgust, the server threat had been completely wiped out, no questions asked. Realizing the power dynamic was shifting out of their hands, they instantly voted to heavily micromanage their heroes again. The camera then pans to the Ormus Royal Banquet Hall, where everyone was heavily chatting. But the vibe was totally dead, dragged down by massive burnout and trauma. Tears stream down the king's face as he chokes out his gratitude. Against all odds, the heroes actually did it. They crushed the Demon King and dragged the prince back home. He practically begs everyone to feast and celebrate, even as his knights gently try to usher him to bed. Meanwhile, amidst the loud cheering, Roselle steals the spotlight. Looking absolutely stunning in an elegant dress, she casually sips her cocktail. Her eyes scan the room. Honestly, the vibe is a bit heavy, but the drink is surprisingly fire. Hillen slides up next to her with a smooth smirk. "That dress looks amazing on you," he drops the compliment, before casually adding that the princess just made it safely back to the Akan kingdom. Roselle narrows her eyes, totally seeing right through him. "What, are you trying to score brownie points?" she challenges. Hillen just bursts into laughter, admitting that trying to impress her is basically a lost cause. Dropping the banter, Roselle gets straight to the point. She wants to see Pale. She is absolutely dying to ask about that insane phoenix. The crowd around them totally agrees. Everyone wants to hype him up and say thanks. But then, out of nowhere, Ralph's voice cuts through the noise. The entire room goes dead silent in pure shock. But Hillen drops a bomb. Pale has already ghosted the party. The guests are left totally speechless. Suddenly, the camera cuts to the freezing peaks of the Urgus mountain range. Inside Burgess Tower, Gordon is staring wide-eyed, jaw practically on the floor. "Wait, did you actually slaughter Demon King Draxon and make it back?" he stammers, looking at Deus. "Yeah, I did," Deus replies, his voice ice-cold and casual. Gordon's brain literally short-circuits. He is standing there, totally paralyzed, cold sweat dripping down his face as sheer panic sets in. What the hell happens now? What kind of— Annoyed, Deus shoots him a glare. "Stop staring at me like that," he snaps, casually throwing himself onto his massive throne. He breaks it down for him. With Draxon wiped off the map, the other Demon Kings are definitely going to start snooping around. If Deus goes MIA right now, it is a massive red flag. Gordon nods slowly, the reality finally clicking into place. But internally, Deus is clenching his fists. "I am still way too weak," he mutters in his mind. Honestly, Draxon's ultimate attack barely even scratched him, mostly because the guy was already half dead. But Deus knows the brutal truth. If he just relies on his raw stats right now, he is going to get wrecked. He needs to level up, and that Phoenix needs a massive power boost, fast. Right on cue, a sudden alert pops up. It is from Jason, demanding an emergency summit of the Demon Kings. The timing is way too perfect. It is like Jason already knows Draxon is toast. Deus smirks in the shadows, totally unfazed, but quickly slaps on a fake mask of shock for the crowd. But then, an actual plot twist drops. A brand new Demon King has already taken the throne. This actually catches Deus off guard. Replacing a king this fast? Someone pulling the strings definitely saw this coming. Still, since all the evidence linking him to Draxon's murder is burned to ash, Deus struts into the meeting with zero fear. The scene violently shifts to the dark, towering spikes of the Tower of Lies. Up on the terrifying 13th floor, the absolute heavyweights are already gathered. We have the Queen of Bitter Cold, Jason the King of Lies, and the massive Big Rock Belvec. But Draxon's empty seat is screaming for attention. Suddenly, a totally new face steps into the spotlight. "I am Vivian Blunt, Queen of the Blood Moon Clan," she purrs. Deus barely even looks at her, just dryly correcting her when she messes up his name. He flops into his chair, acting totally bored. Vivian blinks, genuinely stunned. She is used to guys practically drooling over her, but this dude, nothing. She bites her lip, remembering her secret mission. Draxon's death is shady as hell, and Deus is suspect number 1. Her orders are absolute, watches every single move. But honestly, his cold, toxic vibe kind of turns her on. She figures an arrogant guy like him will be super easy to play like a fiddle. It is time for a little test. As the brutal meeting kicks off, she slowly stands up and struts right over to his. She starts whispering sweet nothings about how weird it is for Demon Kings to actually work together, but her eyes never leave his face. "You know, I am actually really into you," she hums, leaning in dangerously close and brazenly perching right on his armrest. Deus's eyes flash with pure annoyance. "What the hell do you think you were doing?" He is visibly disgusted. Vivian just giggles, totally brushing off his death glare. She claims she is just super curious about the bad boy who is throwing the whole underworld into chaos. Flashing a wicked, confident smirk, she traces a finger down his chest and drops a blatantly spicy But before she can even finish, Deus brutally swats her hand away. "Get off me, you are pathetic," he spits, utterly destroying her ego in 1 second flat. Vivian freezes. Her brain just completely stops working. Did he just— Bro, she is literally the succubus queen. Guys literally die for her attention. And this man just threw her out like yesterday's trash. The silence is deafening until Reina, looking extremely fed up, barks at Vivian to sit her butt back down. Vivian flinches, totally humiliated by the savage call-out. Reina does not stop there. Her voice drops an octave. "We are here to welcome you, sure, but we have a real problem right now," she snaps. Somebody mercilessly slaughtered Draxon, and they need answers immediately. She glares around the room, demanding these so-called rulers start acting like actual royalty instead of clowns. Jason sits back, his jaw tight. He is honestly shook that Lady Reina is taking charge and running the show. But Vivian? She just recovers her fake smile and shoots back a toxic smirk. "Oh, do not tell me you were just jealous because you want him too," she mocks, trying to get under Reina's skin. Reina's eye twitches. She dismisses the succubus like an annoying fly, mentally cringing at how pathetic and shallow she is. "Whatever, I am bored anyway," Vivian shrugs playfully, finally sliding back into her own chair. Sensing an incoming brawl, Jason quickly— "Focus, people. Meeting is back on," he barks. They immediately dive into the massive threat, the 10-star heroes who are completely carrying this new human crusade. For a while, the summit drags on, turning into a super boring info dump. Every king takes turns dropping the intel they manage to dig up from the shadows. But as the dark secrets spill out, one massive rumor quickly hijacks the entire conversation. Everyone is obsessed with this one single detail. The hot topic? This absolute monster who just showed up out of nowhere, the Master of the Phoenix. Even though they are all bickering, every single Demon King totally agrees on one thing. They need to hunt down this mysterious Phoenix owner and stalk his every move, but do it quietly. Deus just sits there, laughing on the inside. Idiots, he thinks. Since he was literally hiding in plain sight as Pale the whole time, there is zero chance their spies caught him. His sharp eyes flick over to Vivian, the sneaky inquisitor dispatched by Archduke Arcane to sniff him out. Right at that exact second, Vivian catches him looking and boldly blows a flirty kiss across the table. Deus literally rolls his eyes and turns away. Sigma grindset, goals over girls, he mentally scoffs. The camera smoothly glides away, plunging back down to the spooky— Kate is holding her breath. The guards have completely slacked off, and the terrifying demons are nowhere to be found. Even Princess Ernan has mysteriously vanished. Her heart is pounding out of her chest. This is it. This is her golden ticket out of here. She locks her eyes on that massive exit door. "If I can just cross that threshold, I am free," she tells herself. Clenching her fists, she breaks into a desperate, full-speed sprint for her life. But right as her fingers are inches from freedom, boom, Ernan drops out of nowhere, her powerful spirits hovering right behind her. "I cannot let you leave," Ernan states, her voice dead serious. "For the tower's peace and your own survival, I am stopping you right here." Kaede, knowing exactly how lethal the Urgus Mountains are, immediately draws her blazing sword. "If I stay here, I am dead meat anyway," Kaede yells back. She grits her teeth, her sword trembling slightly. "I really did not want to hurt you, but you leave me no choice." The air grows thick with killing intent as the two girls lock eyes. A brutal— But before the first strike even lands, Gordon saunters into the room. "Yo, let her go. I literally do not care if she leaves," he yawns, waving his hand dismissively. He drops a totally toxic comment about how pathetic humans are, leaving Kaede absolutely mind-blown. Wait, what? They drag her all the way here just to tell her the door is open. Her instincts are screaming that this is a super dark trap. But whatever, she is not wasting this chance. Her plan? Bust out, somehow survive the nightmare of the Urgus Mountains, and sprint straight to halt and walk for massive backup. No time to hesitate. Cade goes full throttle, slamming her hands against the giant gates. But the second she makes contact, bam, a terrifying, red-hot shockwave explodes from the metal. The massive kinetic force launches her into the air, violently slamming her into the stone floor. Everyone gasps in pure shock. Gordon just crosses his arms, looking completely bored. Duh, that is what happens, he sighs. If the Demon King does not give you VIP access, the tower literally rejects you. Ignoring his warning, Ernan slowly walks up to the glowing gate. Hey, step back or you will get blasted too, Gordon barks in panic. But against all logic, Ernan just grabs the handle, and the massive door swings open like it weighs absolutely nothing. Gordon's eyes practically pop out of his skull. Even Ernan blinks in confusion, rubbing the back of her neck awkwardly. I do not know, it just felt like it wanted me to— She stands there, totally frozen, wondering if she should just slam it shut. But before she can even move a muscle, a dark shadow steps through the frame. It is Deus. He casually— What, finally deciding to make a run for it? He mocks, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Ernan flinches, completely caught off guard. Gordon immediately drops to one knee, respectfully greeting his terrifying master. Deus just raises an eyebrow. So, what kind of chaotic mess did I just walk into? He asks, right before the scene jump cuts to the throne room. Deep in the chilling heart of Burge Tower, Deus slams his fist on the armrest. Throw Princess Kaede into the darkest underground dungeon for that little stunt, he commands coldly. Gordon bows, accepting the ruthless order instantly. But he hesitates for a second, sweating nervously as he brings up the massive elephant in the room, Princess Ernan. My lord, how did she trigger the gate? Only your chosen elite can bypass that seal, Gordon presses. Deus leans back, an amused smile creeping up. Because the tower already claimed her as one of our own, he reveals. Gordon is left absolutely paralyzed by the bombshell. Opening his glowing system window, Deus silently spies on the princess. He stares at her crazy stats. She is linked with a top-tier spirit now, he thinks. Escaping this fortress and surviving those deadly mountains would literally be a walk in the park for her. So, why the hell is she still here? What is her actual endgame? The camera plunges into the pitch-black depths of the dungeon. Cade is sitting miserably behind cold iron bars when Ernan steps out of the shadows. I literally told you not to run, Ernan sighs softly. But Cade just glares back, eyes full of toxic paranoia. Nobody is just nice for zero reason. That psycho Demon King is totally manipulating you, she screams, desperately trying to wake Ernan up from the delusion. Right at that chilling moment, Ernan slowly tilts her head up, staring dead center into the invisible lens of Deus's system window. I am not manipulated. I walked into this tower completely on my own, she states, with bone-chilling calmness. Kaede's jaw hits the concrete floor. Up in his throne room, Deus feels a cold shiver run down his spine. She was looking directly at him. She turned to him, sensing his aura. Ernan finally dropped the bomb, spilling her dark truth. She hadn't just wandered off. She ran because she absolutely despised the palace, the royal bloodline, and especially her own father. Sure, I was kidnapped at first, she confessed. But coming back, that was a hard pass. Kaede stood there, completely speechless. Deus watched quietly, wondering if those bitter words were meant for him. Kaede's mind raced. Out of all the Hilderan royals, Ernan was the absolute prodigy. Why on earth would someone walking a straight path to the throne throw away such a flawless future just to serve the Demon King? Ernan just smirked, dropping a bizarre fact. Did you know the Hilderan royal family has 62 kids? She asked, noting it was the biggest royal lineup on the entire continent. But tell me, she leaned in, besides me, can you name a single one? Kaede blinked, totally lost, arguing that the official royal registry only listed 28. Ernan let out a dry laugh. That's just the PR number, she whispered, daring Kaede to ask the emperor himself once. She returned home. Panic flashed in Kaede's eyes. If a secret this massive leaked, the kingdom's reputation would be dragged through the mud. Ernan just giggled, poking fun at the irony. A runaway princess dodging. An arranged marriage shouldn't be sweating over royal honor, she teased. Kaede's face flushed beet red. With a casual wave, Ernan brushed it off as a joke and strolled away, calling out that she'd see them tomorrow. Deus processed the whole exchange. This was deep lore, a dark secret strictly locked away by top-tier royals, the hidden reality of Hilderan. Snapping back to the present, he commanded Gordon to get things ready, announcing he was heading out to harvest spirit herbs. Gordon bowed, instantly on it. Cut to the jagged peaks of the Urgus Mountains. A bubbly water spirit, tagging along with a crew of other elementals, was buzzing with hype, eagerly hunting for magical foliage. Ernan scrambled to keep the little guy in check. Chill out, she scolded, guessing it was just hype to finally be outdoors. She also muttered how Deus had been ghosting the tower a lot lately. Suddenly, a cold voice sliced through the air. "Ernin." She jumped out of her skin. Deus stepped from the shadows, eyes dangerously dark. A menacing aura of flame ignited in his palm. "Spill it," he demanded. "What are you keeping from me?" Ernin froze, completely paralyzed by his terrifying vibe. Meanwhile, miles away, a hidden sniper locked onto Deus through a high-powered scope. The stalker's blood ran cold. It was the Demon King of Urgus. Back on the ground, Deus's brutal interrogation rattled Ernin to her core, making her stammer and sweat. Her panic was written all over her face, but Deus was entirely out of chill. He backed her into a corner. She was going to talk, right here, right now. No dodging, no excuses. But before she could crack, Deus shoved her behind him and lunged forward. He thrust out his hand, blasting a massive wave of toxic purple flames. The blazing beam carved through the landscape with terrifying accuracy, sniping the peeping Tom who had been spying through the lens. The stalker didn't even have time to blink. Absolute dread smashed into him as he realized his flawless stealth had been busted from miles away. But the craziest part? The guy getting roasted to ash was just a decoy. Deus barely even blinked, scoffing at the enemy's garbage parlor tricks. Still reeling from the sudden explosion, Ernin stuttered, asking if that creeper was actually a hero. Deus nodded coldly. "Yeah," he muttered, admitting that this rat's presence had been ticking him off for a while. Ernin's brain went into overdrive. Why would a top-tier hero drag themselves all the way to the deadly Urgus zone? Pretending to be an explorer. A stealth-reliant hero narrowed the list down to exactly one guy. "It's Daphne Fillion," she gasped. "The 10-star hero. A legendary merc, famous for digging up dirt and hardcore espionage. His kit was notoriously broken, especially his insane invisibility and clone spamming. That name flipped a switch in Deus's head. Flashbacks from his past life hit him. Daphne Fillion. The exact snake who had leaked almost all of his critical intel back in the day. Even though they had history, this was the first time Deus had caught him lurking this close. Panic spiked in Ernin as she looked back. "Is the tower safe?" she choked out. Deus waved it off, totally unfazed. "We're solid." The camera cut straight to the towering black spire deep in the mountains. Deep inside enemy territory, the real Daphne was doing the math, syncing up with his army of shadow clones. His logic was simple. Where there's a demon king, there's got to be a wicked stronghold nearby. But no matter how hard he scanned, his radar picked up absolute zero. Suddenly, a slick system prompt flashed right in front of Deus. Mana Ghost remote control engaged. The massive tower instantly vanished into thin air. But this god-tier cloak wasn't free. It was burning through 10 demon power points a second. Deus watched the active camo kick in. Honestly, the split second he sensed the rat, he had already pulled the trigger. The skill was insanely clutch for dodging annoying hero encounters. But as he stared at his glowing interface, his point balance was bleeding out fast. Running this cloak was brutally expensive. With the spy problem handled, Deus locked his deadly gaze back onto Ernin. "We aren't done," he growled. He demanded the whole truth, no filters, no lies. If she kept playing games, she'd be permanently banned from the tower. Ernin dropped her gaze, sitting in dead silence. Taking a deep breath to steady her shaking nerves, she finally cracked. "Have you ever heard," she murmured, "of the Child of the World Tree?" She searched his eyes, wondering if he knew about that forbidden spell. Meanwhile, back at the cloaked tower, Deus's demonic security squad was heavily tracking the infiltrator. They pinged the boss. The hero had just walked out of the mountain range, out in the open, zero stealth, classic bait. It was definitely just another dummy clone. Deus smirked at his crew's competence, commanding them to hunt down every last duplicate and shadow their every move. The guards locked in, eager for the hunt. Meanwhile, the glowing UI kept flashing. The Mana Ghost tech was still running hot, chewing through his demon points like crazy. Deus gritted his teeth, realizing how dangerously close they were to getting doxxed. Sure, his base was beefed up, but it absolutely could not survive a full-blown raid from a hero squad. Wiping Daphne off the map wasn't just an option anymore, it was mandatory. Cutting back to the drama, Ernin whispered that the spy was probably hunting her, ordered straight from the king himself. Deus pieced it together instantly. The royal family was refusing to let go of their prime asset. He linked this obsession back to her cryptic mention of the World Tree, sensing some deeply messed up lore. Ernin sighed heavily. "It's a massive, twisted story," she admitted. Deus just crossed his arms. "I've got time. Talk." So she took him back in time. Centuries ago, Hilderin wasn't just a kingdom. It was an absolute powerhouse of an empire. But after endless, grueling wars, their military was gutted, downgrading them into a standard kingdom. Her dad, the current king, he was obsessed with clawing back that lost imperial dominance. To pull it off, he didn't want an army of basic foot soldiers. He wanted a nuke, a single, god-tier mage who could solo an entire battlefield. But you can't just study your way into becoming a legend. And waiting for one to be born naturally was a joke. Deus's eyes widened as the dark truth clicked in his head. Ernan nodded grimly. The Child of the World Tree project was their twisted cheat code. An ultra-forbidden magic used to literally manufacture humans. Deus was floored, absolute shock washing over him as the sickening reality set in. Ernan didn't hold back. She explained how, straight from the womb, they pumped lethal doses of raw mana right into the unborn babies. The fail rate was horrific, leaving only a tiny fraction of lab-grown prodigies to actually survive. The whole sick endgame was to breed biological weapons with godlike magic stats. Humans, she spat bitterly, can be just as monstrous as demons. Deus was sickened, asking how anyone could even survive that torture. It would literally shred a mother and child apart. Ernan confirmed his darkest thoughts. Most of them didn't make it, and the ones who did were horrifically mutated, dying soon after. The kingdom only flexed the perfect survivors to the public. As that heavy, depressing bomb dropped, Deus's radar pinged. Something massive and grotesque, like a mutated one-eyed kraken, was creeping up right behind her. He did the math instantly. The beast had totally tracked the massive demon flex he used earlier. Judging by the suffocating pressure rolling off it, this wasn't mob trash. It was an elite boss-tier monster. Deus didn't hesitate. He thrust his hand out, compressing raw, crackling mana into a concentrated bomb. "Back off, princess," he barked, ready to absolutely obliterate the thing. But Ernan didn't flinch. Instead, she planted her feet, raising her hand as her water spirit flared to life beside her. Locking eyes with the beast, she proudly declared that she was the absolute pinnacle of that cursed experiment, a lab-grown god of magic. The monster roared, charging up a blinding red magic circle. The spell ripped through the air like a missile, making the very ground shake under its insane pressure. But Ernan was faster. Channeling her spirit, she hijacked the moisture in the air, hyper-compressing it into a lethal, crystallized water javelin. With a flick of her wrist, she launched the sniper-fast strike straight at the beast. The attack ripped straight through the demon, deleting its existence in one brutal, flawless strike. As the monster crumpled to the dirt, Deus watched in dead silence, forced to respect the absolute flex. A mere human one-shotting a high-tier boss? Yeah, no wonder the king refused to drop his wild ambitions. But Ernan wasn't hyping herself up. Instead, a heavy guilt practically suffocated her, as she described her own power as something permanently drenched in blood. Deus wasn't buying it, though. He immediately called out the obvious plot hole. Someone packing that much god-tier power, sitting right next in line for the crown? Her claim about never wanting to return to the kingdom sounded like massive cap. He stared her down. Did she seriously expect him to just swallow that excuse? Ernan's patience finally snapped. Visibly frustrated, she swore she wasn't lying, and straight up demanded he take her with him. "Use a magical artifact on me, just like you did with Hillen," she pleaded, her voice cracking with a desperate, raw intensity that screamed she meant every word. But Deus instantly shot the idea down. He explained that the Armani orb would completely shatter under the heavy mana of spirits. Without missing a beat, he raised his hand, pulling violent mana back into his palm. "Cut the act. Tell me what you really want," he demanded. Ernan absolutely lost it. In a split second, she snatched Deus's hand, slamming it directly against her own chest. "I've been telling you the truth this entire time," she yelled, her emotions completely boiling over. Completely caught off guard, Deus flinched. "Whoa, what are you doing? Let go of me," he snapped, totally rattled. But Ernan refused to back down. "Feel my heartbeat," she fired back, using her racing pulse as the ultimate proof that she wasn't faking a single thing. Her confession left Deus completely thrown off balance. But right in that moment, the atmosphere shifted entirely. A bizarre, invisible link sparked between the two of them. It felt like a literal phoenix was burning deep inside her soul, cracking her wide open and letting him feel her exact emotion. The frantic rhythm of her heartbeat echoed clearly in his mind, downloading her rawest feelings straight into it, a chaotic cocktail of pure embarrassment, all swirling together inside her, like an flushing bright red, but still glaring daggers. Ernan scoffed, explaining that this was simply the ultimate way spirits communicated. When a soul was entirely pure, it could catch these subtle emotional shockwaves, instantly exposing a person's. She looked him dead in the eye, doubling down that every word was a fact. Still reeling from that massive emotional overload, Deus silently realized her words perfectly matched her feelings. Taking a deep breath, Ernan then dropped a heavy bombshell. The very first second she locked eyes with the Demon King, she knew his vibe was entirely different. He wasn't like the other monsters, and that tiny spark of humanity gave her a glimmer of hope. Deus reacted with pure confusion and disbelief when she suddenly begged for his help, his brain practically short-circuiting as he tried to figure out, with her voice cracking from pure, unadulterated. Ernan pleaded for an alliance. She laid her ultimate goal on the table, loud and clear. She wanted to burn the entire nation of Hilderin straight to the ground. That absolute mic drop left Deus completely, even as his mind raced to process her insane. He couldn't shake the nagging doubt. Could a claim this incredibly wild, actually be trusted But after absorbing her whole traumatic backstory, Deus finally lowered his guard and made the call to trust her. Massive relief washed over Ernan, her cheeks dusting with a shy, grateful crimson. Lurking in the background, now Runiel absolutely couldn't pass up She practically teleported over, eyes gleaming with mischief, dying to know how these two got so incredibly cozy the second she looked away. Smirking, she poked at Ernan, calling her out for playing the innocent card, while secretly making moves. Deus just sweat-dropped at the sudden interrogation, while Ernan, blushing furiously and totally panicking, wildly waved her hands, stuttering that it wasn't what it looked like, claiming it was strictly spiritual business. Naruniel just giggled, throwing a knowing look that screamed there was way more going on here than just telepathy, soaking up their shared panic before getting back to business. Snapping back into leader mode, Deus officially recognized how dead serious Ernan was. He suggested tabling the whole Hilderin master plan until they safely returned to the tower, a proposal Ernan instantly agreed to without a second thought. But before they rolled out, Deus dropped one final mission, commanding Ernan to tap into her spirit network and track down the actual body of Daphne Filion, because the trap was fully set. They were going. Boom, the scene cuts. We are suddenly dragged into this brutal, bone-chilling mountain range where heavy blizzards completely swallowed up the landscape. Right in the middle of this frozen waste, Daphne, the legendary hero, he was flexing his signature cloning magic. This insane skill let him spawn countless copies that all shared the exact same, but there was a massive catch. The more the weaker and squishier each individual. Still, it was the ultimate cheat code for speed-running a massive search operation. Squinting at his holographic map, he aggressively calculated his next move. A Demon King's stronghold was supposed to be a colossal 50-meter-tall fortress. Yet his massive radar sweep came up totally empty. Not a single trace. He had pure, leaked intel from Lord Wharton Kullo and Lord Hilling. Cargill. The entire hero expedition route and exact timing were flawlessly mapped out, down to the exact second. So he knew, without a shadow of a doubt, the tower was lurking right under his nose. He swept the frozen wasteland one more time, absolutely convinced his target was within. The Demon King himself had to be creeping nearby. Yet the icy abyss, this eerie dead silence sent serious chills down his spine. He was totally sweating, trying to figure out what was actually going down. Then, out of nowhere, beep, a massive red alert flashed across his map. Reality hit him like a truck. Something was horrible. His elite clones, the ones that could easily dodge top-tier boss monsters, were getting brutally wiped out by the dozens. While the chaos absolutely spiraled out of Deus's demon squad was blitzing across the frozen war zone, straight up assassinating the copies one by one. Once the absolute bloodbath was over, they casually reported a total wipeout. And honestly, for a hyped-up 10-star hero, they thought this guy was straight up garbage. Hearing that, Deus flashed a cold, sinister smirk. He gave the absolute kill order to slaughter every locked eyes on. The demonic hit squad instantly bowed to the command, revving up for round 2 of the massacre. Totally riding the high of this one, Deus was already plotting his ultimate endgame. He saw he had enough system points stacked up, planning to completely wipe the floor with the clones before forcefully dragging Daphne down as his personal, loyal. With a 10-star hero in his pocket, dominating the entire continent would be an absolute cakewalk. But wait, the whole vibe suddenly flipped upside down when Gordon slammed through a holographic system. The window, panicking with a massive red. Deus immediately snapped his eyes to the glitching screen, realizing something insanely critical. Gordon frantically shouted that the Mona ghost was acting completely insane, superheating straight to a total meltdown. At that exact second, the system flashed a massive warning, stating that the tower, his system was completely redlining, severely overloaded from holding that invisibility cloak for way too long. The upkeep cost had spiked to an insane level, flashing a brutal new status of 100 points draining every single second, with his remaining demonic energy sitting at exactly 49,910. This terrifying reality hit Deus like an absolute truck. Do the math. He had less than 10 minutes before a total system crash. If he couldn't hunt down Daphne before the clock ran out, the tower's stealth would shatter, painting a massive target for the heroes. Strike Force. Piling on the nightmare, Gordon dropped another bombshell, right outside their walls. An absolute ocean of shadow clones was swarming them from every conceivable. Cut to the hero, his eyes scanning the dead zone like a hawk, absolutely baffled that the tower was still a ghost. The math was mathing perfectly in his head, so why was he coming up empty? His gut screamed that the enemy stronghold was breathing right down his neck. He had already burned way too much mana on this radar sweep to just back down. He was going to rip this illusion apart, no matter what it took. Back at base, Deus went into absolute overdrive. He pinged Crew 2 on the comms, his voice dripping with zero-tolerance urgency. The mission? Lock down the perimeter, slaughter any clone pushing the boundaries, and tear apart every single inch of that zone. Crew 2 didn't waste a single breath. immediately locking in and executing the order. Deus then snapped his attention to Gordon, barking for a raw data dump right that second. He needed the exact death coordinates of every single clone they had trashed, specifically filtering for the ones spawned by that twisted signature magic. Gordon's interface lit up as he crunched the numbers, and the second the heat map materialized, Deus cracked the code. It was simple. Those puppets were tethered and couldn't stray far from their puppet master, which meant the search radius just got violently tighter. The main body had to be chilling dead center, right in the eye of the storm, where the clone graveyard was the thickest. Meanwhile, a chill ran down the hero's spine as the atmosphere suddenly, the crushing aura of the Demon King bled into the air, proving his hunch was dead on. The tower was right here. Knowing he struck gold, he braced to pull back and leak the coordinates to HQ. But before he could even flex a muscle to dip, the entire battlefield flipped upside down. Neruniel beat him to the punch, instantly manifesting a blazing mana circle, locking onto the target and shouting that they had absolutely nailed the real body. Realizing his cover was blown to pieces, the hero panicked and bolted for his life. Neruniel caught the movement, immediately screaming to Deus and Ernan that their prey was making a run for. Deus didn't even blink, instantly roaring for the escape coordinates. Ernan was already on it, tracking the rat and locking down the exact trajectory, beaming the live location straight into Deus's mind. Armed with the exact drop zone, Deus teleported like a glitch in the Matrix, materializing right in the fleeing hero. In a heartbeat, he unleashed his blazing phoenix aura, suffocating the area with an Staring him dead in the eye, Deus locked onto Daphne Filion and hit him with a brutal ultimatum. Obey or become history. Daphne was absolutely shook, his brain completely short-circuiting. He definitely recognized the reigning Demon King, but the real mindbender was the majestic phoenix chilling right beside him. Was it even possible for two people to control a mythical bird? Based on his top-secret intel, the only known master of that creature was Pale was closely tied to Lord Hillen, which sparked a terrifying theory in his head. What if Pale was secretly the Demon King all along, pulling the strings while Hillen acted as his loyal lapdog? On top of that, he suddenly realized that the glowing entity he saw earlier was 100% a pure spirit. The thought of a holy spirit teaming up with a demonic overlord felt completely insane. As his paranoia spiked, he became convinced that even the royal princess was covering for the Demon King. But instead of throwing in the towel, Daphne saw a golden ticket. He figured that exposing a massive royal scandal like this would secure him a life of absolute luxury. Plotting his great escape, he planned to leak the tea later, but boom, Deus materialized right in front of him. Radiating an overwhelmingly dark aura, the demon made it crystal clear that the time for choices was over. The sheer difference in their power levels hit Daphne like a freight train. Here he was, a legendary 10-star, standing paralyzed and absolutely floored by the raw might of a Demon King who hadn't even warmed his throne for instant regret washed over him. Why on earth did he take this suicide mission? He honestly felt that if he had known the actual he would have bolted in the opposite direction. But before he could even twitch, Deus dropped a devastating, ground-shattering blast that completely leveled the battlefield. In the absolute chaos of his final moments, Daphne pulled a desperate last resort. Channeling his remaining magic into a mana bird, he launched a top-secret message straight toward the cut to the grand royal capital. Deep inside the lavish palace, a breathless messenger rushed up to the throne, announcing that a high-priority letter from Daphne Filion had just dropped into the intelligence department's hands. The king's eyes instantly lit up, totally convinced that the hidden tower's location had finally been cracked. When the messenger confirmed they had the exact coordinates, a smug smirk crossed the king's face, praising Daphne for always delivering. But sweating bullets, the messenger stammered out that the mana bird had spontaneously burst into pitch-black flames and turned to ash right after dropping the intel. A sudden chill ran down the king's spine as the horrifying reality set in. The trembling messenger explained that the bird's violent destruction meant Daphne's actual body had just been incinerated in the exact same way. Blinding rage consumed the king as he realized he had massively underestimated this new demonic ruler. Snapping into action, he barked out a frantic order to mobilize the Hero Guild immediately, demanding an all-out emergency summon for every single 10-star hero. Burning with pure vengeance, swore a blood oath that this time he was going to march in there and slaughter the Demon King himself. Right as the princess stepped back, a catastrophic shockwave detonated with terrifying force, instantly dropping Deus to his knees before he completely faceplants into the dirt, entirely swallowed by the blinding blast. Even after flexing that insane phoenix aura, the dude realizes he's severely underestimated just how destructive this ultimate move would be. And man, the violent physical backlash tearing through his muscles right now, way beyond. Without skipping a beat, Arnon dives in, wrapping her arms tightly around him to break his fall, while frantically scanning his My Demon King, "Are you okay?" she whispers, her voice trembling with genuine panic. Panting heavily as he tries to catch his breath, Deus catches sight of her legs. Her knees are literally sizzling and smoking. Bro, the ship is finally sailing in this absolute peak manhwa. Anyway, completely ignoring his own trashed body, Arnon just flashes this sweet, shaky smile, gently reminding him that water spirits are basically walking cheat codes when it comes to crazy fast healing, shrugging off the agonizing pain like it's nothing. But let's be real, she is fighting through absolute agony right now, refusing to drop her guard. Why? Because those creepy peel orcs could still be lurking in the shadows. So looking weak right now is straight up not an option. Catching on to her silent struggle, Deus gives her a knowing nod. Arnon finally lets herself slump down to heal, while Deus gently rests a hand on her shoulder. "Just breathe," he murmurs, as the deafening chaos finally fades into dead silence. Smash cut to a whole different vibe. Jason is furiously glaring at the morning paper. The front page screams in massive ink, dozens of and right below it, an aggressive public hit-out, calling for the absolute extermination of all demon kings. Seeing this total disaster unfold makes Jason's veins pop on his neck, as his violently shaking hands shred the page. Swallowing his blinding rage, he forces this terrifying psycho smile and slowly snaps his neck. "Vivian." Through gritted teeth, he reminds her, "Didn't I explicitly tell you to keep your little pets locked inside the tower and stay completely off the radar?" Vivian, she doesn't even blink, just takes a slow, arrogant sip of her blood. Exuding pure boss energy, she shuts him down instantly, making it crystal clear she bows to zero men. "I am the queen," she smirks. "Did you seriously drag me all the way here over some boring human gossip?" Jason snaps back, absolutely losing his mind, screaming that her sloppy stunt just cranked human security to the max. The exact nightmare scenario he worked so hard to avoid. But Vivian just rolls her eyes, calling him completely paranoid. "Relax," she yawns, treating the holy knights like literal gnats. Jason is left standing there, brain completely short-circuited. Vivian leans back, chuckling. "Newsflash, heroes exist for one reason, to be our personal chew toy. We are demon." She brushes off her succubi getting jumped by a top-tier hero in the royal palace. As nothing more than a tiny streak of rubbing his throbbing temples in sheer exhaustion, Jason heavily groans to himself. Why the hell did the Archduke saddle me with this unhinged, He even straight up calls her a moron. That massive disrespect instantly sets Vivian off. She hops right onto the table, furiously demanding he put some respect on her name. Flexing her title as the succubus queen, rather than acting like your average, basic, lust-crazed demon, Jason actually found her absolute freakout completely hilarious. Chuckle before completely flipping the script. Leaning in, he casually reminded her that this realm was already insanely popular, and challenged her to guess exactly how many overpowered heroes were actually chilling in this world. Flashing back to her own flawless track record, Vivian bragged that the last dimension she completely wiped out barely managed to scrape together 10 measly heroes. She figured Arene, even with its totally stacked reputation, might spawn 50 at the absolute max, completely clueless as to why everyone was sweating over such a pathetic little headcount. Letting out a heavy, super exasperated, Jason straight up roasted her, pointing out that the Archduke had totally played her and completely buried the actual facts. He made it brutally clear that if she had actually known the hardcore truth, she never would have even dreamed of setting foot inside this massive death trap. Completely lost and visibly stressed, that is when Jason dropped the absolute nuke. The Hero Guild currently boasted 4,732 active heroes. Hearing that insane number, Vivian's brain totally short-circuited. She slapped on a painfully fake smile and desperately begged him to say it was all just some. She fiercely argued that every reality has a hard cap, practically screaming that it was physically impossible for one dimension to support that massive of a hero population. Flashing a dangerously cocky smirk, Jason instantly shut her down. He casually explained that if this world actually had any kind of limit, the previous demon kings would have already steamrolled the place centuries ago. He made it terrifyingly clear that tripping over heavily armed heroes in this realm was literally just an everyday occurrence. Hearing this, freezing cold sweat instantly dripped down Vivian's pale face as her entire body started violently shaking. She desperately tried to reject reality, pathetically clinging to the delusion that the Archduke had guaranteed her a totally flawless victory. Her mind frantically spiraled backward, completely zoning out as she vividly remembered the exact moment her shady boss. Let's not forget, Vivian wasn't just anybody. She was the literal demon king who completely steamrolled the Luna dimension, reigned supreme as the queen of her entire race. Crushing Arene should have been an absolute walk in the park. She had even bagged a rock-solid guarantee for the next Archduke title the second she wrapped up this invasion. Plus, a top-secret side quest to keep a close eye on Bergdios. But flashing a wicked smirk, Jason completely shattered her reality, casually dropping that he already knew all about her shiny little Archduke promotion. He didn't stop there, brutally exposing her classified orders to shadow Bergdios from the dark. Vivian's jaw basically hit the floor. Her mind spiraled, desperately trying to figure out how he cracked such high. Without breaking a sweat, Jason laid it out. He knew the playbook inside and out because it was the exact same. A manipulative tactic he pulled whenever he set up a totally disposable pawn to take the fall. Then, in a split second, his terrifying aura erupted, violently crushing Vivian face first into the unforgiving. Completely paralyzed by the sheer physical impact, she choked on her own breath, reeling from the brutal reality check of being called abs. Jason's eyes turned dead cold, piercing straight through her soul as he dropped the ultimate bomb. She was thrown under the bus. He ruthlessly roasted the clueless succubus queen, making it crystal clear that from this second forward, she needed to turn off her severely limited brain cells and stop pretending she had free will. He demanded straight-up, unquestioning loyalty to his every single breath. Drowning in absolute terror, Vivian shook like a leaf as she stammered out her complete submission. Meanwhile, Jason calmly flipped through the morning newspaper, totally unbothered, while pure chaos and terrifying headlines completely flooded the front page. The legendary 10-star hero Daphne Phelan was dead, and right on the heels of that massive blow, the guild dropped another bombshell, officially crowning Wharton Cullow as the new 10-star powerhouse. But the headlines didn't stop there. A jaw-dropping report leaked the exact coordinates of Urgus Tower, finally exposing its hidden location to the world. Then, the news took a seriously dark turn, revealing that the Demon King of Urgus had just earned a spine-chilling new title. They were now calling him the Demon King of Black Flames. Right alongside that nightmare fuel, the Hero Guild completely washed their hands of the situation, flat out refusing to back any future raid attempts on that cursed tower. With Daphne Phelan wiped off the board, absolute panic spread like wildfire across the continent, plunging everyone into a suffocating grip of pure anxiety and dread. While Jason scrolled through these disastrous updates, a crushing wave of reality hit him hard. The entire world was basically shaking in its boots, and he quietly admitted to himself that this was absolutely not the endgame he had in mind. Even so, he totally brushed off Vivian Blunt as a minor glitch in his plan, a pawn he could easily play. But his mind quickly locked onto the actual boss-level threat, our boy Berg Deus. He initially planned to let things simmer for a bit longer, but the vibe had completely shifted now. Figuring he had zero options left, he made up his mind to wipe Deus off the map. Yeah, good luck with that one, buddy. The camera then cuts back to the tower, zooming straight in on Ernan's cozy hideout. The vibe inside was a crazy contrast to the absolute dumpster fire happening out. Ernan was just chilling and cooking up a meal, while right next to her, Deus was crashed out on the bed, looking pretty roughed up in his phoenix form, as his body slowly patched itself together. Without missing a beat at the stove, Ernan caught him stirring and hit him with a warm smile, teasing that the big bad Demon King was finally up from his nap. She casually mentioned the soup was piping hot and told him to dig in. Still trying to shake off the brain fog, Deus completely froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. It suddenly clicked. He was actually chilling inside his very own town. Meanwhile, Ernan just gave him this relaxed smile, casually dropping a compliment about how beautifully decorated his crib. Groaning as he forced himself to sit up, Deus demanded to know how long he had been out, totally baffled about how they even managed to sneak back into this fortress in the first place. Ernan totally shut down his panic, promising him that they were completely off. She broke it down, explaining how she totally capitalized on Gordon ditching his guard post, and stealthily slipped them right through a window on the 5th floor. She also made sure to point out that literally less than 10 minutes had passed since they breached the tower's Taking all that in, Deus let out a breath, giving her props and quietly praising her for a totally clutch move. But seconds later, Deus realized something was seriously off about his own body. He grilled Ernan, asking if she had pulled some kind of trick on him, because his body, which honestly should have been totally running on empty, was suddenly buzzing with an insane amount of energy right then. Jumping into the chat, the water spirit popped up to explain that it had actually shared its own mana with our boy Deus. He was completely floored, mind totally blown. A literal spirit had just dragged the Demon King back from the brink. Dripping with its own raw mana, the water spirit dropped a major bombshell, since Deus had basically absorbed the legendary Phoenix, a supreme, spiritual. His entire anatomy had leveled up. He was now pulling in mana like a living, breathing black hole. The spirit straight up confessed it had never witnessed anything this insane. But low-key, the water spirit was secretly smirking to itself. It figured out that just tapping a hand against Ernan's chest wasn't going to cut it anymore to transfer energy. Nah, full-on, tight embraces were mandatory now. Just picturing it made the spirit turn beet red. It was internally screaming, completely convinced it would literally die of embarrassment at this rate. Snapping back to reality, Deus shot to his feet. He locked eyes with Ernan and laid down the law. Whatever went down here, stays here. He strictly warned her to keep her mouth shut. In his mind, a Demon King showing even a fraction of vulnerability would totally wreck his terrifying. Ernan promised to keep it on the down low, but threw a massive curveball, She wanted one favor. Raising an eyebrow, Deus demanded to know her terms. With a cheeky little giggle, Ernan declared that down the line, he absolutely owed her one free. Deus narrowed his eyes, suspicious of what she was plotting, but finally folded, saying, "Bet, some huge headache." Ernan beamed, her soft laughter echoing through the room. But the vibe instantly shattered. A magic ping from Gordon hit Deus out of urgently warning him that things had just taken a massive nosedive. Deus barked back, demanding the intel immediately. Gordon dropped the hammer. The Hilderan Kingdom had completely doxed the exact coordinates of their secret tower. And worse, they were rebooting the dreaded hero expedition. The leak traced straight back to a report by Hill and Cargill. The entire squad was left. The gears in Ernan's head started turning. She suddenly remembered that Daphne Falian had leaked Urgus Tower's address as her final mic drop. A cold sweat dripped down Deus's jaw. He suddenly remembered a fatal flaw. Unlike the demon realm, that dimension was stuck in the Dark Ages. No instant messaging, just old-school carrier pigeons. He swore his final strike on Filian was an area of effect attack, meant to vaporize every single bird in the sky. But clearly, this girl was playing 4D chess. She must have fired off the intel from a totally different spot, way before they even threw hands. Still, he found one tiny silver lining. She completely failed to leak the biggest secret of all, that he was the ultimate master of. But Gordon wasn't done dealing psychic damage. He warned that this new raid would rally every single 10-star hero on the map. We're talking the most massive, Avengers-level threat in history. Running the numbers, just gearing up for this massive raid, would take them a solid 6 months. Let's be real, our boy is officially hearing that timeline. Deus locked in. 6 months. The tower's coordinates were already out in the wild, and going head-to-head with 10-star powerhouse. Those petty little parlor tricks were officially used. Throwing avalanches and basic monster traps at them wouldn't even leave a scratch once hundreds of heavily geared-up heroes breached the tower. The brutal reality hit him like a freight train, realizing that in just 6 months, he could be playing right into their hands, hunted down and slaughtered all over again. Pure rage bubbled up inside him as his mind raced, desperately scrambling for a solid counterattack. The sheer panic was suffocating, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat. But noticing his absolute spiral, Ernan gently grabbed his hand, looking him dead in the eye, and promised they had one last one. She hyped up a master plan that only the Demon King's ultimate right hand, the infamous Dark Spiritist, which was literally just her edgy, could possibly pull off. Just hearing that incredibly cringe title made Deus's hair shift back to pitch black as a smirk finally broke through. For some bizarre reason, that ridiculously extra nickname was exactly what he needed to chill out and ground himself. Shaking off the anxiety, Deus owned up to his total freakout and instantly switched gears, announcing it was time to lock in and strategize their defense. In his core, a vicious vow took root. He would absolutely never bow down to those two-faced heroes who played him and left him for dead in his past life, until he got his sweet payback. Dying was strictly off the table. Right then, Ernan dropped the actual bombshell on how to totally derail the Hilderan hero raid. She casually pitched the absolute craziest strategy ever. They had to straight Elena! Hearing that unhinged plot twist left Deus completely paralyzed, his jaw practically hitting the floor.